Alright, good morning guys. What's going on? It's your boy, The Fallen Sanctum here, and we back once again, this time for, uh, today it's GENG, TES, and MKOI, Team Secret Worlds. Team Secret Worlds, MKOI first, and then GENG, TES right after, and then tomorrow it's 100 Thieves T1, and BLG, or whatever the last team is that has to qualify. So look forward to it. I'm gonna be back. Probably gonna be up this time. I know last video it kind of fell asleep, but hey, it's okay. Like it is what it is. But anyways, enjoy Worlds, guys.
A team that really loves to draft dive compositions. If they're drafting a 5v5, Poon is a kind of a low eco top laner. If you put him on something like the Ornn or the Scion, he can be a really good frontliner for them.
I just loved how I had this team kind of explained to me in the way that it's like they're really good at the things that you can't teach. Like when you're talking about mechanics, you're talking about game sense. And they're really rough around the edges of some of the things that you can teach, like, you know, the macro, the lane assignments, and the objective setups. So I think MKOI has got to be careful about not getting drawn into the chaos where I think this team can really thrive.
Yeah, and here we're seeing it, right? From their first match against Cade Stars, when they tried to go in, Vivo K tried to go in, Wales immediately punished them. I do think if you try to contest Wales in a disadvantageous position, those kind of team fights are the team fights that they win. So MKOI is going to have to be careful, maybe not to get pulled in or sucked into some of those objective fights that they might not want to take.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like early game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And, well, MKOI has also fallen to those in the past, so we'll see how that evolves. But talking about MoviStarKoi, let's get the player perspective, because Dracos had a chance to catch up with Supa in the Verizon Game Day interview. It's his birthday.
I'm here with none other than Supa ahead of this all-crucial match against Team Secret Wales. But as much as this match is important, there's something else happening today that I would argue is equally important and even more historic. Supa, it's your birthday. Feliz cumpleaños. Brother, how you feeling? Weird time to be playing a high-stakes League of Legends match, no?
I mean, since 2022 that I saw Deft winning, I think, quarterfinal in his birthday, I always wanted to play my birthday. So I finally got to it. I just need to win one best of 3. Last year I couldn't do it. So I'm really happy.
You've had a really kind of, I would say, an awkward tournament run in the sense that your KT game, you guys had that super dominant early game, but then you had to play G2 and you had to play Fnatic. We haven't really gotten to see what MKOI is about on the international stage outside of that first game. So I'm curious, like, what are the big strengths? What are the big areas where you feel like you guys have leveled up compared to last year as a team, not just you individually, that are going to allow you to kind of shine through today?
I mean, I think in general in Worlds, you need to develop everything, because if not, if you don't step up, you can't compete into the best team in the world. But especially, I think early game, we improved the most. I think we are still struggling a bit closing the games, but this is something I would say in the MKOI. So probably it's because we have MKOI in the name. But I think in general, in fighting early game, we improved the most. And I would say that when we take the advantage, we know how to play the game way faster. So I think that's the strong point from KOI.
Now, I know from talking to Melza last year that you guys, there were some rough scrims coming into Worlds, and it might have boomed you a bit. How are scrims, for the EU fans out there, again, this is only one best of 3. If you win here, you still got another one ahead of you. How much hope can you give us from the world of scrims that this, if you're able to win today, it's just like the first step on this road to getting another team in the top 8?
I mean, I feel like right now, like the confidence and how to play into the Asian improved way more from the last year. So I would say it's more like a 50-50. We are fighting into them. They are stomping. Sometimes they even get stomped. I think it's kind of scream culture, no? When a team stomps you, most of the Asian teams FF and go next. So I think we are going way better. Anyway, I believe that you need to make it in the stage. I think the stage is way different. Everyone plays, we'll say, some more scared, but I like to think that we are going to play without fear. And I think this is what worked into KT in the first match. The rest was just playing into Europe. So we need a T1 in the next round.
As a last question, we're seeing some drafts in the current meta where you have like one hyper carry. We see some Galio mid, you see a supportive top laner. It feels like it's all about an 80 carry on like 6 items trying to carry versus the world. If MKOI do ever end up in those situations, how do you feel about that? Like, is that your dream to be the only source of damage on the team, or would you really prefer to have like another carry somewhere on the team?
I mean, It's really funny, both. I will say it gets more pressure when you are the only one. But anyway, this meta is amazing. I can lane without super in top lane. I don't know. Like when I discovered that this was meta, I was like the most happy person in the earth because I can't blame anyone anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm happy, with the meta right now. I think you have a lot of versatility with the fearless. Like I think last year it was impossible to get a Bane angle. Now you can get Bane angle. You can get different things. So I'm really happy with the meta.
I hope you get to pick something spicy today. Maybe Alvaro and Mira want to get a little bit more time together so you can spend some solo time up there on the top side of the map. Regardless, that's going to do it for us here. Back over to you at the desk. And again, one more time, happy birthday to Supa.
Thank you very much.
Full circle moment with the Deft birthday callback. Let's see for him. Now, talking about the meta, he's happy about how that evolved. And Azale, I think they can be really happy about how the draw played out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really couldn't have gone better. Back-to-back European teams into the Secret Whales. So this is something where there's not a lot of easier teams at Worlds. You have to take advantage because, well, obviously if you fail here, you're out. But even if you win here, there's going to be so much more difficult teams. So I think it's so important to be able to have a good performance to really be able to show out.
It has to be an absolute confidence win for them without counting out their opponents, of course. And when it comes to the shared history of the Mad Lions before them and MoviStarKoi now, Emily, they've played those teams a lot. There was a tweet from the LCP earlier today that kind of laid it all out, right? Ever since Worlds 2024 in the last year.
Yeah, they basically run the LCP gauntlet
badly,
unwittingly. And I do want to point out again, it was GAM, the top Vietnamese team from last year, who ended up eliminating them from Worlds, right? So we're in kind of a similar situation today. I don't think, even though that GAM team kind of were cobbled together and then grew together, I still don't think Wales, their team fight playstyle is so specific, right? They're going in and they're going to out-hands you. I do think MKOI should have the macro advantage there, despite some of the shakiness we've seen out of them at this tournament.
We saw Elyoya there for a second. Now he's the guy that's been there every single time, even way before 2024. He's always made it to Worlds, but then when it comes to Worlds, Azale, it's lacking a bit.
Yeah, he hasn't really been able to, I think, show the same level that he does regionally, and whether that is a mental block, whether it is just more difficult competition or PAX environments, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm still waiting for that kind of breakthrough moment for Elyoya where he can really show his class, because especially when you look regionally, all of the early game from MDK, to me, is about this guy making things happen. Even on farming junglers, he always seems to make an impact in the early levels.
You're still waiting. It's 4 years. It's about to be happening, hopefully. But let's see how our fans have voted in the MasterCard fan predictions of the day. You can vote every single day at MasterCard GG on X. And there we see very happy MKOI fans, of course, FPL fans always. And 70%, it's a European fandom vote, I guess, a little bit more, so we can see that. I don't know if that's fair.
I mean, I do think MKOI should be favored. The big thing, though, look at what's most banned against Team Secret Whales, right? You've got Nocturne, Nico, Wukong, Annie, Kaisa. We're going in.
Yeah.
You know exactly what they do, so don't get drawn into that kind of chaos.
Makes sense. That's great to know for MoviStarKoi. A little riddle for you, but I got it from Medic, so if you don't know, it's better, because then he can say it. But there is an unseen connection between some of the players on the Rift today. Does anyone know what it is?
No.
I overheard this, so I'm not going to spoil it.
Okay, I'm going to leave it for Medic because it's his point and I don't want to steal it. But it just goes to show that there's a lot of shared history between so many of these players. And if they want to make history, they have to survive this best of 3 today. So let's see who comes out on top between MKOI and TSW.
저는 근 2년간 이뤄낸 성적을 생각해 봤을 때
Yeah, Baker in a lot of trouble here. Chovy on the chase. The perfect execution from Chovy, GENG in the quarterfinals.
They were built to win, and they will do just that. GENG has a date with destiny in the semifinals.
When they needed him most, Chovy heard the call.
만족을 해도 이상하지 않은 성적이라고 생각을 하고 아쉬운 부분도 있겠지만 잘한 게 더 많다고 생각을 하고 타이틀에 갈망이 있는 건 맞지만 그리고 젠지가 세계 최고의 팀이라는 걸 증명하기보다는 저희가 먼저 세계 최고의 팀의 자리에 서고 그 다음에 증명하겠습니다.
KT making quick work of it here.
Dismantling TES.
输给 KT 以后，其实也没什么影响，我们可以更好的反思自己，就可以让我们变得更强。
일단 잘하는 팀들과 만나게 되고 8강을 가는 관문인데 당연히 승리를 바라보고 경기를 보고
主场作战会给我们力量，我们会努力走到最后。我们会2比0的。
제가 할 말은 딱 한마디입니다. 운이 없네요.
Being one loss away from getting eliminated, of course, shouldn't feel good, but I think it's our comfort zone.
For MoviStarKoi, the road remains long and the spots are few.
Since our goals and ambitions are to win the whole tournament, I think this is just the beginning.
Trước khi đặt chân tới đây thì tụi em muốn khao khát được chiến thắng nhiều hơn nữa, bởi vì không những mang lại vinh quang cho Việt Nam mà tụi em mang lại vinh quang cho gia đình, bạn bè người thân.
KT just bulldozed their way through everyone on Team Secret Wales. The Wilds weren't enough to crush the Mighty Fly.
Tụi em đã không làm tốt trong những ngày qua. Tụi em sẽ chuẩn bị thật tốt để chuẩn bị vào vòng trong.
I think it's important to reflect, and I think if you focus on yourself and what you can improve, it's really easy to stay in the present.
Em luôn luôn muốn mình là niềm tự hào của Việt Nam. Đây là một cơ hội để thế giới nhìn nhận Việt Nam sẽ là một khu vực mạnh. Bởi vì tụi em đến đây để chiến thắng.
Any team that versus us should see us as a threat. Never had a doubt about my team, and never will.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where ahead of us lies a day of elation or elimination for MoviStarKoi and Team Secret Wales. The question is, can MoviStarKoi actually be the team that's not from EU here at Worlds 2025? And will Team Secret Wales show us the power they brought on day one with that dominant victory versus VKS?
I mean, I'm very excited to see how these two teams are going to face off each other. A lot of early game power across these two squads, and it really does feel like it is going to be fisticuffs from minute one to try and find that lead that can take you to that winning position.
I certainly hope so. I hope we get a lot of action here. You know, these teams very, very high as far as the combined kills per minute rankings. So we do expect some early action as well. We got to see, can the team that even gets the early lead actually finish out the game? Because, you know, that remains to be seen for both of them.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a struggle for these two teams to actually close out with those leads. Combined about 1 kill a minute in the first 14 minutes of their game so far. We'll see how well they can do as we get ready for the first draft of the day. MoviStarKoi taking the stage on the blue side, Team Secret Wales over on the red. We're still seeing most of the same draft priority as we've seen at the start of the Worlds. Obviously, now we're moving into Fearless over the last couple of days. We have seen a few things get banned out early and then left up in later drafts.
I do think we're starting to see things like the Trundle rise up a little bit in priority though, because especially as we start to see like Sion very, very strong in the top lane. All of like the things like Jarvan and stuff that want to try and dive into you. When you can steal away all those stats, it suddenly makes these dive compositions significantly less terrifying.
And that may be one reason that Team Secret Wales have put in Pun, their tank top lane champion. You know, he plays a lot of Sion. He plays a lot of other tanks as well, you know, with a sprinkling of other champions. But really putting in kind of a stable top laner for themselves to see if they can create, you know, some very straightforward team fights, perhaps.
Yeah, and we'll see if things switch up as we go through what could be 3 whole games in this best of 3. For MoviStarKoi, I think they will be looking at Mirwin and saying, hey, you're actually really good at some of these eclectic picks. Can you bring out the Varus top? Can you scale up on a Smolder top? Can you bring something out a little bit more unique? Because we know that Pun really does go towards these tank top laners.
It is funny though, because we've seen kind of the two styles of MoviStarKoi over the course of the year in this tournament. We got the Yunara draft, which was heavily focused on protect the Supa against KT in their game, but they unfortunately weren't able to pick it up. And instead, they've now fallen back to, which is what Team Secret Wales are prioritizing, the Rises, the Talias, the Gallios, for Jojo Pyun in the mid lane to try and play that more 1-3-1 style.
I see a lot of stuff up, guys. All right, we've got Orianna, Azir, and Yunara all available and only one more ban. So we're looking at a big trade of power picks.
And the question is, do you ban the Yunara and just swap those mid laners between the two teams? Do you get rid of the Azir, take the Yunara for yourself if you're Team Secret Wales? I think that might be where they're looking.
Yeah, I'm curious because Yunara is such a strong pick for MKoi, and they've shown they're very comfortable to give Orianna across and play the Galio into it with Jojo Pyun. We saw that against KT, and it may be a similar call here, but instead, they have learned their lesson. They were a little bit struck by the Orianna shockwave, and they're not going to give it across.
MKoi deciding to take away that massive teamfight ultimate that hurt them so much with BDD on that KT roster. It does mean though Sion and Yunara, very easy here for Team Secret Wales if they just want to go down that tier list. Pick the top laner that has the most impact. I would be surprised if Pun went across towards that Rumble, but it is going to be the Sion for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's his most played champion. It's the champion of the tournament so far. Now, the problem is, if you don't pick the Trundle with it, then obviously MKoi can just pick Trundle, and Trundle's very, very good in Assign, not only because of the ultimate, but also because of your pillar. And so you do have to think that might be in the works for MKoi.
Yeah, I think you take the Trundle here, you're more than happy with the position that you've ended up in. And now you can also opt in towards something like a Corki here, force Soup in the bottom side, just try and nullify the matchup into the Yunara and have this still very, very strong team fight off those picks.
And then when you're looking at Merwin as far as his individual champion into sign up on the top side, then you're thinking like, oh, is it the Mbessa, Aatrox angle? Because we haven't seen a ton of success from the champions that have played into Sion, obviously because Sion's win rate is so high. But the Trundle that we were expecting indeed picked up here for Elyoya. And so I think it's all really going according to the current meta that we've seen already at the tournament.
Team Secret Wales, when they played against KT, did look for the Jarvan-Galio combination to try and punish Cuz on that Trundle early game. So there's a possibility here. They pick the Jarvan, they save the Galio for second rotation, and they try and get into MKoi's jungle early on.
All right, no curveballs yet. Then we also get the Mbessa, the most picked champion into it as well. So pretty much as far as game one of this series, everything's going straight forward.
Yeah, I do think we're going to get that Jarvan lock in here. You could already see his toes kind of hovering it, but it does mean there's an opportunity here for MKoi to ban away the Galio and make things a little bit more difficult. But if you end up going for the Galio, I think your jungle ends up a bit too pinched for the situation that you're in. And they're not going to take either. Instead, looking towards that Alistar in the support role.
Looking for someone that can be another part of that beefy front line for Team Secret Wales here. The question is, will they be able to find enough damage outside of just the Yunara? Like, if you start to ban away some of those mid lane mages, MKoi can try and pinch that pool a little bit. There are still a lot of options, though, for Dire.
I think the other thing here now is that because you've got the Alistar, you can start to ban away things like the Rel if you want to, the Leona, the Nautilus, and just say, hey, look, we're going to make Alvaro a little bit uncomfortable in that bottom side of the map. And also by removing that engage tools, it means that this Mbessa is kind of just by herself, diving in onto the backline with the public execution, which does make things significantly easier for Team Secret Wales to just deal with that singular threat.
I like the Nico ban, because yeah, you're banning one of the engaged champs that's also could be problematic in lane and provide a strong duo lane for them. Of course, when you've got the Alistar as well, don't want to have to worry about Poppy W's. Same thing for Yunara. So Poppy, we've seen a lot of value from Poppy picks so far this tournament. Definitely finding this one here as well.
I actually think Poppy on either side would be quite nice here. Like, if I'm Team Secret Wales, I'm looking at Poppy. Mbessa can't get onto the back line. If MKoi look for follow-up engage like the Rakan, he can't get onto the back line. And you can always flex him into that jungle role with you already having your support and your top lane locked in. It's Wukong as the final ban from MKoi. First time we've seen that fall this far down in the draft for a while. But Team Secret Wales obviously not prioritizing it early here.
So I was going to say, are we going to get the Jarvan curse with the Sion blessing? And see which one is stronger.
Jarvan
it looks like
is 3-0 in his last 3 games. He is swapped away from the curse.
2 of those teams that won with it are eliminated already.
Oh, okay,
Fnatic and PSG both got eliminated after winning with Jarvan.
Okay, Team Secret Wales, you can win this game. After that, we'll see what happens. But yeah, there's the Jarvan locked in. MKoi looking for a little bit more disengage, some CC protection with this Braum.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's like Sion into the Trundle again. Like, I think this opens up so many opportunities to even take traditional AD carries that you wouldn't have to go for, like the Ezreal that wouldn't traditionally get through a Sion, but because you're stealing all those stats, now you're actually fine to go for that pick because that Sion is significantly less tankier and it offers you a bunch of safety into things like the Jarvan. Plus, Supa's just been a fantastic Ezreal when he's been able to play it, but it looks like it is going to be the core key, the lane neutralizer instead.
Yeah, you don't want Jarvan to have too many immobile carries to go after, so they get the extra dash here with the Corki, and his toe is probably going to be looking towards Orianna to try and pressure, burn his flash as much as possible. Meanwhile, Dire, here we go. The final counter pick into the mid lane, into the Orianna that they gave over. We were suspecting the Galio. You know, it is his most played, was his most played for summer. They are going to lock it in, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on Eddie to be the carry. That is the damage source. This is 4 beef balls and Yunara.
And the question for MKoi is, can they get through those beef balls quickly enough? Or can they perhaps find a way onto the backline? If that Mbessa finds a good ult onto the Yunara, it's very tricky for her to survive through the burst. But you do have enough disengage with the Alistair, with the Galio, with the Jarvan who can jump onto MKoi. For Team Secret Wales, front to back is all they really want to do here. MKoi, relatively similar, in all honesty. They don't have the easiest ball delivery system either, really relying on that Mbessa.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's going to be, trying to find flanks, trying to use the terrain creation that you have on MKoi to force Team Secret Wales into uncomfortable spots that opens up for Mirren in those flank chances. And the second Mbessa actually locks you up, that's when you can just command protect and get that quick shockwave. So definitely you can find Eddie in these fights. That can be the key to victory here for MKoi. But again, I am kind of nervous for them on just that early skirmish power that is coming out from Team Secret Wales. This Jarvan Galio combo on Invade post level 6 is so devastating for this Trundle if you don't have flash.
It really is. Team Secret Wales here trying to prove that the LCP is not just a one-team region. It is not only about the Flying Oysters, but the Whales alongside them, trying to carry themselves through to that 2-2 spot. For MKoi, looking for redemption against the LCP and at Worlds. Like, Mad Lions at Worlds was a meme for a very long time in the European region, and over the last 3 series, MKoi or Mad Lions Koi have played up against the LCP. They have been on the losing side.
Yeah, a lot here on the Team Secret Wales shoulders. Not only are they a representative of the LCP, but they're an entirely Vietnamese team, and Vietnam has such a huge fan base for League of Legends, a huge player base. And this team being the youngest team at the entire tournament, there is a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
And does oftentimes represent that new hope for Vietnam, especially as you see guys like Kiaya and Levi who have been around for quite a while, and on GAM that has been the team that tends to represent Vietnam at a lot of these internationals. It's now this new blood that is coming in and has taken down GAM to get here, which makes them so exciting for so many Vietnamese fans.
It's kind of the new blood with the old heads. Taki, the only player on this team that has been to Worlds before, all the way back in 2022, where Elioya beat him in play-ins to have a face-off against Evil Geniuses, where Jojo beat him to make it into the main stage. It's a long time ago that we saw Jojo and Taki back on this world stage, and here they are facing off in an elimination series again.
Yeah, Jojo joining forces now with Elioya, and to great effect, and that is one of the combinations that we will be looking at pretty heavily in this game. You just saw the Aegis pop up there. If you're looking at the jungle and mid lane matchup, as we actually see bottom lane with a decent trade there. But the jungle mid lane matchup, you know, those are the 2 youngest players at the tournament on the side of Team Secret Wales going against Elioya and Jojo. So we'll see if the Jarvan can put the expected pressure on Orianna. You know, we're expecting from draft Jarvan and Galio, very, very CC heavy combinations. And Jojo has always been one of our strongest laners in the West. Even when he was in the LCS, he plays very aggressively. He tries to trade on you whenever you go for CS. And in Orianna versus Galio matchup, you're always trying to put a lot of pressure, go for health trades, and try and push them out.
Yeah, try to use that clockwork wind-up passive as well, getting the consecutive auto attacks on a single target, doing more damage for each auto attack. So he's stepping past the wave, using Command Protect to eat the winds of war and not actually have his health bar be lowered. Both the junglers passing down towards the bottom side. Histo here already on his blue and his Gromp, whereas Elioya is just moving away from his red. Consistent trades in the bottom lane as well, with Alvaro using that heal earlier on.
I do think Histo has to be a little bit careful pre-level 6 though, because if you end up jumping in onto with the Flaggy Drag to the Trundle, it then opens up very quickly for Elioya to turn a bunch of damage back around, have that Trundle pillar to just make your life really uncomfortable in trying to escape. Post 6 becomes a little bit easier because you tend to have the Cataclysm and the Galio to follow, which is why MKoi now trying to go for these kind of cheeky invades and get the control down for Elioya so he can enable the favorable matchup in the early stages.
Histo skipping a Scuttlecraft for a gank in the mid lane. Jojo's going to have to flash away from the Justice Punch. Histo just has a little bit of a drive-by, autos one of the minions. Elioya leaving the bot side Scuttlecraft to go and try and fight towards the top side. Alvaro trading in here with the Unbreakable. There's the stun onto Taki. Taki pops the heal afterwards though, and Super's down to half HP. Concussive Blow's almost procced as Histo dives in. Elioya looking for the trade onto him. Chomp, chomp, chomp goes the Trundle. Dyer stepping forward down to 200. Gets the taunt, but gets smacked across the head with a club. Histo almost escapes, but the red's enough for Elioya. A double for the troll.
Oh, Elioya, that pillar was beautiful. He pillared the Justice Punch there, completely stuffed Dyer's Galio, and then just wins the 2v2. Okay, Trundle doesn't have like crazy mechanics, but that was a really good Trundle play right there.
He does have one mechanic that's going well, but Taki the bottom side now.
Flash away the Gatling gun though, hitting him in the bush, and Super gets the third on the board for MKoi.
It's going off for MKoi across the map. 2 kills onto this Trundle in the early stages, and now the kill for Super in this bottom lane. Team Secret Wales are not enjoying the start of this.
Chomp, chomp, chomp. Elioya will be fed, and that spells danger. He has gone all of the offensive components early of the Trinity Force. Was able to get full sheen and everything. And honestly, it started out with a good timing for Team Secret Wales. You know, they saw Elioya on the ward there. You can see in River that is still existing on the bottom side. But then they stick around and they're on vision as well. So Elioya takes this fight. He likes it. Starts out with the chomp fight with Jarvan. He knows Galio is going to come over and try and, combine with the fight. And so he times his pillar perfectly, expecting the play, and then just completely brutalizes them, even gets off the last bit of damage.
I think for Team Secret Wales, you're looking at Jojo in that situation saying he's got no mana, he's got one command attack, it's basically a 2v1 for us, but not realizing that Trundle often wins those.
Yeah, Trundle likes those odds.
Yeah.
And also just Clockwork Wind-Up does do so much damage, so despite the Orianna having no actual mana left, she was fine to just go for the play, and now MKoi in a fantastic position, especially as Elioya has been accelerated. He's now in a position that every time Histo tries to go for plays, like he might be looking for on that bottom side of the map, that's where, again, you can have Elioya match and constantly win out, and it just makes this game really uncomfortable now for Histo.
Yeah. When Trundle gets ahead and the opponent team is 4 melees, then you are in trouble. Trundle can really, really thrive against a lot of these beef balls. So.
At least he doesn't have something like a Scion in the top lane to steal all those really tanky stats to make him really survivable.
Or something like a Braum to help him get concussive blows on multiple people in a short-range fight. Elioya here shadowing his bot side as they push in the wave. That means they'll go for the Dragon. Team Secret Wales on that back foot. Don't expect them to contest this. They know they're not able to get into the driver's seat right now, as MKoi will start up the Drake. It's a little bit of a move from Dyer. Histo is on his way across as well. Taki looking for the engage here as the Arc of Judgment comes out from Eddie for a little bit of a slurkle. Hero's entrance onto the back line. Elioya doesn't have flash and he's alone in the back of the pit. The exhaust on Dyer is enough though. Shockwave coming out is going to catch up to Taki. Elioya already down as they look for a bit more of a trade, but Alvaro is now stuck by himself in the pit. Another slurkle, a flash from Eddie. It's going to be 2 for the Wales.
The best part about Team Secret Wales, they do not sit on losses. They will fight their way out, and they're still fighting.
Super in the shop instead of watching his screen as Histo collapses on him, stops his reset, but Super underneath the tower here should be able to go away. Histo looking for the flag and drag. He gets him, he gets the shield, and he gets out. Beautiful from Team Secret Wales.
That was so well played by Histo, knowing he had the damage, Super not respecting it, and Histo hits level 6 off of it as well, so even if Jojo tried to help him, he'd only be giving him a way out with the Cataclysm.
And he got a quick recall off there. He didn't go into the vision of the ward that was behind red buff. So he even gets out in a pretty timely manner. See, never give up on the plays. Really good contest there from TSW, even though they're going to lose the Dragon, still contesting afterwards to chase down the kills.
In the Vietnamese community, in the LCP community, there is a saying about Team Secret Wales. I'll tell you after this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the overextension coming through from MKoi. They get the Dragon, and they think, okay, we can try and take the fight, but because you get the Galio sent into the backline, Aoyoya is completely separated from the rest of the team. Taki and Histo were able to shove Supa away, who actually ends up CC for quite a while in the middle of this fight, and it's Eddie who's just fine on that backline to deal with Aoyoya, flashes over for Alvaro, and sets up perfectly now where he's got some of the kills that were necessary for this composition to work.
And this from Histo as well, just chasing afterwards. As soon as you see Supa go around this corner, you're kind of like, okay, he's Valkyrie'd out, he's out. Histo so willing to go for more of the fight, even without his Cataclysm.
Yeah, ward's over, gets a confirmation of the vision, EQs in, nobody punishes, and looks like he gets out of grubs as well with 2 of them in tow, so they get the objective credit. In addition, they were the first ones to the, MKoi was actually the first ones to the first 3 kills, so they have that feat's credit.
That they do. We'll be fighting over the next couple of objectives for these teams. Or the first tower for MKoi if they're able to secure that. I was saying the saying in the Vietnamese community about Team Secret Wales as Alvaro looks for Taki here. As Taki flashes in immediately to the engage, Histo is coming around the corner looking for the follow-up. Super locked up, there's the Cataclysm. Lock him in the cage, it's 1, they're looking for 2. Alvaro has no escape, and Eddie is shredding MKoi.
Taki and Histo finding the combo they need to lock down Supa and Alvaro, and what started off so well for MKoi has already started to slip completely out of their grasp.
If you are playing a 1-threat comp, you want the kills on that 1 threat. Eddie here does have the Kraken Slayer completed now on the Yunar after that 2nd kill. Histo also is going to be a threat though. The Jarvan's getting a lot of these kills and did get one of the earlier shutdowns as well.
This was just great from Taki. Spots Supa, immediately flashes forward, gets the pulverize into the head put, and they're trying to help out here by getting the stun on towards Eddie, but it's just too late. Histo's like, I'm in, I'm Superman, I'm taking down the plane.
And we promised action between these 2 teams, and we are definitely getting it. Almost a kill a minute so far in this early game. Taki level 6, Alvaro not yet across towards that ultimate mark. And Supa and Alvaro have to be a little bit cautious because Histo's in the area. Jojo, he's been a little bit involved, but mostly all's been quiet in this mid lane, and because of that, he's built up a 30 CS lead. But the lead is not as great as Eddie's over Supa. That's a 1,000 gold lead in the bot lane.
And you've got more to come as well. That cull that you so often pick up on the Yunara because of the synergies is going to end up popping, which is only going to snowball him as well. It becomes very difficult now for Supa and Alvaro to contest the wave states, as you can see. And this means you're going to start to put pressure on towards turret plates, and these observers feel like they're toying with us. I think Histo's here.
Histo going in with a flag and drag once again. Glacial Fisher out from Alvaro, stands beside his teammate while the public execution goes down to the top side. Alvaro's going to fall. Mirwin look for the damage onto Pun because Aoyoya's in the area. Does have that subjugate. They're waiting for the wave to crash in here. Supa has to back away from the bot side. Meanwhile, on the top side, MKoi decide they're not going to go for the dive. So for Team Secret Wales, a great exchange.
Huge stuff from Histo this game. You know, after the failure in the 2v2 mid, thought it was going to be very difficult for him to get back into this game, but constant fighting and chasing down these kills, this Jarvan is truly getting fed. Actually has overtaken the early lead that Aoyoya built up.
But that's the thing, it feels like when it comes to Team Secret Wales, they never give up. They will always keep chasing, they'll always find their fights.
And that's the saying that they know, that they use in the Vietnamese community is how we win. I'm not going to say it in Vietnamese because my pronunciation would be awful, but the idea is Team Secret Wales can be 10,000 gold behind and somehow still find a win, and they can be 10,000 gold ahead and somehow still find a loss, as Pun is caught out here with the shockwave, should be able to walk away from Jojo Pun. No real follow-up from the rest of the team. A command attack won't be enough even with that clockwork wind-up auto attack, and Pun just walks it out.
Also, even though Jarvan has been the target of a lot of scrutiny at this World Championship, Histo was one of the successful ones. Yep. Even though they lost to KT, he still had some very good Jarvan plays in that game, and certainly has had some in this game. So Dragon will be collected for their side with their margin of gold lead, but we'll see about the payment on the other side because MKoi want to dive.
Yeah, they're going to go underneath the tower here.
Dragon exchanged for it for Team Secret Wales. Pun flashing away there. Aoyoya Yeah, you know, you pop the subjugate, you get a couple of plates. MKoi will be happy enough with that. They were trying to find something on the other side of the map, knowing that Team Secret Wales had their jungler down towards the bottom side. Mirwin here trying to steal away these Krugs, but really more of a nuisance to his toe than anything else.
I mean, you're going to be delighted with that as Team Secret Wales. You managed to steal away a little bit of the camps. You don't end up with your top laner getting dove, and you're getting to zone Mirwin off of this bot lane turret. And coming back to what Kobe was saying yesterday on the desk, like, these are the kind of styles where Jarvan can succeed because you've got an immobile Orianna on the other side that you can look to focus down, because you've got that added pressure from the Galio that can come over the top. This is where this game, sure, you've got great scaling, but
Eddie's just going in, pops the ultimate, and Super's just dead! Eddie on a killing spree, 3-0-3.
When will people learn you can't approach Yunara? As soon as she gets the Kraken Slayer, she is so strong, and they are not scared of popping that ultimate to chase you down.
Yeah, respect to the Q charge up there. I mean, he just absolutely destroys him. Supa as well, blowing the flash on top of it. Going down is one thing, but going down and losing the summoner spell, you mentioned it, they could target Orianna. Now there's no flash on the Corki, so all you really have is the Valk, and Jarvan plus Galio plus Alistar, they will be coming for your head.
Plus Sion, he's looking for the chase as well, as it's going to be really tricky for Super to survive a next team fight. The good thing for him is there's still a minute before the Rift Herald, and MKoi could decide to give that up if they wanted. After that, the next neutral objective is that Cloud Drake coming up in 3 minutes' time.
So I also have noticed in some moments, Eddie does have pretty strong hubris. Like, he is one of the 80 carries that when he's feeling it, he is really feeling it. And we did have the one play, you know, where he hits Kai'Sa W and he's like, well, I don't have vision of everybody else, but I'll still go in. So he has to be a little bit careful because he is the entire team's damage, basically. Yes, especially in the early game, you know, there's a lot of base damages on all the other meatballs and stuff, but he has to be more careful with this lead that he does have.
I 100% agree, but I think at least the saving grace for him is like Jojo going a pretty defensive build with the Rod of Ages, so not going to be that big explosive damage that you get from something like the Hextech Gunblade. He's more got to worry about like Mirwin having access to the back line, and in theory, as long as Taki has that exhaust ready on the Unsealed Spellbook, should be able to survive in some of these fights.
Yeah, and in this type of game, when you are playing with 4 peelers, you got to trust your team. Eddie has to trust in his team. Hey, I'm going to go full offensive. It's on you guys to peel for me. It's on you guys to keep me up. Yeah. Plus, if my 80 carry is that far ahead, I kind of want him to go for some, you know, crazy offensive stuff.
Step up, Ian. Look for the fights wherever you can. Pillar down here by Elioyo as Daya uses that taunt just to walk his way away. The good thing for Eddie as well is there's minimal engage on MKoi, right? If you're surviving through the public execution, there's no follow-up really after that. You have a Braum jumping in, maybe a Shockwave, but you guys already talked about how low damage this Orianna is in the early game. Herald started by MKoi as Histo walks across from the side. Herald down to about 5,000. Taki gets a knock-up on both. Alvaro jumped on Super trying to get away, but he's dead where he stands. Alvaro in that redemption. Herald still the target. Elioyo will smite it and secure it. Now needs to get out of the back of the pit. Does have the flash, but he's knocked up. Will flash into the Tribush. Histo still on the chase with Eddie diving in. It's another, but Eddie as MKoi are rattled.
Histo and Eddie are just the Bash brothers in this game, destroying MKoi. I mean, yeah, they lost the Rift Herald, but they're going to chase down even more kills.
Dive in, Histo with the flag and drag. Alvaro able to stand beside his teammate. Taki goes in with the knock-up, Unbreakable down as well. They still have the Shockwave, but Eddie finds another. Jojo dies where he stands, gets one in response, but Team Secret Wales are ruling the Rift.
Taki with the honorable death there sets up Team Secret Wales for more kills for the tower. And this game started off with MKoi 3-0, and Team Secret Wales are completely blowing through them.
Put some respect on Vietnam. Let's take a look at this one. Again, the bottom of your screen, Histo and Eddie absolutely demolish them. In goes Alistar, Taki sets it up, and Suba just gets annihilated. Nowhere for him to go, even got exhausted. The Galio ultimate was just even unnecessary. By that time, they had already destroyed him, but they can continue the steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, it was for stall points in the Galio ult, and it's Eddie who's looking so clean on the back of this, flashing over to finish off the kills. And again now, this Yunara is massive. 5-0-5, already 2 items deep. Like, this is going to be so difficult for MKoi to try and deal with.
I will say, we'll keep track if the flash, on Yunara does get punished, not having that one for later. But honestly, I like it. Go with the hype. Continue to push for these extra kills and snowball the lead. They're even going to get some outer towers in trade. Dragon as well should be picked up. I'm thinking that Pun is going to be able to defend this for a while on the top side, but all the rest of MKoi can go make the cross-map play, and especially as Trundle's coming over, they will shred through him.
Yeah, they do need Supa up here, and he's on the way, so I think maybe this could be it for Pun. TP though.
Shockwave to save the way from the decimating smash. TP coming out, Pun flashing underneath the tower, and will be bolstered by the defenses of Dire.
Nice, crop mat defense here from Team Secret Whales. They're still going to get the Dragon, but invest a teleport here to keep the tower alive for now.
Going back in here with the taunt. The chase continues for Alvaro and Jojo Pyun, but they won't be able to find too much. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Super is surrounded by Taki and Eddie. We're looking for Elioya on this blue buff. Taki with a headbutt pulverize once again. Eddie puts the damage down. Won't have enough to work his way through his Trundle quite yet. The Super looks for a bit of a collapse. With Histo moving across, it will be dangerous for MKoi to take this fight.
Yeah, you don't even have to get a kill. It's just about pushing MKoi back right now. You push in top side. You have the potential here to shift over towards mid lane if you want to. Histo stole the Raptor camp and now the blue camp on the top side. Team Secret Whales are dictating everything on this map right now.
And their timers are going to be pretty straightforward. This team is all about, going for the objectives, trying to draw you to them. This team is obviously not built to siege, straight up siege, so they want to draw MKoi out to these fights where they can make use of their heavy engage and create that space for Eddie to win these team fights. So the Dragon stacking is imperative that they keep it up for Team Secret Whales in order to find that path to victory.
MKoi left reeling through this early game, 19 minutes in, 4,000 gold behind, and the majority of that sits on Eddie's shoulders. 2 items already complete, has the upgraded plated steel caps as well, just from those feats of strength. And for MKoi, you're looking at it, you have a Rod of Ages at 7 stacks, you've got 2 Triforces, but no one really has a second item yet apart from Jojo with that Horizon focus. Histo waiting to see if someone comes to cover this top side. Won't find anyone for the moment.
Yeah, you really do need from MKOI's side, like a big ultimate from Mirren followed by Jojo Pyun to hopefully pick off Eddie, but Team Secret Whales aren't giving them a chance again. They're invading on this top side, just keeping MKoi back underneath their own towers and allowing them this swift movement through this topside jungle. I'd love to see Team Secret Whales try and shift that pressure in towards a mid lane tower take or trying to zone MKoi away from it, but it is difficult at the moment with that Cloud Soul being able to allow MKoi to shift just as quickly back and forth.
Taki caught out as the rest of his team backs. He's going to pop that Unbreakable Wing, goes in with a headbutt pulverize. Eddie trying to come in from the side as well. Super needs that Redemption Cataclysm flashed away from as the Hero's entrance comes down. Mirwin flashing away from his own TP. Pun now on the front line, jumps straight into Alvaro, who's trying to protect his Ambessa. The concussive blows, the Shockwave finds 3. Jojo trying to turn Team Secret Whales into poutine, but he can't quite do it. Pun falls, 2 for Jojo now as Super walks underneath his tower and does manage to get away. Meanwhile, on the top side, Arakan, MKOI's next prize.
MKoi finally found the fight that they needed. The fact that Alvaro ends up jumping over the wall back into the Ambessa and Histo swaps places means that they're able to find the fight they need, at least get something back for themselves.
The Otacon call slightly hasty from me with the jungler still alive. Histo staying around Mirwin. Trying to walk through the darkness here, make sure those recalls go off before he comes out. Mirwin might know, but doesn't quite get the auto attack down in time. Eddie escapes.
Is going to be interesting too because they got some money off this fight, of course, for MKoi, but critically they also got both summoner spells off the Yunara. So look at the re-engage here. Braum on the front lines gets the Unbreakable up and gets the heal off. Here goes Ambessa ultimate over the top after they had already taken down the front line.
And crucially, as you say, Eddie getting that flash means that he's able to escape away, but MKoi more than happy to find that fight. And again, it was just that overextension being punished from Team Secret Whales.
And we're going to start to see Jojo really carry some weight here. That Orianna Shockwave already doing some heavy lifting. He has the Horizon focus done plus the Blighting Jewel, so creating some of the magic penetration. And the Rod of Ages has fully stacked, so the full value is here with the extra level. And he's really into that Orianna power curve that everyone knows and respects at the current World Championship. Like, this champion is early picked for a reason.
And alongside Mirren, who hasn't really been a part of much, but has been able to get a nice little gold lead for himself when it comes to the CES, is in a good spot. Like 2 items now complete on the Mbessa. If you can find that combo to lock down Eddie and work in conjunction with Jojo, I think you still have a chance here as MKoi. But as you can see, like, that was Team Secret Wales on an overextension. Eddie is still in a very good spot to carry, and if you can slow the pace of this game down until Eddie gets those summoner spells back up, you're in a decent spot for Team Secret Wales.
And another interesting consequence of the team comp that TSW are running is that MKoi feel confident to have Jojo split pushing. So Jojo has really kept up his CS numbers. Yeah, he did have a pretty easy early lane into a Galio, but he's also kept up, his 10 CS per minute with this Orianna, which is critical and leading to this large gold lead that he does have now on top of those kills, really making that big threat.
Especially if you can lane into Pun on this Sion. He's got basically no magic. It's just the Aegis sitting there, no Merc Treads as Mirwin's engaged on. Redemption coming out. Mirwin looking for the fight here onto his toe. Taki going in with a headbutt pulverize, and there's the TP follow-up. Mirwin was isolated from the rest of his team. Team Secret Wales turn their attentions towards the top side. Exhaust down onto Dire. Ball put in the middle of them, but no shockwave cord as of yet. Another Winter's Bite coming out from Alvaro just for the slow. MKoi want to fight this, but Taki's in prime position for this flank. Jojo will be able to spot him out with Elioya. Taki goes in, but the rest of his team not on the same page. And Alistair ticking down the missile just short of catching his backside. Pun now the target, stunned up with those concussive blows. Shockwave finds Eddie. Hero's entrance coming down for the magic damage shield as the chase continues. Jojo's going to kill off Pun, but he's going to use the zombie form to keep everyone else away from Elioya. Elioya falls. It's a great fight for Team Secret Wales.
Team Secret Wales are using the terrain so well in this fight, kiting back into that tri-brush so they can set up their front line. And Histo, maybe once more, he knows Supa's low, won't quite be able to find it though.
Yeah, zombie form value there as well. You know, this is one of the huge benefits of this champion. Pun creating so much space. And one of the unseen things with Jarvan as well, people often forget about the Q shredding armor. That plus the black cleaver, they're able to just melt through Elioya. So we take another look. Taki goes in, gets chunked out, and even with the late Alistar ultimate there, he still survives running away from it. Then Pun on the front line. It's kind of the sacrifice with the Sion there, but it's okay because of the champion and the Galio ult still able to peel. See on the top side, Elioya is getting shredded as Histo is able to shred the armor there, and the Yunara does take him down, but the zombie form kind of pushing all the rest of MKoi back.
And you can see in the start of these engagements how dangerous that Team Secret Wales bounce house is. As soon as you get caught by one, it's knock up after knock up after knock up. So you have to be so careful on MKOI's side as to who is actually going to face check a lot of these brushes, because you don't actually have someone that's particularly tanky. Like your Braum has a redemption. Sure, he can throw up the shield, but he will get taken down. I think that's what Team Secret Wales are playing very well around, is looking for members of MKoi as they enter into the dark zones.
TSW now one Drake away from Soul as they take another Cloud. MKoi starting up the Artican. TP's coming out from Team Secret Wales, as you say, going down quite quickly, but Histo is here. Alro gets the Winter's Bite. 5,000 now on the Artican. Pun with the Decimating Smash just to force MKoi up towards this top side. Redemption coming out. Mirwin looking for a flank of his own. Eddie has his flash though, so it's going to be very difficult to get onto him. Unstoppable Onslaught used. Alro with Glacial Fissure. There's the Artican secured by Histo. Pun still on that front line, and MKoi all grouped up for the Cataclysm. And here comes your hero! Dire dives in, lands the taunt, and MKoi are shredded. Mirwin on the back line, but Team Secret Wales wrap around him like piranhas to get a couple more as the fight continues. Team Secret Wales able to back away with the Artican. It ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. Just the supports going down. Looked like it could have been much more deadly for Team Secret Wales.
Honestly, it looked like a bit of an early redemption from Alvaro, maybe panic stations from MKoi as they try to find that fight, but Team Secret Wales, it's dire stock for them in this one because that Galio is making it tough for them.
And Team Secret Wales, they make the call, okay, we're going to create space to push them off Otacon so that Histo can get the objective first. Then we Sion ultimate in to create that space, push the 4 members of MKoi back, including Elioya. Histo then burns the Otacon. They get the double knockup on this group, and then watch Histo flash ulti into flag and drag out to try and keep them in the Galio ultimate. But even with that, the shockwave there from Jojo does peel for the team, and Merwin on the Mbessa able to flash his way out to keep the casualties at 1-1, as you said.
And I love Eddie's position in that fight as well. Consistently staying on the top left part of the fight because he knows Mirren is on the bottom right, trying to keep away from that potential of the public execution. Maybe Jojo Pyun's ultimate can come in, but Team Secret Wales are playing so well around these multiple threats in the MKoi lineup.
And guess what? You know, even though they survived, now JoJo, no flash on the Orianna. So Histo can go for another play onto this Orianna. Galio plus Jarvan, incredibly threatening. And this Yunara, if the Yunara goes untouched, this is full crit Yunara, looking at the big DPS scaling here for this champion through the clumped team fights.
Yeah, that Infinity Edge now complete is in such a strong position. Super struggling, only has the Mana Moon, a Trinity Force, and a couple of swords to his name. Pun here stepping in, keeping Elioya interested. Next Drake up in 2 minutes time, so still a while before that soul is available for TSW.
Still this mid lane turret stands though, and MKoi going to kind of using that as that bastion to pivot off of for a lot of these plays. Like, it lets them play very far up to keep tabs on Baron, to keep tabs on the Dragon that you were just talking about, Medic, in 2 minutes time. And I think that's kind of where we see what has been some of the fall points of Team Secret Wales, the ability to close out a game, to push that game forward. And yes, they have a lead, and yes, that Dragon is going to be a big focal point for them, but I'm curious, can they find a way to close this game out clean?
Yeah, I think the mid game is really, really critical, especially for this team comp, because they have some big power spikes coming up. With Guardian Angel, if you can get Guardian Angel on Jarvan, it allows you to force so heavily on the fights that have big rewards. Cloud Soul, as well as Baron being available on the map. These are the points that Team Secret Wales really need to nail right now coming up to hammer this game home.
And on the flip side, if you give the chance for Jojo Pyun to finish off things like the Zhonya's Hourglass that I imagine he's working towards, suddenly that dive potential becomes a little bit less threatening. Not having a flash gives you a second lease of life. So I think that's where Team Secret Wales kind of need to keep the ball rolling in their favor. Not saying that they don't scale incredibly well, just MKoi have that burst potential, as you can see.
The damage onto Eddie, he turns it back onto Super. Valkyrie's in, Elioya trading with Histo towards the top side, but it's a Randuin's Trinity Force Trundle, and that's not going to do too much work. Just tries to keep Histo at bay. 40 seconds before that Cloud Drake. Team Secret Wales just using their pressure to push in this mid wave. Obviously, they want the tower, and they should be able to get it. With super low, TSW push in and will crack through that mid tier 1.
All right, the moment of truth approaches. 25 seconds, and they're going for the resets. This means that Team Secret Wales will be a little bit slow to get to the actual Dragon fight. Allows MKoi some early movements. Maybe this is MKOI's chance if they get an early setup here and can try and take advantage of the staggered resets here from TSW.
Taki was reset twice, and he doesn't have any wards in his inventory.
He also just used his TP to get to that top side Atakan fight, so no TP available on the Unsealed Spellbook.
See MKoi taking their time to try and deny as much vision here as possible. Histo steps in, goes in with the Cataclysm, Unstoppable Onslaught, blocked by the walls. Jojo, though, caught out as Alvo tries to protect his mid laner. Hero's entrance in by Dio, TP behind them. The Shockwave not connecting as Team Secret Wales already found one in the fight. Histo looking for a little bit more. There's the second. Eddie's going to get a double. There's Soul for them, and probably Baron alongside it.
They win the critical fight here. TSW, they walk in, and they take everything from MKoi.
Elioya chased out. They want to take him out just so that he can't contest this Baron. The Soul will be Team Secret Wales. 30 minutes in, 4.5K ahead. A Cloud Soul at their backs in this MasterCard priceless moment of the game.
And Team Secret Wales will get the Soul by keeping the heart of their composition alive. It's Eddie every single time who is having the protection of his life in these fights. And every time MKoi try to make a play, it just does not work.
Histo flashing the white flag here as they're going to claim the Baron. We said these were the moments they're going to have to nail, and they nailed it. Histo himself, he targeted Supa and pushed Supa kind of up to the other side of the fight, which allowed the rest of TSW to focus on Jojo and take down that Ori.
There's also this ward in the Razorbeak pit where Dyer gets a TP behind Jojo Pyun.
Yeah, and also then the big ultimate coming through from Dyer, and again, it's Eddie who's able to reposition on towards the back half of the fight. That makes it so difficult for MKoi to actually get access to it.
Yeah, I love it. Eddie looking to use aggressively flash in so he can follow up and kill this Orianna very quickly. Him just working so well with Taki there on the other side of the fight and taking out basically the biggest threat that they're facing at the moment so quickly, just made it look really easy for TSW.
And what a start to this series for Team Secret Wales, beating VKS on day one, losing to Katie, losing to Fly. I think a lot of people wondered whether the VKS best of one was just a flash in the pan. Here they come out 5,500 gold ahead at the 32-minute mark, a Soul at their backs, a Baron at their backs, a 5,500 gold lead on Eddie, who's played this Yunara 3 times and has about a 21 KDA on it, because he doesn't tend to die. And it's just incredible stuff from the LCP number 2 seed.
The LCP demanding respect at Worlds 2025, and they are getting it.
And it's funny to see because it was MKoi who wanted to face off against CFO, but they can't even get through the first part of LCP to get to the raid boss on the other side as Team Secret Wales stepping forward now. They want to go for this bot lane turret and then deny access from MKoi to that structure.
They'll be able to do it. Team Secret Wales tossing the I's, crossing the T's. The system dives in a little deep here. Concussive blows comes out, but a good Mikhails from Taki will cleanse away that stun. Still the Guardian Angel on Histo's shoulders. With Galio pushing in the mid lane, Team Secret Wales want to try and crash these 2 waves at the same time, but they don't quite align them as well as they would like.
Rabadon's death cap now completed for Jojo Kyun though, so if they can find that fight, there is the burst damage behind Jojo to try and take them across the finish line. But Team Secret Wales have played this excellently. They really just have not given a chance for Eddie to get caught out whatsoever. And even now, still having the barrier, still having the support that he needs, it feels so difficult for MKoi to find that fight.
Yeah, that's why it's so critical for TSW to get the Baron buff. This allows them to just destroy these towers without a lot of effort.
Miller goes down, it's like he's down to half HP. Histo going in as well. The tower is going to fall on Onslaught. Will find the knockup onto Elyoya. Chase comes in with a hero's entrance. Jojo pinned the target. He manages to flash out. Taki going back in for the re-engage. Eddie goes legendary as Team Secret Wales just slowly roll their way through the MKoi base.
There's just nothing MKoi can do. Team Secret Wales, the beefcakes are out in full force, and it's Supa who's already at half HP.
Yeah, Eddie is just untouched on this backline. Histo still has the Guardian Angel. He's going to dive forward once again. Pun goes down underneath the towers, but he's actually still alive somehow as Dyer dives back in with the Justice Punch. Supa forced away towards the top side. Eddie still standing. Elyoya and Supa trying to defend against Team Secret Wales here. And they might be able to do it with the Baron falling off. Reset's going to come out from Dyer. He does have his teleport. Eddie's flash about to come off. Cooldown has the barrier as well. Supa pots a barrier of his own. The pillar goes down. Eddie out of tower range just in time as Dyer now TP's back in. Alvaro's going to come back from the fountain. Supa trying to heal up before his Nexus towers go down. The Unbreakable used to block the shots. Josh's punch in with the taunt. Supa coming in with the Gatling gun, but he can't get onto that backline. Eddie is low. MKoi know it. They have to kill this AD carry, but they just can't get through.
Team Secret Wales don't die!
Secret Wales. It's beautiful from TSW. Elyoya, the last man standing, but Eddie kites him like an absolute madman. TSW 1-0 up.
What a game here from TSW. We thought it was going to be 4 beef balls and 1 threat. Turned out to be 5 threats, I feel like. Histo, really good game on the Jarvan. It felt like ever since they lost the 2v2 in mid lane, they then just took over the rest.
Yeah, and it felt like there was just absolutely no way for them to try and get back into it. But I think I want to toss it over to the analyst to break that one down. Shocks, are you as heartbroken as I am right now?
I'm angry. Don't talk to me about being heartbroken. I first do want to give credit to Team Secret Wales and the recovery in that game, and then the clairvoyance to just play out the game, knowing that they had MKoi right where they wanted them. But I'm actually so angry. The fact that you get given. You get given. There was a misplay from the enemy. 3 kills for your Trundle jungler in the early game. That you push him around bot lane. And then Supa, like I like the guy. I think he's been a great player in EU, but I think this is extremely disrespectful to have that recall, to not have the presence of mind to know that they can catch you out because it snowballed against them.
Yeah, I mean, this play as well, this was after that, but I mean, on vision, he was recalling, like he saw the Jarvan on vision, he walked up to him, didn't stop his recall, gets interrupted, then starts recalling again, doesn't see the ward over the wall, dies. Then here, you know, he chooses this fight where he doesn't actually back off when he's sitting in the side brush, gets caught, dies again. He was really having a horrible run of play. I felt like MDK had a big draft advantage. I felt like they, you know, put themselves in an incredible position in the early game. I thought this was a done deal after the first 3 kills. But that run of play from Supa was rough. Eddie put himself in a great position. And then with that massive advantage they had, Jojo was kind of the lone hope because he was the only one with gold for MKoi.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, with a composition like this, it's so single damage, right? Which is why the 2 of us didn't like it. You have 1 carry, it's the Yunara, everything is in service of the Yunara. We called out with Poon starting in the top lane with that Scion. It ended up coming through. We actually had all 5 of our highest win rate champs. 4 on MKOI's side, and then just the Scion. And
they're playing 4 melee against Braum, Trundle, Orianna.
Crazy. And then yeah, the big thing was Eddie ended up popping up. He ends up 9-0-12 on this Yunara, and it started with so many unforced errors from Wales, and then unforced errors from MKoi to kick it right back to Wales.
And we said before the game also, Azale, right? They do love to fight, Team Secret Wales, and they started to feel it, and they know that they have the advantage on their ADC, and they actually don't make many mistakes in the rest of the game.
No, not at all. I mean, I think they have really good hands. You cannot be looking at this team as a joke, right? I think that their setups, how they play the map is worse. I feel like if MKoi, just took that 3 kills with their compositional advantage, played it out slow, played for vision control, play around objectives, just set up your team fights for that, they would have won this game very, very easily. But instead, they kind of got drawn into the chaos. 41% of the team's damage. It's a solo carry performance here. The team was all there to enable Eddie, and he played it out beautifully.
I want to call out that Azale called it before this game. He's like, okay, if Wales is going to win, he's going to have, Eddie is going to have at 40%. Least a 40% damage share for his team, which just shows you, again, how important it was for this Yunara not to get ahead for MKoi, and that's exactly what happened.
The only thing is, just don't feed the Yunara. Just don't feed the... Oops, I absolutely fed the Yunara.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like MKoi was not thinking about their opponent's win conditions, right? Where it's like, you have to think about the only way your opponents really win this is Eddie getting a bunch of kills. So where are they going to attack? Where is this Jarvan going to be looking to attack? Of course, they're going to be trying to attack the bot lane. So really, MKOI's bot lane needed to do nothing but sit back and trade waves. Just farm, do absolutely nothing on the map.
Escapes. You have a flash and you can E away.
And both your solo lanes have push. Jojo was way ahead in the mid lane. You can play through that and just chill and farm, not let Eddie get accelerated, and you're cruising.
And that's what I think is particularly disappointing for MKoi, right? Because I do think they scouted out what Wales wanted to do well, right? They're like, okay, you're going to come at us. You're going to want to dive. You have this kind of single focus on in your comp in this Yunara. They had a perfect comp to kind of receive that. You saw it from the early Trundle plays. It's exactly what we wanted to see out of Elyoya. So going into this next game, it's really all about looking at execution. It's not draft.
I've seen it before. I just have to say, we called up the records earlier, right? We called up the records of Mad Lions back then, MoviStarKoi, the fact that they haven't had a good history against this region specifically.
Lost the last 3 matchups.
Lost the last 3 matchups. There's also a lot of games in their international history where they throw away leads. And I actually think if they do not manage to pull this back, they have nobody to blame but themselves, because the draft was in their favor. The draw was in their favor. And I think when you look at the other side, right, this is such a momentous opportunity, I would say, for the team of Team Secret Wales, the youngest roster at this World Championship, that now have all the confidence in the world.
Absolutely. And talk about being able to prove your region. Everyone is accepting that CFO is this top team. TSW has an opportunity to push themselves in that conversation. MKoi chose red side there, but it's going to be an exciting game too.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting, right? Because it shows you that they're really, really looking for counter picks to whatever Wales end up bringing out. And I actually thought they did a good job on blue side in game 1, so we'll see if they can bring it back in game 2.
Cadril says not to be a game 1, Andy, but I can't help it right now. Let's see if MoviStarKoi can recover this, or if Team Secret Wales move on to 2-2.
Their time to try and deny as much vision here as possible. Isto steps in, goes in with the Cataclysm on top of Onslaught, blocked by the walls. Jojo, though, caught out as Alvo tries to protect his mid laner. Hero's entrance in by Dio, TP behind them. The shockwave not connecting as Team Secret Wales already found one in the fight. Isto looking for a little bit more. There's the second. Eddie's going to get a double. There's Soul for them, and probably Bammon alongside it.
They win the critical fight here. TSW, they walk in, and they take everything from MKoi.
Hi guys, I'm Kevs. I believe the world final will be G2 against T1.
Hello， 大家好，我是小明。我自己觉得这次进决赛的应该有滔博 AO 还有DOG 吧，因为我觉得他们算的几率都是挺大的。然后我也相信6-6这局会冲进决赛的，然后也希望大家们都在决赛相战。6-6加油！
An update is required. Financial system updating. system updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are here for Game 2 of this best of 3 between Team Secret Wales and MKoi. And Team Secret Wales 1-0 up in incredibly convincing fashion, I have to say.
I was certainly convinced. Vietnam showing up huge here, game number 1. They absolutely destroy MKoi, but MKoi actually got really good starts. They drafted well, and they won the first 2v2 skirmish in mid lane and still got destroyed. Super especially has to lock in, has to really pay more respect
That's the thing. If you watch the first few minutes of that game and you went off to make a cup of tea, as a European fan, you're delighted. You think, well, things are going great. This is all going to be fantastic. And you come back and you're like, the house is on fire. What the hell happened? And a lot of that was, again, Team Secret Wales incredibly good at finding these moments, finding these picks, and shout out to Histo, who was fantastic on the Jarvan in finding those moments to claw it back. But MKoi, they really need to step it up here if they hope to remain at World 2025.
As we jump into our Champion Select powered by Omen HyperX, let's have a look at where the bans fall. We are in Fearless. Wukong going to get removed by MKoi. Annie, they are on the red side this time. They got to elect their side because they lost game 1. Talia and Rumble taken away by Team Secret Wales.
Okay, so I assume we're going to get a Zir ban still since, okay, yeah, no trades for it. Question then being, what are they going to pressure for JoJo? JoJo loves Ryze as well, and has been pretty popular, at least at the beginning of the tournament, although did lose a lot of games. Looking at the jungle, trying to whittle that one down as well.
We did get the Kiana ban from MKoi in the last game, respecting Histo's pressure on that, so I'm curious if they continue with that, or whether you want to just allow some of these bigger power picks through, but the Aurora are going to be banned away.
Yeah, Aurora is something that Dyer really likes to bring out. Played it in 2 of his first 4 games here at Worlds. So taking that away once again from MKoi, getting rid of the Annie. Dyer now, it's already used the Galio. The Oriana's off the board. Ari really is his last option of his most played. But Ryze, as you said, Kobe still reigns eternal. Cassio, the pick into it. Well known as a counter pick, although I think there's debate as to how good it is. Kiana for Elioya. It's expected if you think about the player, but I won't say MKoi have been a huge Kiana team recently.
I mean, he did end up getting the win on it against Fnatic in the first game of their series, and I mean, we have seen him played in the LEC as well. Got a big lead, wasn't able to close out that game in a win, but still a pick that enables Elioya to play hyper-aggressive, and I expect Alvaro to try and bring in something that's very aggressive in his own right, that can roam and support Elioya on these pick plays in the early stages.
And I want to see what side lanes TSW want to go with this Ryze comp that they are building here really early on. They're going to grab this into the Kiana, see if they can try and push that one out. But is it actually going to be, you know, early AD carry pick here? Or are they going to try and grab one of these primo engaged supports?
And Nico's still available, one of the most picked or banned here at Worlds so far. Locked in for Team Secret Wales. Not something we see Taki on too often. It's about his 4th, tied 3rd most picks, so has about 4 games on it so far in summer 2015. Into that, MKoi looking to see if they want to pick their support here. You could go AD carry and then ban out a couple of AD carries to get yourself a slightly better matchup down towards that bottom side. Where Super was struggling in game 1, so looks like it is going to be support. There's something to combine picks like you were talking about, Rob.
Yeah, it just works very, very well with the Kiana and being able to set her up for some of these plays. And also, again, like at the moment, what you're seeing on Team Secret Wales is, hey, Zinzel wants to jump in, Nico wants to get in very, very close. So you've now got these plays with the Cassiopeia and the Rakan to try and disrupt that, which I think is a good call here from MKoi. But they weren't able to disrupt that engage from Team Secret Wales in the last one. So I have to see how they want to round out their composition on Comfort to try and fight back here.
And bottom lane was a huge story. I mean, it was basically the story of the whole game in the previous one. So you have to respect Eddie here. You know, Kaisa, his most played, really big one for him. And MKoi trying to whittle down since he was the carry for the team.
I still think like things like the Ezreal and that are going to be fine here, unless that is going to be the last ban here for MKoi, or even honestly something like the Caitlyn. I think you've got on MKoi something that really likes to play on short range engages, so either of those picks going to work fairly well in just being able to poke from afar, keep themselves safe, and keep them at a harm's length from things like the Cassiopeia and this Kiana ult.
You could even look for something like a Jhin. It's something Eddie is relatively comfortable on, and you do have that ability to play from long range, pop Blossom or even Curse and Call for the initiation, get a couple of slows, pop Blossom follow-up. You also have the option of realm warping that Nico onto the backline, that Ryze Blossom combination we've seen a couple of times. Kasante and Xayah bound away by Team Secret Wales. Ezreal locked in for MKoi. They want that safety for their AD carry.
Yeah, I think the mobility for your carries is at a premium right now, looking at the engage that you're playing against. So taking away the Ezreal from Team Secret Wales pretty early on, but see if we do get that pushing lane on bottom side. Again, you know, a Caitlyn lane for a heavy pushing early on with the Nico is huge priority. If you compound that with a Ryze, definitely opens up a lot of options for you in the mid game.
The thing I really like about Caitlyn and Kiana as well is that you basically get to dictate where Kiana can walk in around those objective fights, where Kiana's so strong. So if you can set up that zone of control with the traps, it can make it a little bit difficult for the Kiana to find access into these fights. So from Team Secret Wales perspective, you've got, as you say, great pushing lane on bot side, a strong or a decent mid lane. Cassiopeia will eventually be able to win that. And now with the Renekton, with that Cassante band away, there aren't maybe something like a Nara here for Mirwin in that top side, or is this finally where we get to see Mirwin go for something a little bit spicier?
You look at MKOI's lineup, you're like, it's really not that tanky. If they're ever caught out, they are just going to be bursted down by Team Secret Wales. We'll see, and there's the tank, there's the Ornn, gives you a bit of long-range engage as well, follow-up for the Rakan if he goes in, or even initiation with that call of the Forge God. And gives you okay scaling with the ornaments that you can pick up later on.
I mean, certainly, yeah. He's picking for comp for sure right here, being the last piece to the puzzle for those team fights. The long-range engage, Ornn plus Kiana is kind of terrifying in itself, and if you have good Rakan flanks, the engage looks intense from MKOI. So Mirwin kind of being a real team player here, locking in the Ornn for them.
And I think that's where if you're a Team Secret Wales, you are looking to play through these exceptionally strong side lanes. The Renekton should have control in the early stages, same with this Caitlyn Nico, and that's where you can try and set up this early game through plays, through being able to dictate the pace around the map, and honestly, prevent Kiana from going from invades. It's one of the things Kiana likes to do is get into the face of the enemy jungler, see if she can find these picks, but if you are losing control on those side lanes, and as we get to the mid game on the mid wave, thanks to this Caitlyn, finding those plays becomes a little bit more difficult for the for Elyoya's Kiana.
He is very experienced on it, even if it's not something we've seen him play too much recently. 10-2 all-time on this Kiana. When he came into the league, he was this explosive jungler. Alongside Razork, they were the new kids on the block who really liked to play through that early game. For MKOI, they need some of that magic from Elyoya, this guy that has been with the team for so many years, has made 5 worlds in a row, has gone through trials and tribulations, rebuilt the team in 2024 around him, added JoJo in this year. For MKOI, you're looking at a long road back into Worlds. For Team Secret Wales, you're looking at 2-2. You're looking at knocking out MKOI once again from that LCP region as we get into Game 2.
I see a support up in top lane. Taki here gonna sweep out the lane swap ward. See if they do any sort of resets here. You see the recall channeling start here from Supa. Now they're kind of guessing.
I think it's a great fake though. They send the support topside and look at the resets coming through from MKOI. They want to try and match now the Ezreal into that top side, but Caitlyn is stuck around the bottom lane. And the bot side is much weaker when it comes towards holding out. It's one of the changes that we had to try and stop these lane swaps. So it means Ezreal now going to have a hard time pushing, harder time taking tower, and the Caitlyn is still down here into a great matchup.
Caitlyn will be picking up a lot of drops from those plates in the early game. And a reminder that drops are active all worlds long. So be sure to log into your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot. Can't promise you extra gold in your games, but there are, emotes and such that you can pick up. So we see Daya and Jojo Pyun matching up in this mid lane. The Cassio into Ryze, a counter we've seen for quite a while. Idea that you can chase him down, the Twin Fangs healing as well, working out quite well for you. But hasn't always worked as effectively as people tell me it does on paper.
Yeah, and the Miasma pretty good for later into this comp as well. Sometimes you can be a champion that punishes Xin quite well on top of that. Jojo, of course, plays this matchup super aggressively, always looking for the early, combat power there. Ezreal versus Renekton, though, Supa should be able to get some early harassment down and push Pun back. He's doing a good job landing the Mystic shots here, applying that aggression versus the range versus melee matchup on the top side. Same thing down here, trying to soak, though, Alvaro and Mirwin. See if they can scrape together any sort of CS for him.
At the moment, though, as you say, it's going to be Eddie just able to hit her alongside Taki onto the turrets, and this is going to work out fairly well for themselves as they can just continue to whittle this down. And in this position, this is kind of what you want for your Caitlyn, where she can just snowball off of the goal she's going to pick up early, and also open up potential invades on these next camp spawning if you want to for the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, going to see how much the payment is going to be for the bot side turret plates. And as you say, since Xin is finishing on the bottom side, you also have to worry about how low you're getting as far as the dive. So even though you are Ornn, are a tank, Don't want to get too low here, and every little bit of extra harassment. We are going to see the Rakan move from Alvaro, of course, towards mid lane.
Jumps onto Dyer, who flashes away immediately. Gleaming Quill for a little bit of healing there onto Jojo.
Nico did end up taking the cannon minion here, so I wonder if Team Secret Wales are setting up for a dive onto Mirwin in this bottom side. He's gone incredibly low, and again, you have that opportunity to turn into that cannon minion and tank that turret for days. It looks like that's exactly what Team Secret Wales want to try and do now.
He's going to build himself a cloth armor with that passive. Plate almost down. Taki stepping forward, looking for the blooming burst damage. Doesn't quite connect. Histo coming in. Mirwin beginning to back off. Has popped a potion. As that Doran shield as well, while in the mid lane, the catch. It's Kiana with Burst Blood. Elyoya will get it. The dive on the bot side, it's enough. Great tanking from Taki with the cannon. Good spot there, Dagda.
Yeah, really nice job on the bottom side, but MKoi able to fight back in the mid lane, playing around the lockdown from Jojo Pyun and an early kill for Elyoya. At least it's something back for MKoi.
Yep, getting some gold back there is going to be a very, very slight lead over to TSW, almost negligible. It's going to be about where the gold did go, and you know, Xin getting kill credit and Kiana getting kill credit. If you see a Kiana get early lethality items here, that can be devastating. We'll see what he can do.
Yeah, it looks like, though, actually, it's another little bit of a lead to Elyoya, thanks to being able to get both Scuttle Crabs as well. Now moving back in towards jungle, he clears his bottom side, will reset and be able to move back into his top side as it starts to respawn. So for Elyoya, nice little lead, and should have, as you say, Kobe, that nice back for himself so he can spend some of that gold.
Does mean, of course, Ryze no flash for a long time as well. And if Jojo can continue to pressure in mid lane, well, looks like we might have junglers meeting up at the Raptor attempt.
Histo, not going to go for the Razor.
Not seen.
Instead going towards that mid lane. Jojo doesn't have the flash. Dyer doesn't have one either. Histo looking for the Q3 knock up here. We'll be able to get the chase continues with that Rune Prison and overload and auto needed. Histo takes it. Red buff. The buff that secures it there for Team Secret Wales.
Nice counter there. Histo gets back in towards mid lane to even up a bit. I mean, the offensively blown flashes can be punished just as much as the defensively blown ones.
And this is the problem with Elyoya sticking out on the map so long. He hasn't actually got to reset to match the early back, so didn't have the damage when it came towards matching that gank in the mid lane. Really nice timing window from Histo.
Yeah, Histo a little bit behind on the camps because of it, and Elyoya keeping up the farm, but doing that work and actually getting the kill credit does mean the gold will be close.
Pun hits 6 here, chasing Mirwin out of that top side, has about a 15 CS lead as he's holding that wave. He's actually just tanking the tower. With Mirwin not being level 6, there's no threat of a Call of the Forge God. You still have Flash as well for Pun, and by holding that wave where it is, it's going to push slowly towards Pun.
Yeah, and since Pun has his level 6, the Renekton all-in is really threatening. Even though you get low, Renekton is below 50%, then you get a lot of this extra Fury generation, and you're even more threatening. So, pulled the wave a little bit.
Mirwin does have the Bramble Vest, though.
Flash away from Mirwin. As you say, Mirwin did build that Bramble Vest, but it's a flash for Flash and the ultimate out of Pun.
Good play there from Pun, getting the flash, denying more CS. Really like the use of this extra level advantage.
And for Mirwin, using the Bellows Breath there, which is your ability to avoid the Ruthless Predator stun right in the face of the guy that wants to jump in as Jojo is the target. Petrifying Gaze will get the stun onto Dyer, and Taki doesn't really have the damage to follow up. So in the end, Jojo just uses his ultimate and is able to slither his way away.
I mean, that's a huge Petrifying ult to keep himself safe, but also a nice ultimate to burn at these early stages, especially looking at things like Dragon up, you've got that Void Grubs that are about to spawn as well. I think Jojo Pyun should have his ultimate back up in time, but still, I like this proactivity from Team Secret Wales in the early stages.
Pun arriving in time for the minion wave as well, collects it even with the slow traveling teleport, gets there with open arms, and so this is working out so well for TSW. I mean, sending Taki in the level 1 up top side with the sweeper to sweep out the lane swap detection ward, making MKoi guess, resulting in the early game lead for themselves. The other thing that has been a big contributing factor to that lead, of course, have been the movements from Taki on the Nico and applying the extra pressure towards mid lane to put the balance back the other way.
leads across the board for Team Secret Wales. 700 gold between that Renekton and Ornn. 400 between the AD carries, and Eddie, most of that is just off taking plates. You can see the CS is equal. Obviously, there's an extra assist for Eddie, but he's in such a strong position to just push super back using that serrated dirt. Grub started by TSW as they force MKoi back into their jungle.
Elyoya having that supreme display of talent, though, could be massive at some of these objective fights, and that's realistically what you're trying to wait on for this jungler, so then you can actually be a focus in these fights. Jojo still trying to get trade against Dire, but Team Secret Wales push on top, happily taking these void grubs with a little contest coming through here.
This is so big for TSW. If you get all three, I mean, the split push with the Rise later on is going to be a very potent tool.
And the Caitlyn right now.
And the Renekton right now.
And immediately.
With all of the turret plate money that they have been able to earn, looks like they will be able to continue it. I mean, Caitlyn plus Nico is going to be threatening no matter where it is on the map.
TSW will be really happy with how this early game's gone. With five players who are so young. The new generation of the LCP showing up so well here at this Worlds, constantly putting the pressure onto MKoi. And I did wonder with the addition of Pun in this series whether or not they'd have the same impact that they can have with Hero, but they are constantly putting the pressure down, and Pun has had a really good series so far.
Yeah, especially his side lane play here. His part in the lane swaps, you know, controlling these minion waves, applying that extra pressure to Merwin, has resulted in their biggest advantage.
Yeah, and you wouldn't expect Team Secret Wales with the way they're playing to be so many rookies when it comes to appearances on a world stage. Like, Taki's the only one that's been here, but his toe has looked absolutely fantastic. Eddie is popping off, and it feels incredible to see these guys perform at the level that I think a lot of people are often surprised by when you see like newer teams coming up from the LCP region.
I think it's one of those things where you just you have to reframe your expectations around the LCP. CFO have proven it to us at First Stand, they've proven it to us at MSI, and now Team Secret Wales are proving it's not just a one-team region either. The entirety of the LCP continues to level up.
Look at this flank. Pun is behind Supa at the moment. Does get the cleanse out. Just going to end at that, though.
And Taki looking for a flank here. No vision for MKoi in their red side jungle. There's a ward in that tri-bush, but Elyoya, he's flanked. Histo stepping forward. They don't know. Taki's here. Pop Blossom. The Blast Cone available. Supreme Display of Talent will get the double stun, and the Blast Cone out by Elyoya gets him to safety.
But it keeps everyone topside for Team Secret Wales, and Mirwin, he's all on his lonesome. No wave will be his saving grace here. Team Secret Wales won't be able to look for the dive, but that wave is coming, and Mirwin, I think you got to try and get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, TSW hard winning both side lanes at the moment because you just had Pun on the bottom side also pushing out the Ezreal, and so they just continue their onslaught on the towers. Even if you don't go for dives, go for kills, you get guaranteed money here. Value from the grubs, value from these turret plates.
And I think the only thing that Team Secret Wales aren't getting that I would like to see them get is the Dragon. Like, it is still sitting there. We're 11 minutes into the game. That could be a way for you to force fights a little bit earlier in the game, because Cassiopeia scaling is insane. This Ornn going to add a lot of help in that later portion of the game as well, but still, they're getting so much gold.
Call of the Forge got used by Mirwin just to clear out the wave here. Doesn't kill off all the minions, though. There's a couple of casters still there. Histo diving in onto Mirwin, who does have the flash. Ace in the hole is going to connect onto him, and Histo looks for the chase. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Pun surviving. There's no dive materializes for MKoi. A kill, and what will be a tower for Team Secret Wales on the top side.
Patience from Histo on the knock-up was crucial there. Waited for the Bellows Breath to come in when Mirwin trying to time it, and ends up catching him the second that Flame Breath is gone. And now Eddie, we talked about it, this pushing Caitlyn with those 3 Void Grubs getting work done in the side lanes.
Meanwhile, Pun on the bottom side, nice job from him as well. He ults, he dodges the Rakan knockup, just clears out the wave, is able to hold on the bottom side. So the payment is the Dragon. MKoi, though, very far down in gold, and they return to this bottom side.
Something I love about Team Secret Wales as well is like now they're 2,500 gold ahead, 12 minutes in. They lost to a KT comp that did a very similar thing to what they're doing right now. They lost to Docdam's Caitlyn. They just got pushed out of every lane in the early game. Here, we haven't seen Caitlyn for Eddie at all this summer. And now they've adapted, they picked it up, and they said, okay, we can do that too. We can learn, we can grow here at Worlds.
And when you try and put a stop to this Caitlyn, it's a Ghost Flash Caitlyn. So a lot of mobility here to try and avoid this engage that we really highlighted in Champ Select for MKoi. And we'll see if Eddie can be a big player in this game as well.
And it's this very similar story to what we saw in the last game, where you have a lot of beefy boys, or maybe not so much, but that can sit in front of you and just deny access to this Caitlyn. Like Taki, you got Hista with the ultimate, same when you look at Pun.
I love that when their wave is a cannon wave and my wave isn't.
Odd.
Very suspicious.
Look, I'm not going to say you should definitely always know what's happening there, because I've seen enough pro players not understand what's happening.
Free cannon, nice.
Extra gold.
My lucky day.
Free cannon.
Bottom side, though, yeah, still going to be able to defend, still going to be able to hold it here. And we're going to see the continued push from TSW. Now we're going to have a possible rotation over towards mid lane, but the long extended lane on top side, too, should be Pun favored. He's got his Black Cleaver done, so Renekton can continue to get the early push.
Pun with a 2-level lead over Mirwin, pops the Dominus and looks for the chase. Slice and dice forward, Mirwin having to use the flash to get away. Do it, Pun! Curl the weak! Pun finds it, now he's going to get collapsed on by the rest of MKoi with a TP coming in, but they have to invest so much to kill off this Croc.
It's about sending that message, you know. He has domination in the side lane, gets the kill on Merwin, invests his flash to do it as well.
But it's completely worth, because look at the bot side. You've got the Ryzes pushing in there, you've the Caitlyn that's shoved in mid, and because MKoi, everyone went to go and deal with the Croc, the rest of Team Secret Wales are succeeding.
100%. It's about keeping up the pressure on all sides of the map at once. So if they teleport up there, if they try and trap you after you go for your kill, there will be further payment across the map. And this is solo tower gold to a Ryze.
And now if you're MKoi, you're looking at this 14.5 minutes in, 3,000 gold in the hole, a 2-level disadvantage in the top side. The enemy AD carry, although slightly behind in XP, is 1,000 gold ahead as well. You're preying on mistakes. That's what you have to do here as MKoi. You're praying you can somehow get to 3 items, maybe to 4 on this Cassio, on this Ezreal, and then get those ornaments starting to come out. Because right now, Team Secret Wales are running the map.
But it's MKoi who will be kicking themselves for their own mistakes. This was a team that over the course of the whole year wanted to grow. We're talking about how at each international they made it to, they were learning, they were trying to find new ways to approach their style of gameplay, but it was supposed to culminate in Worlds. And that's just not what we're getting to see right now for MKoi. Sitting here, already a game down in a valley when it comes to this game, and now they've got to find a miracle at this Rift Herald.
They're kind of trapping themselves inside the river. That's a very dangerous predicament to put yourselves in at the moment. Ryze has teleport, and so TSW can apply pressure just by waiting. Have Ryze continue to push out on bottom side. They chase MKoi out of the river, out of the dangerous spot, and they will be able to take it.
Yep, they just force MKoi out. They have total vision control around here to Team Secret Wales, and they'll take the Herald 16 minutes in. Next Drake a minute away. Let's see if Team Secret Wales want to go for that. I expect this Herald to be used around the mid-tier 1 just to crack open that entirety of the tier 1 towers from MKoi.
Yeah, especially when the Dragon is about to spawn, and if MKoi even try and contest, it's your mid-tower gone, potentially a tier 2 gone, and suddenly this map becomes a little bit less likely for MKoi to be able to enter it. It's Team Secret Wales with such a commanding chokehold on this game. You can see Alvaro trying to set up this deep vision, but does get spotted out. Looking for a pick, looking for a moment. But it looks like he might actually find himself caught a little bit. Doesn't look like Team Secret Wales are interested in the bird, though.
And he chunked out a little bit with that True Shot Barrage coming out from Super, but he is in a fine position with the Collector completed. Pun trading onto Mirwin once again. Black Cleaver complete helps a huge amount getting through the Chain Vest and the Bramble Vest on Mirwin. Rift Herald being put down as the Dragon does come up, so we'll try and see if TSW decides to go for the all-out push through mid, or if this is just about prio, making sure you get a charge in and then gain control of the bot side river.
Yep, guarantee the charge here. And again, if they can move Eddie into the river early to set down the trap line, that's hugely beneficial for the approach to Dragon. But he's currently pushing out that mid wave, kind of catching it from the 3 members of MKoi. So it's going to be a bit of a retake situation. MKoi grabbing the Scuttle Crab first.
Yeah, ideally you would have liked to have trapped MKoi before they can get out of their own jungle in this choke point right here, but MKoi retreating super.
Swar can shift across the wall there, was holding on to it for a long time. Team Secret Wales will regain control of the bot side river. MKoi trying to step back up, trying to get a little bit of vision control for themselves. That Nico clone doing a lot of work as it disappears out of the bush. And this is a little more tentative than I would like from TSW. I think they're in a stronger position than perhaps they are playing right now. But I can also understand trying to avoid the quickness and the supreme display of talent combination that can come out from MKoi.
The only thing I can imagine is that Eddie's incredibly close to his Infinity Edge, and I think they might be waiting for him to try and finish that, which is why he's getting so much of this farm in the mid lane. So he's going for the reset now. I think he's just about to finish it, and then they can look for it. But it has given a window now for MKoi to actually be able to play for it, and the interrupt as well. This should be Dragon here for MKoi.
Yeah, also TSW aren't the ones, trying to focus on stacking the dragons for this game. They want to play side lanes here and then index heavily into gold. MKoi, as you say, are going to be able to pick up number 2. And we'll see about the pressure applied in the side lanes by Pun as well as Dire on the top side. Pun is fine with 2 low damage champions on his side of the map. Rakan and Ornn in no world ever take down that Renekton.
I don't think he's too worried. It's the Infinity Edge there for Eddie, so we're waiting for that. Taki looking for the flank onto Super, who has the cleanse and doesn't use it even though he's rooted. And the ace in the hole will take him down to about half HP, about 2/3.
But Team Secret Wells are setting up their highway through that topside jungle, which is trying to focus on this mid lane tower. And you can see everyone in MKoi, they're trying to look for the cross map, knowing that their mid lane tower is about to go down, but this only opens up the potential shift onto mid turret into top turret.
I think that is indicative of the most impressive thing I've noticed with Team Secret Wales over the last couple of days. Their willingness to step back on a side lane. Dire now beginning to step back up as he tries to clear out the way. Velioya waited, miasma down, Petrifying Gaze coming out as well. This is Supreme Display talent, and that's a caster curse if I've ever heard one. TP comes out from Pun, but his mid lane is already dead. Alvaro trying to get away, cleanses out, and the wind becomes lightning slow.
Yeah, good attack on the side lane there from MKoi, trying to take down one of the pushing prongs of this team. Ryze had backed off. Dire was like, all right, I'm weak side. I know, I got to back off for a little bit. But Elyoya kept up with the play, stayed down there. So once Dire returns to the tower, they do get their dive off. Their mid lane, of course, the outer tower went down pretty early, and the secondary one sustained a little bit of damage. But MKoi kind of riding the line at the moment.
I do think there is a window now where MKoi can just say, right, we're hands off on the dragons, and we are just going to collect waves and side lanes. Like, 2 items now for Jojo. Pyun, he will be very strong as he starts to approach the third. And you've still got this Ornn. You're starting to hit points for Supa. Like, this is a game that is very much in control of Team Secret Wales, but the late game is incredibly strong if MKoi can find their fights.
The team fighting from this team has the potential to be explosive. Again, the engage that we highlighted in Champion Select is there. The burst damage from Kiana. Well, the burst damage from Caitlyn. Actually.
Right, Infinity Edge, get the ace in the hole down as well. Elyoya forced all the way back. About 30% HP. I will note MKoi about 21 petals to 9 here. With the outgun being started by Dire, but I don't really think he's looking for it. We saw this similarly in game 1 as Taki's caught out a little bit.
Well, I do kind of
walk away. True Shot Rush comes out. Taki's almost down. Oh, the Mystic Shot blocked. He goes just wide. Call of the Forge God. Taki flashes. Crescent Guard used by Histo as well. He has a blast going to get out, and he will utilize that escape tool.
Ooh, what can MKoi do with this timer? They know they've forced out the Nico, but it looks like not going to get hasty with it.
But that's bizarre. Like, honestly, at this point, you should be looking for something. Like, Pun should not be able to clear out that top wave. You could be putting pressure onto Adakan, but instead MKoi kind of sitting on their laurels and saying, hey, we're just happy to farm up. I think this was a moment where MKoi could have got something back for themselves.
I wonder if the risk of how quickly Team Secret Wales can get back to the Adakan is always there. You've got the Realm Warp, the Rise. Like, Histo had stayed around so he can always steal. Pun still has his Dominus. I agree with you. Like, you want to see MKoi, if you're a European fan, looking at that moment and saying, what can we get out of this? But in the end, just a couple of waves were their prize.
And they're looking for their scaling to continue. One more stack for the Rod of Ages for Jojo. Ornn going to start upgrading some items fairly soon as well. So they're definitely invested in the long term.
Jumping forward here with MKoi trying to control the vision around a soon-to-be spawning Scuttle Crab. I'll try and take that for Elyoya, who's been able to keep up with farm on this Kiana.
Good interrupt, honestly, because TSW, again, they need to leverage the split push. Keep your Ryze applying pressure on the opposite side of the map from the Otacon. So keep the split push up. He's got his teleport. They can threaten trap plays.
also jumps onto Alvaro. Elioya on that front line. TP coming behind from the rise here. Crescent Guard, super display talent coming out as well. As Histo dives onto Alvaro. Pop Blossom not finding anyone. A 3-man petrifying gaze as Jojo begins to turn on the Twin Fangs. Dire on the flank. MKoi 5v4 in their favor as Dire begins to walk away with that phase rush. Super having to flash out. Call of the Forge Rod coming out as well. Ace in the hole. Not blocked. Super down. The sniper finds his man as Eddie gets one. But Team Secret Wales have lost 2 in the fight. 3 so far, in fact, as we see Pun falling. Elioya, Alvaro, and Jojo on the chase. Dire all on his lonesome, caught out by MKoi. They'll find a 4-for-1 somehow.
And now they will get the Otacon. MKoi fight their way out of it. TSW, they called their play. They teleport the Rise in, but MKoi fight it out through the river, and they're going to get the rewards.
And this is where it's now terrifying, because MKoi are winning fights, and they've got the Dragons, but it's this play as Taki tries to go for the setup here, but Elioya ends up getting the play. Now watch Jojo, as Team Secret Wales goes for the turn, gets this huge flash, petrifying gaze, which prevents Team Secret Wales from doing anything. Eddie's now too low to really follow up, and even though it's Dire and Pun on the flanks, sure, they end up picking off Supa thanks to long-range Halo ultimate, but Jojo is running amok in this fight, and he's the damage dealer that MKoi have.
And Alvaro with some big setup work there as well on the Recon, locking them up. Charm, knock-up combo. MKoi, see what they can do afterwards, because that basically deleted the gold lead there in addition to all those petals they already had, Medic. Now those are empowered petals.
The one thing, though, is that at least Team Secret Wales, as we were watching the replay, did get the dragon. So at least preventing that from going across to MKoi and a third dragon going across. So it will be a little bit of time before MKoi can stack that. But again, this is what we're talking about. MKOI's late game is nothing to sniff at. And now they're starting to find fights. They're getting gold onto Jojo, who is a very, very scary carry. And I think for Team Secret Wales, not quite yet, but they are certainly starting to go onto the back foot.
Jojo at 3 items, 2,500 gold ahead, has the upgraded Rylai Scepter via those Ornn upgrades. And for Team Secret Wales, you're looking at like 2,500 gold that just evaporated in a single team fight. You do still have the tools. You still have a big Caitlyn, 3 items on him. You still have Rise trying to scale up, but it becomes trickier and trickier as this game goes on.
And that's the key. It is hard to operate in the side lanes. It is hard to operate, pushing and overextending because of the range of MKOI's engage that can come at you from so many angles. With Recon as well as Ornn, it is very dangerous on the map for them. So MKoi, I feel like they just have way more useful tools in the game now looking forward. Since we're past 25 minutes, their team fight is insane. Their ability to pick you off.
Elioya jumping in with the Audacity. Dire's going to try and get out with the Realm Whip here, but the quickness and the miasma for the grounded effect. MKoi find their man in the side lane with TP coming in. The wave not quite in the position for MKoi to go for an immediate dive. Team Secret Wales looking to bolster the defenses down towards this bottom side, but MKoi don't have to go for anything more. Oracle's out of Pun, slices away from the grand entrance.
More about pushing Pun away from that bot side tower so they can pick up that gold, but MKoi end up getting the kill and a summoner spell from Pun as well. That is perfect now. Taki and Eddie.
Force Guard onto Eddie. Super, look at the Essence block. The knockup coming in as well as Super and Mirwin team up to take down the Kate.
It was looking dire for MKoi, but by some miracle they are finding the fights that they need. And maybe, just maybe, they can push us to that game number 3.
Recon engage on the bottom side, Ornn engage in the mid lane, and MKoi are stacked now. Multiple Ornn upgrades coming through. Elioya got his as well. Their team fight is insane. So if they just camp out here, they can continue to force TSW into these scary situations. And you're going to have to get some miracle engage from Taki, on Nico, dream proto belt flash play from him or something. It is a 3-item, Caitlyn, with the crit multipliers here. So maybe some rapid fire poke does come through. But just past the 25 minutes, it doesn't seem like they're really able to keep up with this side lane pressure or anything for them.
Pun gonna step forward here. Mirwin waiting for him. Gets the knockup, miasma down as well. No slice, no dice. Ooh. And there's the petrifying gaze. Pun stares into the eyes of Jojo, who takes down his name in his book.
Pick after pick after pick. MKoi feels like the game is theirs for the taking now.
And you have the Baron sitting there waiting They're going to try and start it up. Dyer will need to TP in to try and stop this, but Jojo, he shreds this thing.
Absolutely melts it. And Yoya and Alvaro there too. Super trying to see if anyone comes in. Looks like Team Secret Wales have given up the Ghost on the Baron. Instead, they'll try and take a tier 2 on the bot side, and they should be able to secure it with Eddie coming across to help out Dyer.
I like this response from Supa. It doesn't actually go towards the Baron. Instead, he goes towards the top turret, answering tit for tat plus the Baron now in favor of MKoi. And this is exactly what they need to just keep this ball rolling 50 seconds until that potential third dragon for MKoi.
Redemption used by Alvaro as well to try and keep people around. You can see MKoi are just looking for the knockups. Oh, Realm Warp avoids the call of the Forge Corp, but MKoi still have 3 players in that mid lane. We'll take another tier 2 off this push.
What far do they want to chase, though? You can see Alvaro is still looking to interrupt these resets, and Jojo and Alyoya could also try and collapse onto the bottom side.
Eddie's still here. Histo trying to get onto Super. Doesn't really have the defenses. Jojo stepping forward with that miasma once again. The Crescent Guard down, TP coming out as Mirwin looks to help out his team. Supreme Decided Talent not going to get any stuns. Team Secret Wales on the back foot. The Mystic Shot's not enough to take down Pun, but now with the tower pushing in, with the minions pushing into the tower, in fact, that will be an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Eddie trying to flank, not something you often see a Caitlyn do. Looking for the hunt. Elioya chases him and Eddie gets him! The shutdown. Elioya tried to make a fancy play with his flash. Now a TP behind by Team Secret Wales.
It's going absolutely disastrously for MKoi and Team Secret Wales. They're turning into sharks as they're seeking and hunting for MKoi. But the mistakes were there, and now Super
washes in the Mystic Shot wide as Ezzy dances away from it. In the end, Team Secret Wales will just settle for the Drake.
Oh man, Eddie is the TSW hope. This guy is sitting MKoi down and keeping TSW in the game. That brush play on the side where they kept Dyer, he canceled his recall, stayed in the brush, and then flashed onto Alvaro.
Taki steals the blue away as well.
And the thing was, Alvaro gave his life on that bottom side, as actually Supa needs to be careful, but gave his life on the bottom side to stop the resets from Eddie and Dyer, so MKoi could all in with 4 members onto the play underneath the inhibitor turret. But when they couldn't find the play, and Eddie then gets Alyoya, it opens up Team Secret Wales perfectly to get back onto the map and steal that crucial dragon away.
Really nice sequence of Team Secret Wales after the fact as well. They stole away the blue with Histo, and they managed to secure their own with Taki, so they'll be very happy to not give a blue buff over to either this Cassio or this Ezreal, who are obviously so reliant on having that mana.
Yeah, that is actually truly massive. You know, in the late game when it goes to everybody as well. Now, we're seeing them push top again. We've got Renekton with teleport ready, and Pun is trying to split push.
Quickness, supreme display of talent, and the true shot barrage is a 2-shot barrage. As MKoi find a couple of kills, they're going to chase onto Eddie as well, who's able to avoid the edge of the knock-up there from MKoi. Realm Warp out by Dyer. Looking to try and get someone to that backline. Pun needs to get back quickly because MKoi are knocking on the Nexus to even out this series.
Yeah, is that going to be it? With the Baron buff, MKoi can push in.
There's so little left here for Team Secret Wales. MKoi see their moment to push us to game number 3.
Pun, Dyer, and Eddie. Dire Straits for them in this game. Can they defend? Pun goes in, dodges away with the slice and the dice. Pun chipped away out, and MKoi are gonna back away. 12 seconds on Histo. Taki back up. Makes it a 4v5 in MKOI's favor, but it will just turn their attentions back towards the jungle.
Yeah, the Red Bull Baron power play was next to nothing for MKoi, and as it fades, they don't have the survivability on their minions to close out that game. It's nice picks, but Team Secret Wales hold on to fight one more time.
Okay, teleport out to the top side to keep up the pressure here. You know, that's the lone inhibitor still remaining for TSW is the top side one. So MKoi, they reset, they immediately can reapply that pressure. Super minions doing their work in mid and bottom. Looks like Elyoya has another item completion as well. So they'll be slightly delayed on him to join the rest of the push.
He'll be able to come back out now, but with that Edge of Night complete, makes it much trickier to catch him out. 10-2 on this Kiana all time, looking to make it 11. Zhonya's Void Staff, Seraph's Rylai's Rod of Ages, Dark Seal. 10 stacks on the last 2, as Jojo is in an incredibly powerful position on this Cass. No boots, of course, just in case you were wondering.
He's still stomping, though. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I was very curious.
So MKoi just denying vision around this jungle, going to take away as much gold as possible in the form of these camps. Elioya waiting down towards the bottom side of mid to see if he can find a flank position. He's he's not. He's in the bush. as that warding trinket does go down. With 2 waves of supers pushing in, you can see a couple of question mark pings coming out from Team Secret Wales. They're aware. They're like, hey, we can't step up easily here.
So I'm pretty sure they did spot Oyoya. That blue ward does give a vision around it, even if you are in the bush. So they were putting question mark pings onto Oyoya, but they're not going to push it anyway. They just need to try and hold on to anything that they can. But MKoi en masse now on this top side turret. And it's up to Mirwin to escort this minion wave in.
You can see MKoi actually delaying this. Mirwin waiting to get those last hits on the opposing minions, so the bot wave and the mid waves line up with it properly. Pun trying to defend, but he backs away. The inhibitor tower will go down. MKoi doing this by the numbers. 3 inhibitor towers, 3 inhibitors, and now a last chance defense for Team Secret Wales.
They're trying desperately here. Can they do it though? MKoi knocking on the door, and Team Secret Wales.
It's a back away into Baron angle. It's a back away into Baron angle. With the miasma coming down, MKoi lose one of their tools in the fight, so they will turn their attentions over towards this team-wide Baron buff.
Yeah, honestly, this is an elimination series. It's an elimination game for MKoi, so they are taking no chances at messing up the final push. They're going to retreat and draw TSW even more difficult situation here, trying to walk towards an Ornn Rakan into a Baron. I mean, it's truly, truly dangerous here for TSW. They kind of just have to full send.
They need to find something. MKoi are the big bad wolf at the door, and we're trying to find out what Team Secret Wales house is made of, because that Baron buff is going to make it so easy for them to huff and puff and blow it over.
Baron begun by MKoi, and as soon as you see Dyer stopping his recall on the bot side, you know Team Secret Wales are not going to challenge for this. MKoi get the Baron. We'll see if this Red Bull Baron power play is slightly more advantageous for them than the last. The inhibitors in every lane down for at least a minute more. Mid spawns first, then bot, then top. And MKoi will look to end the game in that next minute.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet you that this Baron power play includes a Nexus destruction for MKoi.
Oh, I'm surprised you put the 4 MKoi in there.
Yeah, I was like,
oh, it could do. You never know as MKoi push in with these super minions. Team Secret Wales trying to defend. Flash, Petrifying Gaze into the Quickness Crescent Guard with a good knockback out. The Pop Blossom coming out as well, but Histo's already down. And MKoi all still incredibly healthy. Elioya diving in for a triple to his name. Pun on the fountain will find one. A Quadra, in fact, Super gets the last. But MKoi will even out the series 1-1.
MKoi found the fights that they needed to bring that game back, to keep themselves at World 2025 and give themselves another chance here.
One more game to decide your year. Analysts, how are you feeling?
A little bit better, Kobe, about the chances of MoviStarKoi at least, and about the fact that they recovered the game, which actually did not start off in a dream way for them at all, but I'm just happy they're still in it at this point.
I will say I'm on to you because you're like a disappointed parent yelling angrily. You did it with G2 yesterday. Now MKoi, they do come back a little shaky in the early game. We did see Wales getting some advantages from that initial swap, being able to dive the Ornn, really getting advantages for their Nectin, but did not work out as well for them.
Tough love. Everybody needs it. And Azael, do you want to summarize, as Emily already teed up, like what MKoi had to recover because of the early game?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it was good that they got the Ezreal out of that 2v2. I think laning with Ezreal, Rakan into Nico Caitlyn is just a death sentence. It's impossible. So I think that the early lane swap was actually great for them. They did get this dive onto the Ornn, but Mirwin actually misplayed the lane swap so badly. After he TP'd back up to top in the 1v1, he had 2 cloth armors plus the Doran shield against just the Doran shield from Renekton. Hadn't even based, kept spending all his spells on the minions while the Renekton is hitting him, just completely ignoring him, and built himself a massive deficit as a result. Was down 30-40 CS relatively early in that 1v1, and he really put themselves into a hole. Plus, I have to say, Eddie was using the Caitlyn well, moving around the map, collecting plates, building up that gold lead, but it kind of all came down to one big fight.
It did. They were in a 4K deficit, but they were able to claw it back from MoviStarKoi thanks to the reliable Cisco network. The timing was just right, and they needed it, because if you lose this fight, you probably lose the game and you're out of Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this was such an important catch here, right, onto Team Secret Wales. You really see how this MKoi composition works. They'd set up and cast, like, it really has to be about this Cassio counterpick. JoJo was the one who was in such
Where's
a good
the block, though? Where is the block?
Should have blocked, but it's okay,
He's like,
right?
That's what you get for being in shop last game. Like,
I mean, JoJo, I gotta call it out. JoJo has been smurfing these last 2 games. I think he was their only hope in the last game. He was the only one with a significant lead in this game. Like, he has been kind of 1v9 for MKoi in this series, and I feel like he really is stepping up, giving them a chance because they're building themselves holes, and JoJo is kind of like the chance to bring it back. They were able to do it here in game 2. I also think they've had big draft advantages in both games.
Yeah.
So you can't have bad early games like that if you don't have a draft advantage, if you don't have an individual player that's making those things happen. So going into game 3, you have to hope that they can create that big advantage again and that this man on your screen can keep putting up some big performances.
Yeah, and I also think it's what happens after some of these fights, right? Because I do think that is where we see kind of the better macro that we were expecting coming out of MKoi, right? Like, they did a lot of small things. They cleaned up massively after that fight we just saw. They got Otacon, they got tier 1, they equalized the gold completely. When they did Baron, I thought it was really smart to then send Supa down to get the tier 2
Look at Rise damage, by the way.
That's yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a caster minion.
It is.
He hasn't been doing well, and he's still not doing
Talking
well.
about JoJo, though, first time back at Worlds since 2022. And you know that riddle I talked to you earlier about? Taki was on Saigon Buffalo, who lost to MoviStarKoi. Well, not Mad Lions back then, with Elyoya, but then Elyoya lost to JoJo on EG. And so everything is connected. The question is who will come out on top today? Like, I think this was a very convincing game from MoviStarKoi once they got it back. I think their drafts have been good, but these unforced errors, and I don't want to blame it all on unforced errors, my doubt about this game 3.
But you want to blame a lot of it on unforced errors, because let's be honest.
But that's also unfair because I feel like Team Secret Wales, right? You know, with moving the Caitlyn around, the top lane advantage, the way they turned the game around in game 1, you got to give them their credit, and I think that's what it comes down to, is you have to give them their respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, these guys have good hands. They're playing out their matchups well. They're playing up their 2v2s well. They are a team to be respected. And the question is, can MKoi, get it together in this 3rd game, have a clean early game? Because I think if they can do that, they're going to take the series.
Emily?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. That's nice. I love when analysts agree with each other. I like it more when they get in a spat. But alas, let's see what they do on the Rift in this 3rd game. If MoviStarKoi can complete the comeback, or if Team Secret Wales take a huge scalp and live to fight another day.
TP coming behind from the Rise here. Crescent Guard super into display. Tanner coming out as well as Histo dives onto Alvaro. Pop Blossom not finding anyone. A 3-man petrifying gaze as JoJo begins to turn on the Twin Fangs. Dire on the flank. MKoi 5v4 in their favor as Dire begins to walk away with that phase rush. Super having to flash out. Call of the Forge Rod coming out as well. Ace in the hole. Not blocked. Super down. The sniper finds his man as Eddie gets 1. But Team Secret Wales have lost 2 in the fight. 3 so far, in fact, as we see Pun falling. Elyoya, Alvaro, and JoJo on the chase. Dire all on his lonesome, caught out by MKoi. They'll find a 4-for-1 somehow.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and GENG, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
GENG, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Fisher flashes in, and down goes Knight.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where both Team Secret Wales and MKoi stand on the precipice of being eliminated from Worlds. Game 1, MKoi got ahead and Team Secret Wales won. Game 2, Team Secret Wales got ahead and MKoi won. So I think what we know is be behind at 14 minutes and you're likely to win the game.
Follow the pattern, huh, Medic? Follow the numbers.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see if it works out.
Data doesn't lie. Honestly, though, so much on this game. Of course, your entire year culminating here in a single game. So much pressure from both of these teams right now. elimination either way. One of these teams is going home. One will get to continue their story here at Worlds 2025.
And I mean, for Team Secret Wales, they are the young upstarts coming through from Vietnam, and they would love to be able to be that upset once more here against MKoi. But for MKoi, this is kind of where they were hoping to show their stuff, show what they were capable of. But it hasn't been their tournament thus far at 2020 Worlds 2025. And now, coming into the picks and bans, already we're seeing target bans towards Jojo after a great performance in game number 2.
Importantly, Hero is in for Team Secret Wales, replacing Pun, much more of a carry player from the top lane is Hero. Expect to see things like the Rumble, the Jace. Rumble already banned away by MKoi. We'll see with the Talia and Azir, the focus on Jojo alongside a Poppy taken away by Team Secret Wales, who elected to be on the blue side for this deciding game.
And we're getting really down there as far as the jungle champs as well. We know we've got Pantheon, Vi, Nocturne, all still available. With the Annie banned, you're even going down to the tier of like Ahri in mid lane, Akali, Aurora. These types of champions here that, you know, really do benefit from one of those bursty AD junglers to go along with it. Personally, I would love to see a TSW Nocturne. You know, the Vietnam Nocturne. Nocturne is one of the most banned champs versus this team, and always does have that extra little bit of power at Worlds.
Especially if you start to see MKoi going towards this more dive-orientated composition, like things like the Vi coming through for Elyoya in that jungle, having that disruption. If you've got a Kai'Sa that's trying to follow up, or activities for Jojo Pyun that he wants to get involved in, it can make things a little bit more difficult there. So already though, Rel taken here, trying to secure one of the last few remaining engaged champions, Leona and Nautilus, the two that remain.
Yeah, I mean, since Rakan, Alistar, and Braum are all out from Fearless, I do actually like it, investing in that really early to get that big AoE engage. And so pick up those AD junglers to pair with Aurora, any of the ones that we did mention. We didn't mention an Ivern, though.
Yeah, I don't think he counts as the traditional AD jungler.
No.
Looks like Team Secret Wales are going to move more towards that engage with the Vi. I love the Rel first pick or early pick here by MKoi, just because when Alvaro is on something he is comfortable with, where he can initiate, MKoi thrive, and that is exactly what they're giving him.
There is also the opportunity to swap this Aurora to the top lane. Hero has played one game of it in the past and does do relatively well into the Cassante, can look to bully it out in the early stages and still open up for Dire to have a good counter matchup if you decide to go for it. But there's that Vi Kai'Sa that we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. The dive comp here, and Kai'Sa, one of Eddie's specialties. With the Vi Aurora, it's straightforward. You're looking at dive. So MKoi, what kind of counter to dive can you draft? Lissandra certainly is one piece.
Has she been found? No. I
that's
love
the whole story, man.
Yeah. My mistake. I do like the Lissandra for Jojo. We have seen him bring it out already in the LEC, but instead the Xayah to avoid some of that engage. Makes sense. Don't want to leave it to get banned in the next round of bans.
Yeah. The counter engage that we're looking for, the safety there, the most classic matchup, I feel like, that we have historically in competitive League of Legends, the Kai'Sa versus the Xayah.
And now I believe you're just going to ban away anything that's good for into the Cassante for MKoi. Things like that Gwen can still be shifted, unless you are just assuming that Aurora is going to be moved up into that top side of the map. Could even look to ban away things like the Nautilus or the Leona if you really want. But yeah, I think just top lane matchup's going to be a good call. Make sure Mirwan's comfortable. And Mirwan has had fantastic performances on this Cassante when he's able to get going and have a good matchup. And I think that's what MKoi will be relying on once more.
Yeah, some exciting low health 2v1 opportunities maybe in his future. Meanwhile, as you say, expecting to continue to chop down on Jojo's champ pool here. Okay, the Victor is the one of choice as mid lane is really getting down there.
Bard banned away from Taki by MKoi. I'm looking like we've got jungle and mid left for MKoi, and we are really beginning to pinch that pool quite a lot. The Victor banned away, the Vex banned away. MKoi, like we've picked their mid laner here, expecting that Aurora to go mid. You could, of course, go for jungle Neferi, an option, and it will be locked in for Elyoya. Once the weight of the game on his shoulders to a degree. We saw it in the Kiana game. We now see it with the Neferi. Need to get ahead in the early game, need to get the ball rolling. And it did work for MKoi when they started to get towards those team fights.
Also just another one that has that invulnerability, keep himself safe from being a potential dive pick from this Vi and this Kai'Sa. But as you say, you need to be that damage threat in fight, need to get the ball rolling. So I do like that we're seeing this last pick coming through for MKoi so they can make sure that Jojo is comfortable and being able to enable this Neferi in the jungle.
Exactly. I always love it into the Vi because of the W for Neferi. And there you go, Medic. You were talking about the Jace early on. We do get the Jace coming through as well for their side.
The Jace does feel a little at odds with the rest of the composition though, because I traditionally would look more towards, hey, we want Poke and Ezreal and these kind of things. Whereas when I'm looking at Team Secret Wells, it is much more dive. So I'm curious if it is just a case of, hey, get some early goal in towards Hero, leave him as a split pusher that we don't really want to get involved in fights, and play through a strong 4v4 where it's Cassante struggling to answer for the Jace on the side.
Leona locked in for Team Secret Wales to round out their comp, gives them a bit of a long-range engage, which they'll definitely enjoy. The ability to get, you know, Neferi's invulnerabilities out, that core of the pack. She has to eviscerate away at a hover of the LeBlanc, but it's going to be RE for Jojo Pyun, something he's so experienced on.
Yeah, that's what we were mentioning, because the ult buff on the patch as well. We're maybe seeing, thinking of seeing a little bit more of it, but as we get into the Fearless matches, we really get to it, and now you're going to be able to see him on one of the champions that he definitely was well known for.
And also just so incredibly strong in enabling these ganks towards the mid lane, trying to shut down the Aurora in the early stages and get Elyoya rolling. And this has kind of been the story of, hey, Alvaro working with Elyoya, playing towards that mid lane for so long in the LEC. Now they have to see if they can do it against Team Secret Wales, but Histo has been fantastic in working with Taki in their own right, in being able to play towards Dire, shut down any aggression in that game. We've even saw it in the start of game number 1, or sorry, over the course of the series in game 2, and now we just have to see if they can find that success here again.
Here we are, do or die for Team Secret Wales and for MKoi. Elimination or elation as the coaches bump fists and take themselves off the stage. It's all down to those 10 players loading into Summoner's Rift to see who goes through to 2-2 and plays in a couple of days' time, and who takes the flight home. For MKoi, it's all about vengeance. 3 times in a row, they have lost to an LCP team at internationals. PSG, GAM, CFO have all defeated them. Now Team Secret Wales just 1 game away from taking their spot in that 2-2 slot, and looking to prove that that LCP is not just the Flying Oysters.
And MKoi also said on Euphoria that they wanted to play against CFO, they wanted to right some of the wrongs from MSI, but the fact that here against Team Secret Wales, they may not even get past the finish line, I think would be incredibly disappointing for the fans, for the organization, for the players. And now they have to see if they can find that moment in Game 3 to bring them just 1 more day along.
Breaking some of the tension here with some friendly emo game.
Oh, yeah.
Love it. In the elimination game for each of them, still feeling very good.
I feel like there's an initiation ceremony for top laners that no one else knows about, where they go in, it's like, okay, this is where you go, and this is how much you can emote, and at this exact time you have to leave, and that's the rules, okay?
Unless you're Broken Blade against Mirror, where you use that, and then 5 members come out of a bush and kill you. Yeah.
The little bait and switch, you know?
No such dirty tactics in this game, though. We've got honorable top laners this time around.
Dire will get the ward across the wall here onto those Razor Beaks. Foxfire out of Jojo Pyun, both of them running that electrocute, but Dire on the right side of the trades as Jojo already has popped a potion.
Yep, Jojo on his most played champion of his career of all time, the Ahri here, in such a clutch match. We'll see if that ends up being a deciding factor. Jungler starting on opposite sides here, so we do have Histo pathing towards his Jace lane, towards his pushing top lane. Isolated matchup up there. Meanwhile, Elyoya pathing bottom side, as is so frequent for MKoi. They really do need their bottom lane to be in good condition.
And I think it makes sense, as you say, like Histo wants to be able to get up, get some deep vision in that top side, and just enable this Jace to play through the strength of the lane. I don't really think we'll see much in the way of dives, but just in allowing Hero to play as aggressive as possible is all you really want in that top lane.
Yeah, and for the MKoi side, of course, Elyoya wants Supa wants this Xayah to be multiple items here, to be able to really carry this game. So far this series, it has not been the best for Supa, and they really are going to need him to do some work in this game, this final deciding one. Of course, Elyoya is on a champion. He can output some very respectable damage himself. We'll see if he can carry some of that damage too.
I think often dependent on the build. Sorry, for Elyoya. For Jojo. I thought you said Jojo instead of Elyoya. So I was going to say it's depending on the build for the Ahri, how much damage she puts out, because sometimes you see those slightly tankier Ahri builds, but Elyoya, as you say, will definitely put out quite a bit of DPS on that Neferi if he's able to get onto this backline, because there's always the risk. You jump in with a Hound's Pursuit, immediately you get stunned up with a Shudder Daybreak, you have Cease and Desist, you have Solar Flare to follow up, and you just don't get an opportunity to move as you dive in towards that backline. Hero with a slight lead over Mirwin on the top side, as to be expected in the ranged into melee matchup, using that ranged form to get the grasp stacks off. And Histo and Elyoya on opposite sides of the map should both just take their own scuttlecraft.
Mirwin does have to be careful about how aggressive he trades here, because there is a jungler on the top side of the map, and that wave will crash, and I think this is the signal for Histo to go.
Mirwin going in, look for the 1v1, and Topos goes in with the Pathmaker and just claps him! Smacks him between his and Topos. Histo will get one in response. In the end, Team Secret Wales will be happy with the extra assist goal.
And he puts up the emote at the end that says, I hate junglers. he gets his solo kill first, though, before the arrival of the jungler. In the end, of course, the extra assist on the kill does mean the extra 50% gold for the team. But Mirwin here on his Cassante, you were talking about it already.
And the fact that you managed to get the early chain vest is so nice, because it's a tier purchase and some boots on the opposite side. Not really something that will try and push the lane forward, but it's a really nice job. I'm assuming jump, to the minion that had gone forward, and then uses that W to make sure they can get the auto attack. And the flip comes through, but Mirwin, he already got the job done. Really nicely played.
I actually really like using the Pathmaker instead of the Q3 there. It feels like the anticipation from Hero is I will look for the Q3 animation and then flash. But as soon as Pathmaker comes out, it's much more tricky to dodge away. As Dyer hits the weirding onto Jojo, but the way he pushed in, Jojo should just be able to get a recall off. Has gone for an early Ruby Crystal. We'll see where that build ends up going on the Ahri, and Hero still winning out the trades on top side.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he'd try and go for the early Bramble Vest, to be honest, just because it is nice into some of these matchups where at least you're able to trade back effectively when you are getting auto attack down, some damage is going back. But the early chain vest is still incredibly nice. Again, you scale so well with resistances on Cassante, plus the fact you're just not going to get hit for as much is going to be nice, although Mirwin is struggling a little bit as he gets back to late.
Yeah, we'll see once again, because both junglers, again, re-clearing to opposite sides of the map, so the pressure is always going to remain. Jace just teleports right back up there, and after the death, kind of shrugs it off, gets back to pushing, back to harassing you. Meanwhile, is going to be traded for the pressure on the other side. Ooh, had to use the smite at the end. Stings a little bit, but not the biggest issue here, and we're still going to get the return.
Mirwin is level 6, has his flash, as does Hero, both of them holding on to it from that first fight. Histo looking for the flank position. Shock Blast going to hit onto this Cassante. Histo going in. Mirwin forces him away. Vault Breaker out with the plate over to Hero as MoviStarKoi secure the Drake.
It's a nice play from Histo, even if he doesn't get the kill, as you say, just putting that pressure down, keeping Hero safe, and trying to abuse the matchup in its entirety, even getting this Scuttlecraft on that top side, but bot lane.
The dive in with the Zenith Blade. Blade Caller coming out from Super to get the root onto Eddie. Heal was used by Taki in exchange for the cleanse from Super. Taki still looking for a little bit more here as he goes forward with the Oracles, just forcing Super and Alvaro away. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dyer looking for the dive. Another Zenith Blade onto Alvaro, but Elyoya's on his way. Doesn't have the 6 yet. Alvaro flashing away. Cleanse flash out by Taki, but the dive in with the Eviscerate. Meanwhile, on the top side, Histo and Dyer look for more. Taki low, gets away. No! Elyoya gets him in the end. Super just surviving. Mirwin down to 300 HP as the dive materializes for Team Secret Wales. Mirwin looking for that all out. Pops the Pathmaker into the Vault Breaker. Hero flashes in. Will tank 2 tower shots though. And he's slain by the tower. Mirwin unable to proc. An auto on him means that Team Secret Wales get out with a kill and not giving up any gold to Mirwin.
Yeah, no one else was taking right there. And in the end, it is answered on the other side. This is the kind of fun that you get when you have opposite side jungle paths. We did have JoJo stay mid though. So the Ahri passively wins out by staying mid and pushing. His tempo is a little bit messed up there with the interrupt on the recall, but he did get the guaranteed push of the extra minion wave of the tower plate in mid too.
But that's why I was kind of surprised to see Eddie and Taki go for the fight on bot side. They were going for the dive on top, knew they were on the weak side, but still wanted to take the trade. And then as a result, they end up giving that kill across. So it could have been a bigger win for Team Secret Wales if the bot lane had just kind of played it passively.
Yeah, Supa barely living too there on the edge.
Mirwin going all out. Hero doesn't have flash, and Mirwin's just going to chase him down with the Intopos. Gets it after the Q3. Zenithblade from Taki missing towards that top side. Mirwin very happy in this 1v1.
Yeah, Merwin says, welcome to the series, Hero. Puts him down again on the K'Sante. And that is going to be pretty big repercussions because there's no teleport for TSW to answer that. So Merwin gets to push the full wave into the tower on bottom side.
And this is why this man is so terrifying on this pick. He consistently seems to be able to find these moments where he can find the solo kill, get massive tempo leads for himself, and open up windows crucially for MKoi to find success in side lanes, even after he's just gone down. And now Histo, happy that he's able to pick up at least two of those boy grubs.
Takes two of the grubs, could have taken three, but decides to leave the third one as Elioyat looking to try and steal away as much of this jungle as possible. There is a red buff if he can get any deeper, but Histo comes across. And with that last scrub being left up, I wonder if that's maybe just a strategic play.
I think it was just to try and protect his bot side jungle and make sure that it wasn't going to be completely stolen away by Elioya.
Yeah, 100%, because Dyer saw Elioya, and so they had vision on him, and Dyer was trying to keep him there, but Nefiri is pretty slippery, so Elioya is able to get out.
Now Histo pathing up towards the top side, looking for the fight against Supa and Alvaro. Taki has been chucking out those Zenith Blades on repeat. Shattering Strike, Solar Flare. Featherstorm still available for Supa, doesn't use it yet. Histo still looking for that dive. Alvaro down to about 2/3 HP, and as soon as the ward comes across the wall, Histo backs away.
Supa not really budging there at all. Doesn't use the Featherstorm, the flash either to get away. Knows that it's only going to be the slow that hits, and that was the reason they didn't go for it, but now bot lane.
Hero stepping forward, doesn't have the flash. Elioya's on the chase. Darking Daggers don't connect, and he doesn't want to go in with that Hound's Pursuit.
Yeah, wave is still in a terrible spot for Hero. Looks like K'Sante is just going to delete the wave anyways, though, as Histo will now return to finish the work that he started earlier.
Nice interrupt there from Alvaro onto the reset from the Kaisa. Actually interrupts it again, so Eddie going to be very late on the reset. Dragon in 55 seconds, and I think that should give that push now on the bot lane to Supa, so then you can actually transition over first towards that Dragon.
For the moment, Alvaro just getting a little bit of vision around this blue buff. Red buff still available for Histo, who has been stealing away as much of Elioya's jungle as possible. You can actually see Histo has 4 camps up, and Elioya only has 1. There's only his wolves for him right now, as Histo will be able to garner a little bit of a lead. Next Drake up in 30 seconds time. And we'll see if MKoi want to force.
They're ganking bottom.
There's a gank happening bot side. Featherstorm still available for Supa here. But the flank from Taki, cleanse immediately. There's the exhaust going down now. Alioya and Alvaro on their way across. Supa uses the Featherstorm. Does have to burn his cleanse and that ultimate to get out.
That Featherstorm was perfect though. The Xenoblade and the immediate ult was coming from Taki. And the fact that you managed to just barely dodge both is the only reason Supa was able to escape away from this.
Yeah, no Kaisa ult and no Leona ult now on the side of TSW, and the Dragon just spawned. Looks like we're still getting resets anyways, as Elioya does have the full Sojin done. So nice power spike there for the Nefiri. This really does boost the champion's damage here. The second Q, especially with the execution damage on it. So he's going to head right back out towards the Dragon side of the map.
You kind of feel the tension between these two teams. Like, game 1 was a kill a minute, game 2 a little bit slower. Now we're at 5 kills in 11 minutes. Basically halved from the speed that we were playing in game 1. They both know their tournament lives on the line as Elioya will start up this Cloud Drake. Their push in bot. And the wave in mid has already been cleared out. So it should be an easy enough Dragon here for MKoi. Will be their second of the game.
It's Mirwin who needs to be careful though. This entire series, Team Secret Wales has been so good with the cross maps, but Mirwin backing right the way off, making sure he's not going to be under any threat on that top side. And it will be MKoi able to pick up the objective with no real answer from Team Secret Wales.
Okay, a lot of pings going down on this Xayah that has no ult, no cleanse at the moment, but I think Supa should be safe either way. And he gets a little nervous, has no vision around him, so backs off and pays respects, goes for his reset, no problem.
Has to do it now. Without the Featherstorm, without the cleanse, you need to just be that little bit more cautious. As Alvaro putting a bit of vision towards the top side. We'll spot Histo jumping across the wall here. Alvaro could look for an engage into Shadowing Strike, and he'll use it. Flash Shadowing Strike into the Charm. Cease and desist used perfectly to buffer out of that Charm. Bolt Breaker out as well. Perfectly played by Histo, but there still might be too many MKoi members surrounding him and getting the kill. TP in by Taki, no mana at the moment on Jojo. Accelerated Shock Blast coming out from Hero as they go in with a Hound's Pursuit. And now this Jace is in the middle of MKoi. Alvaro using that Magnustorm into a great crash down, but Dire's here to bolster the defenses. Super coming across from the side. Alvaro falling low, will be taken out by a Weirding. Hero able to escape. Taki going back in with the Zenith Blade. Super flashing forward with the Blade Caller, but now the rest of his team are nowhere to be found. Team Secret Wales find two.
Eddie arrives and he collects the extra money. The Kraken Slayer was just done on the Kai'Sa. That Kai'Sa as well, after driving by, grabbing the kill, as Jojo lands another charm, by the way, hitting all 3 charms, although the first one was a really nice buffer from his toe. Regardless, though, the Kai'Sa coming in at the end and collecting a lot of money is very good prospects for TSW, with them being a very dive-oriented composition with at least 4 of the members.
And it looked like maybe MKoi would be able to play this one out. They managed to get Histo, but as Kobe said, the buffer was perfect. They chased down Histo, and then at this stage they realized, hang on, no, we need to try and back away. We don't have the members in the position that we want to, especially with Hero coming down, but watch the charm. Interrupts the crash down from Hero, and Alvaro and MKoi are still trying to play this one out, but this Kai'Sa has ran the entire way from bot lane, whereas you've got the Cassante still in base, so more members of Team Secret Wales can jump in the mid lane.
Jojo caught out, doesn't have the flash, no Spirit Rush for him either, and Eddie gets his second. Alvaro a little bit off to the side here, we'll be able to crash down away from it, but now Eddie, 900 gold ahead of his opposite man.
Eddie, I swear, this guy is the hope for TSW every single game. And it's going to be no different this time around on the Kai'Sa. Now 2 kills to his name.
Team Secret Wales now 1.3k ahead, 30 seconds on the Herald. You see the reset coming out from Taki. He's already completed his redemption, whereas Alvaro does not have that tool in his arsenal. So MKoi much more likely to play down towards this bottom side, give up the top side pressure, and you can see Elioyo coming across. There's the TP in, redemption already onto Hero. Hound's Pursuit coming down as well as Mira looks for the Q3, but Hero's topped up by that redemption, still taken out by Jojo, who came in with that teleport. Dire here to try and defend the tower, and will manage to do so. Dire jumping forward, will just back away.
There's so many members of MKoi here, though. They're still trying to fish. Dire needs to be a little bit careful. Jojo's starting to step forward, but it looks like they will just back away. Is Histo able to get the Rift Herald?
Yeah, once again, TSW still with the gold lead, but stacking dragons for MKoi, and they are making a couple of pick plays for themselves. You see in the aftermath as well, important to lay behind the super deep warding. Right now, Alvaro is lighting up this red quadrant of the jungle as the second red buff is going to spawn. And we're only 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the dragon, so already preemptively laying the groundwork to continue the dragon stacking for MKoi.
Already have 2 to their name. No Feat of Warfare claimed, Feat of Strength claimed by either team as of yet. 2 objectives to 1. First 3 kills were hit by MKoi, so either the next objective or the tower for MKoi will be enough.
I am curious how aggressive MKoi want to get at this next dragon, though. Rod of Ages only just completed, a single stack for Jojo. Your Nefiri isn't really hitting on all cylinders at this stage, and same with Xayah. She really wants some sort of attack speed item before she commits to any sort of fights. I think the power spikes here on Team Secret Wales off of a singular item are just significantly stronger, so I like MKoi trying to play away from the objective, look to get gold in their favor and see if they can find picks rather than going toe-to-toe in the team fights.
Smart play from Hero just to back away from that tower. Knew that Alvaro was in the area, could kind of expect that Elioyo was in the area. Team Secret Wales should be able to take the first tower. No wave here for MKoi, means that TSW will get that first turret on the board.
Okay, it's gonna come down to the last objective then.
Yep. Next Drake, 20 seconds away. And at the moment, MKoi not in the position to really fight around it. You can see MKoi trying to deny as many of these minions as possible by letting the towers hit them before they are felled by Jojo in the end. Now, Jojo doesn't have his teleport, nor does Mirwin. And no TPs on the side of TSW either, but at the moment, they're the ones with more players towards this Dragon side of the map.
They also have the Rift Herald. I think Team Secret Wells, again, the one-item spike's much stronger position on the map, was in a much better position. So MKoi happy to just call it and say, we won't take this fight. Instead, we'll look to push in, put some pressure onto this topside jungle, some pressure onto the tier 2. And if Team Secret Wells over-index into protecting the tier 2, we can always fall back and try and take this mid-turn instead.
Yeah, and they're kind of fishing around the jungle as well. Taki here, pretty tanky on Leona, trying to deny like big cross-map play. MKoi in the end get a couple of jungle camps, and
Shadowing Strike, immediately they dive onto Taki, and the Eclipse is not enough to save him! The Redemption not down in time, he does land the Solar Flare. Spirit Rush dive in with a killing streak from Eddie as well, but Elioya's on the chase, trying to take down that Kai'Sa, and the Darking Daggers will be enough. The Hounds of Hell from Elioya for the double! MKoi collapse!
Alvaro consistently interrupted the follow-up from Team Secret Wales as the pick on Taki that might have just blown this game open in favor of MKoi.
huge error from TSW. Why did they dive in on that after Taki got caught by ultimate and Kai'Sa ultimate? You saw Eddie immediately regretted it. He flashes out afterwards. But MKoi, they get even more than they wanted out of this. They steal the blue buff, get their kill on the Leona, and then here, you know, he ults in. Immediately, Eddie tries to flash away, but Elioya is on him.
And it's the veteran of Team Secret Wales that is caught. The man who's been leading this group of youngsters to this international stage that may have just cost them, as now once more stepping up towards Mirren, just wants to try and get some vision back. And MKoi, they're looking for more picks.
Trying to catch our hero, who's not had a great game. Shadowing the stun coming down there from Alvaro with the Shadowing Strike. Crash down as well. Hero forced down to about a third HP as Jojo should be able to gain control over this wave. 4 stacks on his Rod of Ages. Horizon Focus completed. 2 items now on Eddie, though, who is only 300 gold behind his opposite man. Eddie, really where you hang your hat now if you're Team Secret Wales, it feels.
Especially because even though you don't get the kill, forcing the reset here from Hero means that you can put pressure on the spot lane turret and deny Histo from actually using this Rift Herald. It is still sitting in his back pocket, but hasn't found a good timing window to put it down yet.
MKoi, they just control the map now. I mean, applying pressure in both side lanes and the safety to control mid, since there's no tower there for TSW already. Feels like they can just complete the circle, grab your last outer tower, further increase this gold lead on Jojo's Ahri, and really put the threat of further picks onto TSW, get right back on track for that dragon stacking, only 2.5 minutes away from the arrival of the mountain.
MKoi will be very happy with where the gold has landed for them as a team. Elioya being 3-0-2, Black Cleaver, Spear complete, Jojo being ahead as well. Histo going to start up this Artican. You can see Dyer looking for a little bit of a flank as he moves towards that mid lane, but Team Secret Wales will be forced off the objective for now.
It's a bluff, it feels like, from Secret Wales, wanting to see if they can get Jojo Pyun to TP, maybe use some of that pressure of the elimination game to force errors from MKoi. There is the Rift Herald, though. And not really many members on this top side for MKoi, so it looks like he should be able to get this top lane turret.
Try and charge in towards it. Can use it as an escape tool as well. Rifteld will be able to get that charge in. Mirwin here to defend, but he can't do anything about Rifteld actually managing to take down that tower. Team Secret Wales, they use it, they get gold out of it. Obviously would have liked the mid lane tower a little bit more, but you got to take what you can get when you are 3k gold behind.
They were also pinging the wards that they knew were in their own jungle, having seen Jojo Pyun just reset, so I think a little bit wary of a potential TP flank from the Ahri, and happy enough to just get some of that gold and not, as you say, overextend and maybe throw that game away.
And Jojo, with this tanky build, you know, the early rod stacking up, yeah, but also the mid-game, just Verdant Barrier by itself as a little component provides so much value versus a team that has Vi and Leona on it. Very, very high value spells to block with that thing. So Jojo, not only is he rich on his most played champion of his career, but he's also in a very, very good spot itemized here to make some aggressive picks and position pretty deep into the jungle. You see MKoi right now trying to move up a little bit into the defensive vision that TSW have set.
You're sneaking forward here with that Oracles will deny any knowledge of where he is. Histo's going to go on towards the Wolves. Team Secret Wales as a 3-man squad defending their own jungle. Alvaro looking for something here as Elioya backs away. His dogs will take that shock blast. Jojo looking for a flank as well onto Eddie. You get that cleanse out of him before a fight begins. Be very happy, but with no pressure, Bot Hero moves across and covers his AD carry.
We're starting to see the work that MKoi put in over the course of summer coming to fruition, playing through that 1-3-1 with moving Jojo back and forth between these lanes, fishing for picks, and it's a slow, patient game from MKoi at the moment. We'll have to see if Team Secret Wales can find a way to break this. Dire hovering just out of vision, hoping to find that pick.
Yeah, man, it is crazy hard because you're like, all right, we're a dive comp. Should we go for Nefiri? No, W is up. All right, let's not go for Nefiri. That one's hard. Should we go for Ahri? Well, she has a spell shield and ultimate ready. Okay, should we go for Xayah? Well, Xayah has cleanse splash and ult. So
you're saying Cassante?
Yeah. This like, what target do you dive with this dive comp? I think MKoi just have. They have just set themselves up with all of the answers here to TSW, and so good job getting their Dragon Soul point there. TSW are forced into this kind of like desperate, I feel like, Otacon pull.
Yeah, that's what they're going to go for, and MKoi actually pushing Dire out of his blue side jungle. The Otacon already down to 8,000 HP as MKoi look to see if the fight is viable. Mirwin on the flank, Redemption coming down. Alvaro with a 3-man Magnet Storm, and it's Super that takes the Otacon. Pop goes the Devi, and the rest of his team follows suit. MKoi looking for vengeance against the LCP as they take down 4. Dire unallowed to escape. It's an ace for MKoi.
MoviStarKoi will keep their world's dreams alive as they march down the mid towards the base of Team Secret Wales.
They got a bunch of Otacon flowers, and they will put those flowers at the graves of TSW. Triple stun on the crash down from Alvaro, and they just wipe them off the map.
Alvaro has been so crucial to MKoi when it comes to these team fights, when it comes to the engages all year long, and once again, he is stepping up for MKoi on the international stage, pushing Team Secret Wales back.
Don't care about Otacon, play for fights.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, get him both.
Didn't care about Otacon. As actually we see a catch coming out, all out coming out from Mirwin as he looks to escape from Taki and hits though. Hero coming in as well. Mirwin, very tanky. You can see the damage from Super in that last fight. I will say, it's easy enough to pull the feathers back through everyone when they're CC'd for a year and a half. Credit to Alvaro, he's the one that set it up.
Yeah, Q flash crash down.
I mean, when he's doing 2.5k damage in the fight in his own right, I think it's pretty good.
Redemption bolstering up those numbers. the aggro Redemption. Jojo with the charm onto Dire. Should be able to jump out of this. We'll go across the veil, try to get back towards his tower, but the tower isn't even safe as Jojo just dives in and Dire dies.
Yeah, that's about all you need to say for that one. Right in his face, just destroys him under tower. And TSW, they were already up against the wall. They were already desperate with the last play. Now even more so, trying to just go out fighting.
As 2.5 minutes until that's all they need is.
Flash forward into the cease and desist, and they find Super! A perfect play by Team Secret Wales in the mid lane. Go down fighting, you say. They're not sure about the go down part yet, Kobe.
Well, they need Baron to go down if they hope to hold on to this, and they need to start it up immediately. You can see everyone in MKoi is running as quick as they can to try and answer for the play.
Baron begun by Team Secret Wales. MKoi looking to collapse. Dire still in base, doesn't have TP. He's running as fast as his legs can carry him to join his team. Currently a 4v4 as Alvaro looks for the flank position. Elioya going in with the Darking Daggers. Dire trying to flank from the bottom side of the fight. Alvaro's here though. Crash down, Magnuson finds 2, hand pursuit in. Elioya's already killed off the enemy jungler, and Eddie is next on the menu. These hounds are hungry, and the pursuit goes on to Taki. A triple for Elioya.
The captain of MKoi picks up the triple kill on the back of it, and MKoi, despite losing Super, will hold on to the fight and take the Baron for themselves.
All right, MKoi looking like they are going to survive here at Worlds and wrap up this series. Dire and Jojo once again as Dire is forced to flee.
MKoi now 8,000 gold ahead. They will secure the Baron. They have 2 waves pushing in. But Team Secret Wales, the shot is another catch. It's another pick onto Super. It's another great engage from Hitsto.
And that's what people love about this team. They never just sit back and lose. They're always going to look to still make the aggressive play. And the flash from Histo to reduce the amount of time that Supa had to react to that was great. Then, of course, you're still in a tough situation.
As Jojo maybe called out a little bit, TP is coming in from Team Secret Wales. Histo still looking for that cease and desist. Volt breaker forward, the charm will stop in TP behind as well by Mirwin. Jojo Pyun's going to be the first target. Solar Player's going to follow up. Mirwin looking for that flank TP. Jojo will fall first. The shutdown goes over to Taki, but Elyoya's on that backline once again. It's Histo and Taki trying to survive through Elyoya. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Dyer just gets assassinated by Super and Mirwin. Taki trying to get away from Elyoya, but he continues to chase forward with that call of the pack, and Taki's done for. Hero, full HP, wasn't really in this battle at all. MoviStarKoi will take 3, only losing their mid laner.
Team Secret Wales will find the Ari, but Jose Pyun has already done his job for MoviStarKoi. He has been fantastic all series long, and he bought enough time for MoviStarKoi to jump down to that bottom side, get the kills, and now it's Mountain Soul for an already beefy MoviStarKoi.
Another fight, another bunch of gold for MoviStarKoi, and they're going to lay destruction to the towers afterwards.
Mirwin diving in with the all-out onto Hero, who's just deleted by the feathers. Super at that 3-item point on this Xayah. Histo trying to steal away everything he can, trying to get any gold in his back pockets, but currently 12,000 gold advantage for MoviStarKoi as they push through the bot side.
They're going to continue to keep up this pressure. The split push is incredibly strong right now with this Baron buff, and Team Secret Wales are spread thin. I honestly don't know how they get through Mirwin at this stage.
They're still going to jump onto Elyoya, who does tank a couple of tower shots. He dives back in with that Eviscerate, but with the minions pushing in, Mirwin pushing through the bot side, Jojo about to join the rest of his team, and with Baron buff remaining for the next 50 seconds, this Red Bull Baron power play may include a 50 gold Nexus.
MoviStarKoi about to lay final siege to the Nexus turrets, and here comes the team.
Histo looking for that engage, the Magnus Storm from Alvaro diving in, Spirit Rush from Jojo just to escape. Histo down first. Taki the next target for MoviStarKoi. Super trading with Dyer, who just gets back to the fountain in time. Meanwhile, Eddie doing everything he can, but he just can't survive through the wallet dip. It's vengeance for MoviStarKoi. They take down the LCP, and they go to 2-2.
MoviStarKoi find themselves now one series away from being able to make it to playoffs. The smiles on their faces, well earned, because that was a tough series.
Elyoya 10-0-8 on the Nefiri, ending the game deathless.
On a pick that has been up and down for him in the LEC, 4-3 on it all time, now 5-3 for MoviStarKoi. Melzet talked a lot about it this week. He said, look, I'm not going to give up. As their coach, even if Europe doubts us, I will be here until the bitter end, and I think that showed in their performance today as they take a bow. We're going to hand it back across towards the analyst desk to break down that series and say goodbye to Team Secret Wales.
Thank you very much. It is MoviStarKoi who take their bow in front of the audience and live to fight another day, but a hard-fought battle it was. We will, of course, also give our commiserations to Team Secret Wales. It's been a joy to watch them here at Worlds. I think they probably, of course, weren't very happy with their last game in particular, but they've definitely made us remember their names, and I'm looking forward to what they can show us in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they came into this series pretty much universally considered pretty big underdogs, made it a lot more competitive than people were expecting. Definitely had their opportunities, gonna wish they had some of those fights back, maybe change a little bit of decisions, but you can see the future is very bright for the youngest team at Worlds.
I also feel like we saw what we expected from them, right? Where when they are able to punch up, it is through team fighting. When that team fighting doesn't necessarily go their way, sometimes because of their decision to contest an objective or take a fight that's not very advantageous for them. So they definitely played and showed up kind of as expected for me. So I kind of hope this team sticks together, because whenever you see a team that is this young, that has that much mechanical talent, it's always really cool to see them develop as a unit over time.
And again, it's like they already have mastered a lot of the unteachables. That is kind of like a dream team for a coach to work with. No, I mean, that's like a serious thing.
You do
it's like,
have to, like macro is the easier thing.
Exactly,
to
it's
teach,
the way easier thing to teach. You know, you can't teach necessarily the game sense and the mechanics. That's really, really difficult. I feel like they have that. I think this is a team that could be looking CFO-esque in a couple of years. Like, I think that they have that potential to be able to build.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way about MoviStarKoi. I've seen that. Hey, it was rough. Listen, it was rough, but when they mattered, or when it mattered most, rather, when they had to bring it home in that game
The
2.
Canadian
and in that game 3. Let's take a look at a couple of replays as we're waiting for Jojo, who had a monster series, I gotta say. Even in the game they lost, Isaac, they kept them in.
Yeah. I think all 3 games, it was absolute mid-gap. He really was making big plays. He was winning out in the 1v1s. He was rarely ever dying. I feel like this is, one of the best international performances we have seen from Jojo. When I think back to this team at MSI, to me it was kind of like Alvaro versus the world. Like he was the one that was shining. The rest of the team was really struggling to keep up. Here, I do feel like Jojo is the savior of the day. This is the guy that really stepped up, and I think is showing his class.
I also didn't necessarily believe in the Ari pick as much, but he definitely showed me. And also, it's a super comfortable pick for him, right? Like when I think of like, okay, his back is against the wall, it's going to be Azir or it's going to be Ari because he just feels like he can cover the map and team fight so much better on those picks.
As we wait for Jojo as well, a shout out to, I think Mirwin had a great game on his Cassante that he loves.
Elio, yeah, fantastic.
Elio was great. Alvaro is also very dependable. He was even a bright light for them when it wasn't going well, even at Worlds last year, is the guy that a lot of people look up to, especially on that rel, especially on that Nico specifically. I don't think Supa had the best series, but sometimes that happens and then your team just has to jump in for you because that's why you were in a team together. I think I saw some good things, but I'm pretty worried for them going forward, I gotta say, but we can ask that question to Jojo as well. What's your gut?
I mean, my gut is if you play like this, you lose to every other team that's left in the tournament.
Yeah.
That's kind of my honest feeling. I do think that Team Secret Wales is way weaker than every other team that's going to be alive in the 2-2 bracket. So I think we saw some real bright spots, but if they can bring it all together, if they can play at that high level that we know they all can, they can definitely make it happen. But that's always kind of the question with MKoi, because great, you did beat Secret Wales. That is a big win. You're still in it. You're 1 series away, but you've got teams like CFO. You've got teams like potentially T1, like BLG, like, so many of these really powerful teams that I think are going to be a much tougher challenge. You can't make those early game mistakes and expect to be able to come back like they did in this one.
You can't indeed, and hopefully Jojo has as good of a series as he had here today. He is also our Oppo player of the series, as we were singing his praises already, and you need that. You need a stable mid laner. I think this is the same fight we've seen. Even on the Ari, we didn't love the charms landed.
Yeah, and I mean, this was kind of, even in, again, some of their losses, he kept landing really, really good shockwave, or in their loss, he was still landing really good shockwaves. His Cassio was a huge difference maker in that game-changing fight where they essentially eradicated the gold lead, got Otacon, got tier 1. And so I think like you did in this series at least see a lot of the positives that he does bring to this team. And he had a really great day.
Absolutely. And I mean, one of the things that really impressed me is that, it was like finding these big plays without setup, right? Finding great shockwaves without an easy ball delivery system, finding really good charms. And the reason we thought, hey, this is a tougher draft is because there is no obvious pairing to actually set up for the charms, right? Yes, there is the rel later on, but generally people play it with like Jarvan or Vi or easy setup to get that kind of point and click charm out of it. But he was just hitting everything. And I do feel like, it's not just Jojo, obviously. Every player had moments that were really strong, throughout the series, but it's just going to be a question of, like, can you all bring it together and all hit those high highs in the same game? Like, Mirwin, I thought, had a really weak first 2 games, great final game. We saw those moments, and we just have to see, if they can make it happen in the next series.
Yeah, and then the other thing for me is just, again, their early game, right? Like, I think that's a big thing that they're going to have to end up working on going forward. Like you said, Isaac, if they are going to be able to punch up against more formidable looking teams thus far.
Vi was outdamaged by Leona.
That's rough. But yeah, I think there are still a lot of things that they will want to shore up there, right?
Yeah.
Because I did think Wales, outside of that initial really good start that they then ended up punting in game 1, Wales did get the better of them several times in the early game.
Generating good drafts also, right? Except for maybe that last game, you were very happy with MKOI's draft, so that can be a strong point for them.
I really liked their draft.
As I see that Jojo's getting touched up, and he should be here momentarily, just talking to everybody. Ari Charm here, Ari Charm there. That's how it goes. There he is. Woo! Hello,
congratulations.
Thank you.
So, hey, you're Oppo player of the series. Congratulations. Welcome to the Verizon post-game interview.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I think after game 1, I could feel that me and the whole team were just nervous, but I knew if we played our normal self, it was a very free series. So I think the most important was for us to calm down. I think we did a really good job at just calming down and playing our own game. So I'm glad we were able to show that.
How did you feel about your own individual performance of the series? Because I know coming off MSI, you got to play at home, but you obviously were a little bit disappointed with how that went. Here today, I felt like all 3 games, you were killing it for the team. Even in the loss, you were kind of like the hope to come back. You know, you were finding shockwaves without setup. I felt like you were really on it today. Did it feel for you like things were really clicking?
Yeah, I felt very in flow today. I don't know. I just, like, we're 1 and 2, so if we lose, we go home, of course. But I found a lot of comfort in that sense because it's very fun and exciting. So I think I really just enjoyed playing today because, I mean, I really want to stay, to be honest. I'm having a blast at this Worlds, and I want to keep improving with the team. So, yeah, I really didn't want to lose today. I wasn't going to make us lose no matter what, so.
Yeah, we saw you come out with, I knew as soon as I saw the Ahri, I was like, oh yeah, that's a JoJo comfort staple in the elimination game. I did have to ask a little bit about some of your early games, especially in game 1. Ended up being a little shaky. I know that's something you guys have all said you really want to improve. So how would you rate that today and then going forward into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I think early game we weren't coordinated in game 1. Like, I think the Drake start for coordinated is a good dragon, but I think we just all weren't on the same page. So I think we made some adaptations later in the games to make it easier, but for sure we want to improve on that. I think we've shown so much improvement on that in scrims, so we didn't really get to show it today, but it might be a good thing because the team we verse next might think we're, you know, not too good at early game, and then we just come very coordinated and very clean. So I think it's one of our strongest point in scrims. So. Yeah,
that's the dream, of course, looking forward. I think a lot of people will have watched this series and not have too much faith, honestly, in MoviStarKoi because of some of the teams that you could face
like
in the
T1,
2-2.
BLG.
Yeah,
I mean, if we verse FlyQuest, it's pretty free. I'm hoping for
You're NA, let's calm down a little bit.
I mean, I just want to verse FlyQuest. I think it's going to be super exciting because it feels weird. You know, I'm NA, like you said, but I'm playing in a European team versus an NA team. I don't think I've versed an NA team yet this year so far in Europe, so I think it'll just be very exciting.
I treated him well.
It's beautiful as an NA fan because for years, when an NA team would win, the Europeans would claim them as European because of the imports. So now, NA really is the 1-2-1 today.
Oh exactly. I would say NA.
My favorite LCS team. My favorite LCS team.
This is just feeding into us.
It is my favorite LCS team too.
See, we're on the same page.
Oh my gosh.
He's Oppo player of the series.
Carrying a whole region, one-player region.
That's all you need. You just need one Canadian.
It's that easy.
It's that easy.
It's the Canadian connection. I did have to ask, today is Supa's birthday, and he fulfilled his death wish, right, of winning on his birthday.
But he died a lot, is that what you mean?
No. I was going to ask what they're doing for him later.
Death wish.
DEFT.
Oh, I heard Death Wish too.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was confused. But,
what are you guys doing for Supa's birthday?
I mean,
but you already gave him a gift.
Yeah,
we already gave him a gift. I'm really glad. I mean, for sure, the enemy team really tried to target Supa on his birthday. It was kind of crazy. It was for sure their game plan going into game 1. We have a joke about like Fnatic really likes to target the ball in. I think today they also really wanted to target the ball in. I think it was clear. So yeah, they didn't want to make Supa's birthday happy, but we tried our best to help that. We're gonna get him a cake for sure after the series and celebrate.
Nice. That's cool. Good vibes to end up with. Congratulations, Jojo.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Happy
of course,
for you, man. Keep killing it.
I hope you get that FlyQuest matchup. I really
hope
do.
so too.
That would be amazing. Thank
it's
you.
an NA win either way then.
It is. We're gonna head over to a quick break, but when we come back, it's GENG versus TES for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Good shit, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shadowing Strike, immediately they dive onto Taki, and the Eclipse is not enough to save him! The Redemption not down in time, he does land the Solar Flare, Spirit Rush, dive in with a killing streak from Eddie as well, but Yoya's on the chase, trying to take down that Kai'Sa, and the Darking Daggers will be enough! The Hounds of Hell from Elioya for the double! MKoi collapse!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
In a wild world, lost in its vines, make a sound, it comes to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost when we're just out of reach. No going back, scream to the heavens, pray for the weak, but that won't protect them. Innocent, hope is awakened by each and every step that is all that they have heard, let them hear your words, let them know your worth, living in this world. And if they ask you for more, then that's what they're gonna get. And drop their knees to the floor when you can speak from your chest. If we're not given a chance to reach the stars in the sky, how then could we ever know the way they glimmer at night? Hear me, it's been too long, lying and waiting, rise through the ranks, no one finds a way back.
Today, in the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Keen and 369 face off in a duel of top lane powerhouses, Korea versus China. After years of grinding with the Afrika Freaks, Keen rebuilt his legacy. First helping transform KT into title contenders, then becoming GENG's core strength, finally earning his first LCK title. He now has 2 LCK titles, 2 MSI titles, and is aiming for the ultimate title, World Champion. 369, once the prodigious upstart of China, was crowned the best top laner in the world during JDG's peak, but recent inconsistency over the last few years has left doubts. He's out to prove that he can still be the best.
The Aatrox keeping everybody distracted now, but he's got to be careful. The Aatrox won't die fast enough. Sterix Gage pops to keep him alive. Broken Blade is already down. Everybody on G2 is eviscerated.
Will Keen's precision and discipline lead GENG into the quarterfinals, or will 369 roll high once again and reclaim his throne?
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where we are here with what is likely to be a barn burner of a series. GENG versus Top Esports.
Little JDG reunion in the mix here. This should be a super fun one. GENG, the reigning MSI champions, the back-to-back, here to see if they can do it at Worlds.
In the Jingdong arena as well, of all places for this reunion to be happening, but this should be an absolute banger. GENG looking like the best team coming into Worlds, now find themselves an opportunity to move forward in towards the quarterfinals, whereas for Top Esports, looking to not only take down the Korean top seeds, but take down their demons and push themselves into the quarterfinals themselves.
Top Esports so often known as the Chinese team that collapses at internationals, that collapses at Worlds. This time they have not been that, but after going 2-0 up, they then lose to KT 2-0 in relatively convincing fashion for KT. And GENG on the other side lost to anyone's legend. So we have both these teams having lost to the other region, wanting a little bit of redemption for themselves. The question is, who will claim it in this quarter-final qualifying series?
There's a huge amount on the line for both sides. The top lane matchup is insane. You got the jungle matchup is insane. You got Ruler versus Jackie Love. There are so many matchups across the board here that I'm just so excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, world champions playing against each other in the bottom lane. Super hyped to see how that one does play out. I feel like Ruler is in just incredible form this year and really has been pushing the pace. So we'll see if Top Esports can stand up to GENG, who once again enter another international tournament as the big favorites to win it all, not just this series.
And importantly, another Worlds, because when it comes to MSI, we know GENG are going to show up. We know that they can claim those titles. They've won it back-to-back, for goodness sake. But when it comes to Worlds, there always seems to be this small thorn in their side, this small Lego brick that they stand on and they tumble over.
T1.
It is T1. It's often T1. I'll agree with that. But GENG, for a team that so often has promised so much at Worlds, have not delivered to the level that they would like to. Chovy in the mid lane, widely seen as the best player in the world, although I think arguable at times this year, continues to be the best player without a Worlds title.
And I want to see, can Kanavi here carry early game versus Canyon? Canyon has been a bit slow in the early stages, and Kanavi has just shown so brightly. If there is, an angle for TES to go for, I think it has to be get your lanes ahead, get some winning matchups here in draft, then play for early game, play for jungle domination, and try and take GENG down that way.
Kanavi still has 100% first blood rate. This guy has been absolutely insane in the early stages and has been finding picks like the Jarvan that facilitate that style. Kiana is going to be the jungler that is focused here from GENG, and a lot of respect put onto that from the LCK towards the LPL jungler.
Yeah, I was listening to some of Nymira's streams when I was waiting to come to Worlds, and he was talking about how he thinks Kanavi is often the best Kiana in the world. So I'm not really too surprised that GENG decide to get rid of it here against Kanavi. Orianna, the final ban alongside Ambessa and Wukong from Top Esports, Azir, Yanara, and Kiana, the bans from GENG. So where are we looking for first pick?
Well, we have a lot of Rise and Talia both open. A lot of possible picks here. Interesting going for the Vi so early on. The point and click though, very versatile, can work its way into a lot of comps.
It's also because it opens up 369 to go for the Sion pick here, because you know that Trundle is not going to be going in towards the jungle, and potentially even to take a Trundle for yourself on the opposite side. So I really like this from Top Esports, and 369 has been fantastic on this pick for so many years.
Yeah, so often a person that you look to in that top lane to be a rock, to be a foundation, a keystone around which you can build your team. 369, more often than not rolling the 9s these days, although there are a few 3s that sneak in there from time to time. Sion, his lock. We'll see where they decide to go. Expect Top Esports to look towards perhaps a jungle pick here. Could go towards mid as well, but that does give counter pick potential for Chovy. It is Aurora, so it'll be Cream locking that in for the mid lane.
All right, getting some burst damage for themselves, some flank possibilities here. GENG answer. What are we going to get into the sign? We've seen a couple of different answers. You know, Mbessa was the most popular. Rek'Sai and Cassante are the other kind of like tanks into it. Rek'Sai has been pretty funny. I think that Flandra has been like the one that deserves to be able to play Rek'Sai.
Agreed.
We've had a lot of other top laners flopping with the champion, but Keen is definitely a top laner you can trust.
Exactly, and I think it does provide good follow-up for the Vi, right? You hit that Price Seeker onto someone who was locked up by the Vi after everyone's been scattered to the four corners, and make sure that you're able to get that dive potential. Alongside the Taliyah being able to spread out the fights, this feels like GENG already setting up for a very strong team fight, but now with the Xin Zhao on top esports side, it's going to be answered just as evenly.
Yeah, the instant answer. I love Xin into Vi usually because you can have a lot of priority and a lot of early skirmishes versus champion. It allows your team to make a lot of those choices towards some of the early stages of these objectives. Let's see about those bottom lanes, about those world champs that will be going head-to-head down there, though. Dive comps are definitely on the table, so you think like Kai'Sa, and then the other side, you want to do like, oh, are we going to have counter dive? And so for those types of combinations, I guess the Kai'Sa won't be the option this time around. Then you have like Xayah possibilities, you know, Spell Shield possibilities for Sivir. Let's see what we end up with.
Sivir and Kai'Sa are the first two bans. I will quickly come back to the point about trusting Keen on this Rek'Sai. I think he has leveled up a lot since last year, but he's only played it twice, both of it against T1 last spring, and he lost both games. So he has definitely evolved a lot as a top laner since then, and I do trust him. I think he's one of the best top laners in the world, probably the best at the moment, at least in terms of adaptability, but it has only been Flandra who's actually being able to pick up wins on this Rek'Sai so far.
One of the things I do trust on this GENG side is Duro, if he can get his hands on a Poppy, because at the moment, Poppy has been fantastic at this tournament, and at least looking at top esports, you would like another engage tool for Hong to try and round out this composition. Plus, it's been the picks that Hong has performed the best on, but if you end up with a Poppy on the opposite side, that can make it very difficult for Hong to really be the engage tool, or even for Kanavi to follow up effectively on this Xin Zhao.
You do want Hong to have a little bit of comfort because we were talking about how he's been sick across the last few days, hasn't really been able to have the performances he'd like. His coaching staff is saying he's getting better now. We expect him to be able to really perform, but I think so far at this Worlds, Hong hasn't shone in the way you'd expect him to for this top esports lineup.
And they ban away his, you know, possible counter engage with Renata there. When you're showing, you know, this type of dive, definitely a worthy ban. In the end, the Corki that has been very, you know, reliably in the meta here with the extra dash does a lot pretty well universally, and a takeaway from Ruler on top of that.
Where are you looking, GENG? AD carrying in support. Lucian, the current hover for Ruler. He is very comfortable on this champion. Him, Paze, and Viper, really the big three that I look at and think of when you're talking about Lucian picks, and there's the Brawn to go alongside it.
Yeah, and I mean, even when we saw Ruler play this at Worlds, was getting these massive CS leads over his opposition just off of the laning alone. So very, very comfortable on it, especially alongside the Braum. Now it looks like Hung going to end up opting in towards the Nico, looking to put a little bit of pushback against this Lucian Braum early power, and set up nicely for that engage tool that we were looking for top esports.
Yeah, top esports last time around, and you kind of talk about him being sick a little, but he did not have the best Nico game, so see if this one can be a bit better. Again, it is not going to be a very easy one. You've got Taliyah, Rox, and Braum to worry about when you're navigating for these engages, so you really do have to be on point. You have to synergize with Cream to get these engages. The Aurora plus the Nico have to be working together, and when they had the Annie plus the Nico, they failed almost every engage that they tried to go for as a team.
Hong did not have the best of times on this Nico, and I agree with you. I think these have been the two of the players that have been taking a lot of the scrutiny on this team, so we'll have to see if top esports now can try and perform, especially on home turf here against, for some of the players, their former teammates. It would be a massive statement for the LPL to be able to take down the LCK first seed.
Also just a really big statement for top esports at this tournament. So far they've beaten G2 and 100 Thieves. And I'm gonna be honest, like G2 day one did not look good. Top esports looked great. 100 Thieves, although they can challenge, aren't known as the toppest of echelons in the world. And then you look at the rest of the teams that top esports need to get through to get to quarterfinals, beating a GENG, beating a T1, something like that would really help accelerate them in the minds of the audience, rather than just being they snuck through into quarterfinals. They then accelerate themselves into a position of a possible favorite for the tournament.
Especially if you look at the last year and a half, MSI 2024 lost 3-0 to G2 and then immediately lost to T1. Then a first stand, they lose to HLE, they lose to Carmine Corp, they lose to CFO and groups and don't even make it out of the bloody thing. So for top esports, they really do want to do themselves justice in China and show what the LPL is capable of.
We see the early swap coming out here from Jackie Love. It's Team WE that first did this year. At least it has been something we've seen throughout the course of League of Legends history. But it actually looks like Jackie Love is now going to path down towards the bot side. And I see Ruler moving up towards mid. I expect that he'll end up just going back down towards the bot, so we'll have the normal lane assignments.
Looks like it, and we'll see if they can get any sort of early brush play here. Hung was so early that he got the ward into second brush on the lane really early on, so we'll see. There's definitely a lot of burst potential in Corki and Nico, and trying to get that advantage over the Braum lane from the level 1 could be big. They do have a sweeper here.
Able to get rid of that vision. Having a double range does really help, and you talked about it a little bit as we got through the draft, Rob. It's a JDG 2023 reunion in the JDG Stadium, a team that was on the Golden Road, and Knight helping carry the team through the MSI 23, but they weren't quite able to cross that finish line and make it to the World's Finals, got knocked out in the semi-finals. 369, Kanavi and Ruler now all meeting back up on the stage where they dominated the LPL 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was incredibly heartbreaking for that JDG roster. Everyone expected them to be able to go the distance. A lot of that was down to incredible team fighting, with guys like 369 being able to provide frontline on picks like the Scion, and Ruler just being a menace in the team fights alongside Knight. But unfortunately, we're not able to do so, and now they find themselves on opposite sides of the rift with Kanavi there as well. It feels like for top esports to get one back against their former teammate would be huge.
Yeah, I feel like those players all still have very close bonds. I love listening to interviews where they're talking about coming back to the JDG arena and the emotions that they feel because of it, and all the work that they had put in together. Now, of course, as you say, on opposite sides, and Ruler pushed under tower early on, as expected from the Corki and Nico lane down here, getting priority.
But just really good harassment as well from the top esports bot lane, getting the barrier and the heal out of GENG early on. Duro on his Braum, 22-7 all time, but early game into a Nico and Corki, you do expect to have to absorb some of this pressure. The question is whether we'll see a punish with Kanavi on the bottom side of the map. I think he is just going to go for the scuttle cap and a little bit of vision. You can see GENG think there's a possibility, place a ward in the tri-bush to make sure that they're not susceptible to that gank.
Yeah, just want to make sure that they're able to get some nice little poke damage back as well with Ruler, but Kanavi just wants to get the ward, get the crab, and look for a reset himself. So at the moment, it is going to be relatively quiet in these early stages, and honestly, I think if I'm junglers, I'm eyeing up more towards this mid lane to see exactly what we can achieve, because burnt flash and burnt summoner spells mean a huge amount in this matchup.
Now here's the possible dive. Will materialize. Kanavi comes across, Ruler forced away. Can just be to deny some of these minions as well. Winter's Bite onto Jackie Love. Duro the target. Kanavi going to be looking to try and get the damage down onto Duro. Hung with a great tower aggro juggle on the cannon. And Kanavi and Jackie Love able to pick up that first blood. Ruler forced away at half HP. Can you hear? To try and defend, but it's a plate, it's a kill, it's everything top esports wanted.
It's one of the best parts about Nico. Rob was talking about it in the previous game. Turn into a cannon, tank that thing up, and it makes dives so easy, even into champions like Braum that people usually think, oh, well, it's Braum, you know, unbreakable, this is going to be super dangerous, but not necessarily true if you can turn into a cannon, and Hong here is able to get the aggro.
I did think with the Braum and even the concussion, or the concussive stacks, that it would just be too difficult, especially with Ruler playing so far back. But Hong, you just tank so many shots, it does not matter. And Duro even burning the flash, hoping that he'd be able to survive long enough, but it is the prowess of that Nico on the dives.
The important thing about that is you might wonder why Nico isn't taking that much damage. If you're a cannon minion, you don't get the ramping damage that a champion would in that case, which allows Hong just to auto-attack and stand there, wiggle side to side on his little cannon minion, and tank the tower for many more shots than he usually would be able to.
Yeah, it's one of the peculiarities with Nico is that you literally count as what you're turning into, and so it even works for like runes that only activate on champions and
spells
stuff
as well.
Hung going in here, looking for Ruler, who dashes away with the relentless pursuit. Hung flashing forward, though. The barrier coming out. Valkyrie forward from Jackie Love. Cuts blows down onto him. And Jackie Love flashes just in time to survive the Gatling gun coming out. Hung, a couple more auto attacks on him. And Light Slinger out on and Blaze. GENG turn it on its head on the bot side. Winner's bite just wide of Jackie Love there from GENG, but they even out the scoreboard.
The start was so good for Top Esports. Ruler was set so far behind, but in the 2v2, Ruler gets a kill back and immediately undoes so much of the work Top Esports set up on that bottom side.
Canyon now looking for the dive up towards top side. Can be a little bit risky. Flash in from Keen, bolt breaker from Canyon. Not risky at all, it seems. Perfectly juggled by GENG.
Dive answered. Topside pressure there is unrelenting. Keen on the Rek'Sai softens him up, and Canyon comes to finish the job. Keen did flash to start this play out, but honestly, Rek'Sai is so hard to gank already with the tunnel network that she can put down in lane. It makes it very frustrating to go after the champion. Sign ult does hit though.
I mean, Keen's going to get knocked up here. We'll look to try and put another tunnel down. Was trying to play for that plate, and I believe did manage to pick it up before tunneling away. Kanavi, meanwhile, starting up this Drake. Has hit level 6, while Canyon still only level 5. Needs a couple more minions to get over to that 6 mark, but I think Canyon will realize can't really fight this one. Dragon over to Top Esports.
And not going to be able to mess with this in, and pushing bottom lane as well for TES. The saving grace for the bottom lane for TES there, of course. Jackie didn't die, and they already had the minion advantage from Denial under turret. And so Jackie still remains with a lot of extra CS here, and both of them getting the kill credit does mean very, very formidable.
Chovy chunking out Kanavi, who just walks around the corner, tries to avoid the seismic shove, can't do so. Pulled back into the unraveled earth. Duro dives forward and then pops the unbreakable to make sure he doesn't take too much damage in response.
Yeah, I'm curious how much pressure we're going to see from Top Esports in towards the mid lane. Nice job by Cream to manage to escape away from that. But one of the things we saw from AL was a huge amount of focus on moving members to the mid lane and trying to target Chovy. And I thought that might have been kind of the new game plan in the LPL to try and shut down Chovy and in turn try to shut GENG. But at the moment, Hung kind of stuck in this bottom side and wanting to try and play through the 2v2 for his strength. Hasn't been able to make it towards mid yet.
Dive in from Kanavi when the wind becomes lightning. He's going to get knocked up by Keen, who unburrows. There's a big wave here. They could have chunked out Keen. Perhaps they would have been able to force him away with the threat of a dive, but they can't do so. Rek'Sai so good at maintaining her health bar through fights like this. Canyon waiting as the grubs are begun by Top Esports. TP coming in from Duro as well, as he looks to help out his teammates. Canyon and Keen going to walk across here first. Will be a 3v3 as Cream comes across. Kanavi able to pick up the first of the grubs. Canyon diving in, the cease and desist, but a great between worlds from Cream will get him out. Hung coming in with the Strangled Thorns as well. The dive ball to the Void Rush, Crescent Guard out. Keen survives through the tunnel. A great seismic shot finds 2. And just as you think you got him, GENG get you right back 2-0. And all of it on that seismic shot from Chovy. Duro flashes. GENG somehow all come out alive.
Oh, the skirmish from GENG. What? They get out alive. Keen survives. And in the end, they will get both of these grubs. They will get the credit towards the feats.
I cannot believe GENG got away with that one. It looked like it was going to be done and dusted with Top Esports repositioning, but it doesn't matter. Their GENG were able to collapse so well. You see Top Esports all trying to jump onto Duro, but the second that you end up getting hit by the Winter's Bite, everyone jumps onto Cream, he repositions. But the follow through here, as Keen gets the ult, manages to escape, and there's so much that has been invested into him. The seismic shove sets up perfectly for the follow-up, and this Braum is getting so much value with everyone grouped up.
Yeah, Keen, the distraction, and lives and allows Chovy to get such a good knock-in. GENG come out so far ahead of that. They just explode the gold lead, 2,000 now.
Cream had to flash while we were in that replay, as did Kanavi, it looks like, as both of their flashes are currently on cooldown. Can't quite see exactly what happened there, but we'll see whether it is truly punished. Maybe that Cream flashed a little bit earlier on. I just saw the observers hovering it, so we no longer have the flash for Kanavi and Cream. A 2,000 gold lead for GENG, 10 minutes into this game, and it's just The team fight execution from GENG was just sublime there. Everyone knowing exactly what their job was as Keen continues to trade with 369 up towards this top side.
It's one of the things that really added a lot of survivability to Rek'Sai. Honestly, because I was spamming at jungle, I was hoping it wouldn't get too big of a thing and wouldn't get a big spotlight so everyone starts playing it. But being able to set the W on just a second cooldown upon using your ultimate allows you way more escape angles. And Keen really nicely played that fight, saving it and using it to get out afterwards. Bot side though,
they didn't spot him.
Well, Canyon did come through. He was on vision as he jumped into that tri-bush for a very short period of time. Glacial Fissure was used and Canyon showed around the corner. Top Esports begin to back away. Do have the Pop Blossom on Hung if they want to try and defend underneath the tower. Canyon looking for that cease and desist. Hung, looming burst, gets a bit of damage. Pop Blossom. Canyon tries to escape, but he's locked up with the Tangle Bombs. Unbreakable from Juro, keeping his jungler alive, but Jackie Love will take down 166 back in as Jackie falls for it. Canyon goes down in the dive. It's a 2-for-1 to Top Esports. The collapse coming in from Kanavi as Ruler has flash and barrier to try and get away from this, and should be able to dash out with that relentless pursuit. Chovy looking for a gank up towards the top side, won't materialize for him, and in the end, Top Esports coming out on top in that dive.
Jackie Love, Valkyries forward, and I thought it was going to be a complete disaster with those concussive blow stacks there, but they're just about able to get the kill onto Canyon as well. It's bedlam in this early stage.
Yeah, we get a bloodbath and we get a bit of comedy as well in the bottom lane. Honestly, you know, Canyon going in here, but look at Jackie, he deletes the minion wave. So then Canyon gets caught in tower aggro by Hung. Really good heads up play by Jackie to delete the minion wave, and then Jackie's like, okay, we got a great lockup. And so he goes all in, ends up being 2-for-1 in favor of TES in a fight that was 3v1 in favor of GENG, and them being the ones to try and force it.
Top Esports will be happy enough to have got something out of that bot side. While we're in that replay, and Ocean Drake was taken for GENG. Gold down from 2k lead for the LCK #1 seed to about 1,000. Still the leads for Top Esports are only in that bottom lane. 600 gold on the AD carry, 700 on your support, whereas the top side of the map, all blue on the bottom of your scoreboard.
And a lot of this, again, has kind of been Canyon having a fantastic game here. He's been a little bit out of it when it came towards some of the matchups against AL. It felt like Tarzan was able to get the better of him in that series, or in that game. But this time around in this series thus far against Top Esports, he has been everywhere in the early stages. And now they can use this pressure to play around mid, play around Ruler, try and lock down this core key, see if they can play with the Cullings on Lucian. And as long as you can get control over mid, it becomes very easy to have these excursions into the enemy jungle, which is what GENG are trying to set up now.
I'm going to retreat away from Duro and Ruler, who are stepping forward. A little bit of vision towards where the blue buff would be. Kanavi will be spotted as he comes around that bend. Held up in a minute and a half. Keen using the fact that he gets the push in that top side to step down and clear out a bit of vision around there. Even just setting up the tunnels for himself for a possible Rift Herald play.
I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm already prepared to give Keen the Rek'Sai pass.
Yes.
He has already earned 3 turret plates on top side.
Kanavi diving in here. Can he have to jump away on someone also being used? Keen looking for the demolish proc. Should be able to get it, but the minion wave actually not in range for him. Furiously bites away at that tower, and the 2 grubs enough to get him to play.
Calculated, beautiful stuff. As I said, he gets the Rek'Sai pass. He can play it here at Worlds as well.
Apparently having 2 eyes in the middle of your name rather than 1 allows you to play that Rek'Sai well into the Scion. If you only have 1 in the middle, sometimes you get caught.
Which is hilarious because she's blind.
True. Keen having a really good performance, having a really good year overall. I think a lot of people will always look at Chovy as the main player for GENG, but I think Keen and Juro have actually been the most consistent carries for me for this team. Keen especially with his jack of all trades, Swiss Army knife style. You can put him into any role and he really fulfills that without losing the impact that a tank player would have if they were playing a carry top lane. He seems to be able to do everything well.
Yeah, most certainly. And Rek'Sai kind of toes that line as well. Since the build is this bruiser build where you go Titanic into Sojin, you actually have a decent amount of damage, you have a decent amount of backline threat, but still quite tanky and very annoying for opponents to deal with. Even with Hung up here with 369, it doesn't matter. King can go very, very aggressively, keep on pushing, and that tower has been whittled so low by his efforts that it it poses a very big threat as far as feats. I mean, Canyon might even just beat him to it if they just get Rift Railed, then they're just going to get it through objectives.
Dive in by Ruler, immediately gets the culling down, but not the concussive blows. Pop Blossom out of Hung, only finds it onto Ruler, and with Redemption coming down, Ruler will be topped up in time. The Rift Herald started by GENG while all of this was happening. Ruler merely a distraction in the mid lane as GENG wanted that Herald.
And this is exactly how you want to try and use this Lucian, especially alongside the Braum, making sure you can get the concussive blow stacks, get the slow, and then open up with that culling. And now Rift Herald immediately in towards the mid lane. GENG are taking no prisoners.
Yeah, honestly, this is a masterclass from GENG. Ruler and Duro, they push Jackie out so hard. Wait a second.
Flank. Jumps onto Duro, weirding back with a seismic shove. Between worlds goes Cream and dives onto Duro and flashes, and immediately he's locked up with the concussive blows that re-engage from GENG. Perfect as they dive in with the cease and desist. Jackie Love can't survive. The onslaught of Keen and Canyon. A seismic shove buries Top Esports. 369 looks for the flash. An unstoppable onslaught. Cowards, he cries as he runs away from the fight.
GENG are speed running TES right now. It is crazy. Ruler and Duro, they pushed out Jackie in the mid lane, and so then Hung using the flash to go for that play onto Ruler afterwards. There was no damage, no follow-up. Then the Nico was left without flash afterwards, and GENG just destroyed them in the fight.
Yeah, and then even here, Cream thinks he's about to make his play, but unfortunately, this milk was spoiled as he ends up sending himself straight into the back line to do nothing. Ruler's just there to immediately get the follow-up, and all it does is bait in members like Kanavi, who end up falling down. You've got 369 who's TPing miles away and can't get involved. And GENG, I mean, says it all right there.
And it's a different fight if you still have the Pop Blossom. If you haven't had to use that to make sure Ruler doesn't kill off your AD carry, perhaps Top Esports can turn it. But now, 17 minutes in, GENG are 5K ahead. This is a demolition from the LCK #1 seeds. Top Esports left reeling, left trying to find a way back into this game, but the windows are rapidly closing on them as Hong goes forward. Pop Blossom onto 3, and perhaps that's it. Hong with a beautiful Pop Blossom. Ruler trying to get away as Hong chases him down, but Ruler escapes with the culling. Cream forced down towards the bottom side of the fight. Kanavi diving in. Wind becomes lightning, but Ruler dodges to the side of it. The redemption not enough. In the end, Kanavi will find his man. But off an incredible Pop Blossom, it's still a 2 for 2.
And the Dragon is still going to GENG. They chase down Cream on the back of the fight. And while everyone at Top Esports is looking mid lane, it's GENG with their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, we're only 17 minutes into the game, and the objective bounty shutdowns are on the map in favor of TES. You know they are very, very far behind. Now, if they hadn't been able to just finish off Ruler there, then it really would have been egg on their face. But Hung does start it out, gets the 3-person Nico ultimate, even though he didn't have flash or proto belt. And so you think, oh, it's going to be really, really good for TES. Ruler creates a lot of space flashing to the other side, and so you can see Canyon and Keen are able to chase down the Aurora on the other side, and Keen coming up with that double kill.
They just spent so much time trying to chase down Ruler, who barely escaped. They bought everything that GENG needed. And it feels like even when you get a miracle engage like that, the fact that Top Esports can't really find the success says a lot about where they are in this game. And now it's going to be the macro play from GENG as they set up on this top side, looking at potential vision control and that top lane turret.
Yeah, and they've got some fed solo lanes. Chovy and Keen both with 2,000 plus gold leads. And Dark Seal had been stacking up for Chovy as well. So he's got the extra ability power there. I mean, TES, they're going to have to craft some sort of heavy, like 5-person play out of Fog of War to catch someone off guard.
If you're Top Esports, you press tab and you're crying. Like Spear, you got the Sundered Sky, the Rylai's, the Seraphs, and the Vori Flicker Blades, the Essence Reaver. Like you are not a very happy bunny when you look at the opposing inventories. And I guess for Top Esports, the one saving grace is you got a Mountain Drake earlier on. It's not an early soul for GENG, but 3 minutes away will be that soul. Point Artican up in 20 seconds, and GENG just ruling the Rift right now. Dura able to step forward here, not really too afraid of Top Esports. Ruler will be waiting for his flash to come back up, still about a third of the cooldown on that, so doesn't want to step up too far on his lonesome.
And it's also against GENG, who are not exactly a team that is known for throwing games, so it is a little tough when you want to come into this. And again, the early control from GENG has been spectacular. Canyon been able to find these great dives, even the turnaround play from Duro and Ruler on that bottom end of the map. It felt like every time Top Esports were trying to find advantages, it was GENG just shutting the door in their face.
And that hurts. Have you ever had a door slammed in your face? Because Top Esports are looking like it. They want to try and return the favor, but Chovy just walls away and will be safe.
Just weave that wall away to safety. Duro caught out a little bit with the Blooming Burst, but you can see the Nico clone just being used for extra vision here by Top Esports. GENG advancing in 2 lanes at the same time. Top and bot, their current targets. Keen stealing away jungle camps whenever he can, just to make Kanavi ever so slight bit weaker. Try and get rid of all the standing gold that Top Esports could find for themselves. Duro TP's back in. You can see GENG's current investment is vision towards this top side. They're going to use Ruler to push out mid, and then he can move up and join up with the rest of the team, which makes sense because there's an Artican here. It's the only neutral objective up for the next 2 minutes of the game. Is all of Top Esports back, and won't be an immediate start. Oh, it will, in fact, from GENG as Ruler makes his way up through the river.
GENG just know they're way stronger on these 2 autumn spikes, and Top Esports now have to try and retake, but this Hadouken is long gone, and GENG again just continue to add to this lead.
Look at Duro. He just stands, he's like, hey, you want to get anywhere near? You have to walk through me, and through me is also through a seismic shove as GENG look for the engage. Keen with a perfect bang. The Pop Blossom's only going to find the jungler. It's not enough. Crescent Guard from Kanavi won't keep him alive through the damage that is Ruler. The dash back from Cream. Oh, it's a shellacking. It's a demolition. I'm not even sure we're allowed to show this on your screens. GENG with a 5-0 ace at 22 minutes.
Yeah, I think we just witnessed the murder. That is GENG absolutely crushing Top Esports with a clean ace, losing no one, face tanking towers in the aftermath.
The fact that they're still able to tank towers just says how poorly that one has gone. GENG, like, they split up these fights so incredibly well. Jackie Love caught on the bottom side of this wall, and then on the top they're putting pressure into Cream as well, and a huge amount of that is thanks to this dive duo of Keen and Canyon. They immediately take separate targets, and 369 just isn't able to pick a side that he wants to try and fight on. You cannot be losing, you've your top side losing. Jackie Love is diving for safety and is saying, please, for the love of God, save me. But there is no savior here on Top Esports.
Top Esports trying to run, but nowhere on Summoner's Rift is safe for them. Even their own base will quickly become GENG territory.
And with that fight, Canyon moves into 6th place all time in international assists, 1,145. And for a player coming into this tournament that I think a lot of people saw as the weakest link of GENG, who was having a struggle of a time during the summer split, this game, and it is only one game, is really showing just how impactful he can be and how well GENG can play when he gets his lanes ahead, because that's exactly what he's done here. He'll secure the 3rd Drake for them, as well as 369 tries to defend under this tower. The Science tanky, and he'll be able to survive through any damage GENG put into him right now, but he's not really able to keep the tower topped up for too long with another wave coming in.
And we are witnessing why so many people have GENG as such heavy favorites, you know, coming into this tournament. An absolutely star-studded lineup here, and we're even going to see them continue.
Pop Blossom only going to hit onto Duro. Not able to chase any further as Canyon jumps across the wall with the Bolt Breaker. Duro, Redemption coming down on Unstoppable Onslaught. Won't be enough damage. Duro survives! Duro survives again. You just can't kill him. As Kanavi's caught out by Keen. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard to try and survive, but is guarding nada. Jackie Love and Cream feel the full power of the culling. Chovy's flashing the damn wall, for goodness sake, as GENG once again ace Top Esports and will push down mid.
They're going to potentially end the game, and Baron hasn't even spawned yet. It's 30 seconds, and GENG, they're just eyeing up the Nexus.
Rated R for mature, this game was anything but kind from GENG. 21 kills to 5. Duro, he dies to a tower as Hung tries to do something to defend, but GENG, sub 25 minutes, dismantle Top Esports.
The Nexus Tower at the end doing what Top Esports couldn't and actually killing Duro there. GENG making quick work of it. They have, you know, some reservations for later in the day, it seems like.
Jesus Christ.
That was a complete stop.
Yeah, it really was.
Incredible.
If you're Top Esports, you probably have some reservations about loading onto the map for Game 2. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that 25-minute affair.
And if you're GENG, you maybe have a dinner reservation. I don't know.
I mean, they got to go somewhere quick. I knew it was good. I was saying, okay, maybe this series is going to be a 2-0. Did not know it was going to be absolute destruction. I thought GENG, ever since that AL loss, they have been on a rampage. They look so mad. I thought, obviously, we're going to see a lot of team fights where they were so much well coordinated. But I also thought, especially around 15 minutes, I really loved their Herald take, where they, ult onto Jackie Love, get him super low, or pushing up mid. You see all these little things that they're doing on the map to accelerate their lead, and TES didn't really stand a chance.
They didn't know what hit him.
After that 15-minute, and then afterwards, the Herald push after that.
I mean, they blew up the Nexus before the Baron spawned.
Yep. Yeah.
That is one of the most one-sided games we've had all Worlds.
Yeah, it's true, and it all started at that 8-minute mark off Chovy's seismic shove. Flick back for a HyperX reflex replay. It's just a little detail, but it does a lot, and Chovy, when he's angry, he does things like this, of course.
Yeah, and TES think they have the jump on this, right? They're like, oh man, we can kill Keen, but they waste so much on this Rek'Sai, which sets up everything for Chovy right here. Seismic shove. This was where GENG really started to break open the early game.
I mean, this team is just so terrifying. When Ruler and Chovy are in this kind of form, when Canyon's actually impacting the early game, this team just looks so unbeatable. It is crazy. TES, yes, I mean, I know they have that reputation of, oh, they're chokers, whatever, but it's they always make quarterfinals, they make semifinals, they go far. This is a high-quality team that just got made to look like they were a joke.
Yeah, and you mentioned someone that I'm really glad you brought out, who's Canyon, right? And I've been super critical of Canyon this split. I think he's had a lot of games where he's just kind of AFK farming, and Duro sometimes is kind of making up for it with his roams on the map. I loved how involved he was early on this Vi. I thought he was really, really a huge part of their early game, and I love to see it because we know how good Canyon can be, and that's best jungler in the world.
Yeah, this was 5 seconds off the fastest game at Worlds.
Yep.
And absolute stomp. I mean, GENG was already way ahead, and then TES kind of made it even easier for them.
They did, as we take a look.
Yeah, exactly. They tried to find this mid lane engage, and it just...
I don't know what Cream was doing. I gotta say, let's take a look.
Cream is the one engaging, unfortunately, for GENG. I mean, Jackie Love was already chunked out. It's an ill-advised fight regardless. Look at Hong, look at Jackie Love. They're already really low HP.
Yeah, and the way that GENG had set this up previously is that exact push I was talking about, right? Because they get Jackie Love really low. They're taking Herald at the same time. They push through Tier 1. They're pushing towards Tier 2. And then, Cream just saw the angle. It was not the angle.
I mean, he had no spells, and then just R ults in and then flashes past with no QE up and just dies. That was not it.
It looks fun, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he had fun.
Hopping and scooting. But yeah, I think it's just the fact that when they are in a mood like this, we shouldn't use that word, just in a mode like this, I think is a better word to say it. It sometimes looks like, oh, TS feels like they have to jump in here, because that is what it feels like when you're playing versus them, because of all these other inquantifiables that they're pushing at the same time.
Yeah, the best teams in the world, like GENG, will just force you to make either a bad decision or a worse decision, right? And I think that's also what we saw once this game kind of got out of hand. There were so few good decisions for TES to be able to make, and it's all through that suffocation and that kind of superior map play that GENG have.
And I was talking about this on the dive, before, where TES, they put themselves in a really great position to start out this tournament, right? And I kind of want to take a look at the bracket if we can and just show basically their journey, right? Because they started out strong, they win the first two, they get this draw against KT where you're thinking, they have a real shot to go 3-0 straight into the bracket, they had a really, really good draw. They drew double Western teams, so let's be honest, like that's generally the easier teams. They get G2, they got 100 Thieves, they win those both. KT was, by most people's estimation that I had talked to, the weakest of the Eastern teams based on scrims. That's what the pros were telling me. So this is supposed to be a really good draw for them. They get stomped out 2-0, which was surprising to me. Then you draw GENG. Let's be honest, that's a death sentence. You're probably going to lose that. Now all of a sudden, you're 2-2, assuming they lose this series, which is my expectation. And then you might draw T1 or something like that. And your tournament goes from, oh my God, we're going to get out 3-0 to, wait, I didn't even make quarters.
Yeah, that's what the danger about Swiss is also. When you maybe have a good draw early on, it doesn't necessarily give you more. I say that, and 100 Thieves got a bad draw early. They beat them and they still got a bad draw. Not all draws are created equal, but TS will be thinking that as well now. And for the side of GENG on the other side, I mean, we started off the segment with it, Emily, but the fact that they kind of suffered that loss to AL, and then they had such a convincing game versus T1. It looked more convincing than usually when they beat them even, and then here as well.
Yeah, and I think the best thing that we're seeing out of GENG, again, we have to think about how this team has performed over the past few years. They've come in as tournament favorites, have kind of fallen before we would have thought, sometimes to their own LCK brethren, sometimes to BLG a few times. But like, nothing but a world championship is like, that's what they need to get, right? Like, this team is very focused. They've been the top or at the top of the world the entire year. That is their goal. I mean, I'm just so glad that Canyon was so involved early, honestly, because that's such a great sign for this team moving forward.
It is. Wait, what a sentence. Nothing but a world championship will do. And maybe they qualify to the quarterfinals here if they beat TES, or hopefully for our Chinese fans in the house today, we see a third. We'll be right back.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and GENG, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
GENG, the EWC winners.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Becker flashes in, and down goes Light.
There's no one to hold me back. By that time it's going to be far too late.
Evo will pass. Son of the gun, never miss whipping bricks. I need more bags. All gas. No one can stop me but me. Too bad. All fire. Rewired. Go higher. Go harder. New Marner. Stars across the night of a shot. Ain't no more time to be. I'll take anything you throw. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over. Singing me on the shore. You can't take me down. I'll go higher.
And we are back for Worlds 2025, where GENG just dismantled Top Esports. It wasn't close, sub 25 minutes with a 15,000 gold lead. And the question is, will they do it again? Will it just be a quick 2-0 for the LCK #1 seeds? Will they be going to the quarterfinals? Or will Top Esports be able to bite back here in Game 2?
Is that what you call an everywhere gap? I mean, they absolutely destroyed them. Some places were worse than others, for sure. But that game was even with TES starting out with a good play. TES had a good dive on bottom side. They executed well. They used the Nico, turning into the cannon minion. Kanavi path down there. They successfully executed it, but it almost immediately started to turn back in GENG's favor.
That's what I was going to say. I knew it was going to go poorly when they immediately had Hung die like 2 seconds later. And from that point forward, it became a GENG runaway train. They were not going to stop for nothing. And now Top Esports have to find a way to slam the brakes and hope that they can push it to a game number 3.
Top Esports moving over to the blue side for this Game 2 will ban away the Ambessa and the Wukong, exactly the same as Game 1. GENG sticking with that Kiana. Game 1 they got rid of Yunara and Azir to round out their bans. We'll see perhaps that Yunara sneaks through. Sometimes she does in this second phase of bans. But for the moment, GENG just pontificating, having a little ponder about what is going to be that second ban. Orianna, their choice.
Yeah, we probably get the Orion, Azir both banned again this time around. Those picks are just too powerful for most teams. So you Medic, you get your choice, Azir ban or Yunara ban.
Well, I like this from Top Esports, basically saying if you don't ban the Azir, we immediately get the Ryze first pick, or we're going to take the Azir, have a great matchup in the mid lane, and sure, you can get the Yunara, but honestly, Yunara trying to play into a Ryze can find it really, really difficult, so Top Esports trying to pinch that pool a little bit.
It's also trying to get Cream something he's super comfortable on. He's played 8 games of Ryze in this summer, has won 7 of them. Cream has been struggling to really have as much of an impact as he'd like, and there's the Ryze ban from GENG. They realize it, so Yunara and Azir getting through this draft.
So they don't want to give the Ryze and then do a Nivea into it. They would rather give the Azir over. Or the Yunara. You know, you get your pick. You get your choice of the power picks.
I genuinely would have expected the Azir. It feels like with the Azir, you've got slows, you've got decent range, you can kind of keep Yunara at arm's reach and make it a little bit difficult for to find the fights, and especially with the Cassiopeia Ryze, Orianna, the Talia, the Aurora gone, so much has been taken out of that mid lane champion pool, and Chovy's just going to get his hands on Azir now.
Maybe it's a factor of TES right now have more confidence in Jackie than they do in Cream at the moment and want to invest in him as far as the comp does go. But yeah, it is a dangerous proposition to give Chovy the Azir. Cream could go then, you know, like a Kali or something into it and try and put some kill pressure, some assassin answer into it if GENG snapped that one up. They're not going to do it immediately, but you have to feel like that's where it's headed.
Yeah, you don't really want to give away the Azir alongside Yunara. It's kind of best of both worlds for Top Esports at that point. I will say I think Cream's slightly more comfortable on the Azir on the Akali than he is on the Azir. So there's the Kai'Sa lock. So if Top Esports want it, they can take the Azir. Their issue is Chovy then has counter on R3 here before we move into that second set of bans. It's kind of both teams playing a little bit of chicken with the chicken in the mid lane.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're still going to go for the Azir here. Like Cream, when he first entered the LPL, was known for his Sylas and Akali play. So that was probably what they were trying to play into. But I mean, the Azir is just so incredibly strong. Paired with the Yunara, just go for slamming all these tanks now and have yourself a field day.
And GENG know that this is what was going to happen. I mean, like, if you're drafting on the world stage and you say, oh, we'll leave Yunara and Azir up, and you're not sure if they're going to take Yunara and Azir, like, GENG have to have prepared something for this.
GENG have prepared that they're going to accept the Reddit challenge. They're using the lowest win rate champions at the tournament, Jarvan and Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but now Top Esports want to enter the ring with them, with the Pantheon. So where does that leave us, Kobe?
Someone needs to pick Maokai.
Pantheon has less games played, so I guess the challenge is bigger here. But yeah, they give over both the Yunara and the Azir. So Chovy, I want to see the counter that you have prepped. Clearly, you have it ready, and you gave it over with a purpose.
Currently hovering over the LeBlanc. We're also looking at the Yone for a second. He's going to get poked out on the Yone in that early game, but Chovy pretty comfortable on the pick. I mean, he's pretty comfortable on every pick in the League of Legends handbook. There it is, Yone locked in alongside this Kai'Sa Jarvan.
This is so fun. Dive, dive, dive here. We've got Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Yone showing early top 3, 4 for GENG here with their early picks. TES, I mean, if they're not going to be able to pull out this one, then does not bode well.
Yeah, especially when GENG, it feels like the words are written in the sky, ban Renata, to make things significantly easier for you in this sort of respect, and even getting rid of another enchanter. 369 can still go back towards something like the K'Sante, and again, kind of be that frontline peel tool for Top Esports, and that could round out their draft very easily.
I think the Renata ban makes sense. I also think a Bin Pippi might be a good idea here if you're GENG. You don't really want to give that Poppy over when you've got Jarvan, you've got Kai'Sa diving onto the backline. You probably want follow-up engage with your support. So we'll see if GENG decide that the Renata or the Poppy is more important for that next ban. Nautilus going to get taken away by Top Esports.
Yeah, lots of those counter engage options. Braum as well, still kind of floating around. Or never mind, Braum was used in the first game. Will not be floating.
Just in the ether perpetually until we get to
That's what happens with Fearless bans. They have to watch the rest of the games from the skybox. Yeah, that's how that goes. So.
Yeah, I do agree though. Like, the Poppy going to be banned. I was expecting like Renata Poppy to be the two bans, to be honest, coming into this, because I think Renata works incredibly well with Yunara, enabling her. Also, it means that she can play hyper aggressive thanks to the revive. Plus, having that like tank frontline for the K'Sante now feels like you've set up a fantastic position for yourself with GENG playing hyper aggressive on the dive.
Okay.
A couple of bans. Nautilus, Alistair, Poppy, and Lulu are second phase bans here, Kobe.
Yeah, so you're kind of thinking like, all right, Rel combination with Kai'Sa is very common. See what sort of engaged champion that they would want to grab Duro.
Here as well.
I was thinking of the Leona. This is kind of the two that you really look at as the final two big engaged champs. We'll see where Duro decides to go. Expect to see the support here. Rakan as well does fit into that wheelhouse. And although he's more follow-up engage in my head, he already has a Jarvan and a Yone going in, so his follow-up is there to be followed up on. And he can jump in with that quickness. Top Esports looking towards top and support most likely. Pantheon can be flex, but it's very rare that we see that these days into the support role, usually going into that jungle position.
For the Rumble, okay, I thought Top Esports would just opt in towards like tank frontline and having your enchanter support to try and set yourself up for this answer, but instead they're just going to try and fight fire with fire here.
Yeah, and I kind of like taking away the Rumble as well, because it does look dangerous if Equalizer comes over the top of the dive with a Jarvan Cataclysm. The hot pot would be spicy, and Aurelia would be very, very spicy, so I don't think we're going to get it. And you get the common answer into the Rumble, the Ornn.
You were so hopeful there for a second, but the Aurelia was never going to be locked in. Ornn gives you that long-range engage that you need, also gives you a tank for later on. Let's see if GENG are able to close the game out as quickly as they were in Game 1 here, with a dive with a little bit of extra front-to-back damage here with the Ornn being that front line, whereas top esports have great dive, really good damage, no true tank. The Leona obviously can be a little bit tanky.
And like not great peel either. That was kind of the other thing that I was looking at. Like the Emperor's Divide can do some work, but against an Ornn long range engage, the Jarvan follow-up, Yone, Rakan, it is going to be relatively difficult to actually keep this Azir and Yunara alive. And I think that's where, for GENG, you're going to be fairly happy with great late game scaling, great options when it comes towards side lanes. Honestly, I just prefer what GENG have brought to the table.
Honestly, I do agree. I feel like they're going to have some priority, a lot of early options for the Jarvan to go to, try and put some early pressure. Azir is even weaker early now than in previous iterations, so maybe they can put extra pressure onto Cream. And if you get Chovy, Yone ahead, then that is a key to victory in itself.
28-6 on it all-time Chovy. I mean, the thing is, you can pick any champion in the roster of League of Legends. Chovy probably has a pretty positive win rate on it, but his Yone is exceptional across the board. Gonna jump on into game 2 here between Top Esports and GENG with a quarterfinals berth on the line. Top Esports will just be looking to survive past the 25-minute mark. The crowd very much at the backs of their LPL representatives, and they need all the support they can get after being demolished in game 1.
Pretty standard stuff here for Chovy on the Yone. As the cheers go up, nobody going for any tricky level 1s, although we may see an attempt for the Raptor ward.
Looks like Top Esports going to be able to work their way in here to get it down. We'll spot out the Canyon is there. And you could hear the Gyos, how loud they were there in the back, just trying to get as much behind Top Esports as they can. And Top Esports, like, this was the team that a lot of people in summer expected to win the LPL. They looked absolutely spectacular, but playoffs really fell apart for them. And it's now on Top Esports to see if they can rally themselves in this series to push GENG towards that game 3.
Look at this, they're sticking around a long time. Okay, so Chovy does get visual confirmation. They know that Hung and Jackie are gonna be coming over delayed. They will be able to bully their way in. And everybody with a calm start.
Yeah. Although Top Esports are the 3rd seed coming out of the LPL, I have to remember that they did get into the finals, played up against BLG, and then lost out in the regional gauntlet, the qualifiers. And AL taking that spot. IG coming back in 4th, and I think a lot of people will look at just LPL teams in general and think, oh, they love to fight. And game 1, there was a lot of fighting on the Rift. But Top Esports generally, through the summer split, were much more of the cerebral team. They're much more macro-orientated, kind of very similar to some of the best LCK teams. And Hung did look for an engage there, couldn't quite find it, and Jackie Love and Hung will get the push here with that cultivation of spirit, getting the extra Runans, kind of pseudo-Runans on the minion wave.
Yeah, it was much more about their objective setup, and you got to see a glimpse of that in the last game where Hung got that big Nico ultimate, and that was kind of more what Top Esports were incredibly strong at, was finding these team fights with guys like 369 who were exceptional on these tank plays, finding space, creating moments for Cream and Jackie Love, but unfortunately they just haven't quite been able to find that success as the later summer has gone on, and now are moving over in towards Worlds as well.
Yeah, and GENG, a different beast, like outplaying them in the Grubs fight. Being able to have Keen survive, get the big seismic shove onto 2 and build on this early lead. When GENG showed us, they know what to do with that early lead, very methodical. So TES gonna change their fortunes here in game number 2 for sure.
Methodical is such an interesting word, because whenever you talk about it in like League of Legends terms, I always feel slow. It's like, oh, they will slowly do it. They'll wait for the next Drake. They'll take the next Drake. They'll take things off the map. GENG are methodically rapid. Like, the things just accelerate away from you so quickly as Canyon is looking to start putting his foot on that gas pedal. The jump in, the heal out. Jackie Love has to flash. Couldn't risk the flag drag flash from Canyon catching him out.
Great pathing from Canyon though, using the flag and drag over the wall to avoid the ward and get around everything. But now the answer potentially for Kanavi, with Chovy playing nowhere near Kanavi's access point.
Yeah, smart stuff from Chovy, hugging the side of the river that his jungler is on. Really giving that respect to the Pantheon. A flash stun, point and click, is pretty hard to outplay even for Yone.
Hung able to catch a Zenith Blaze Shield of Daybreak combination onto Jiro, but the Gleaming Quill pops him back to about 80% HP. 369 with the push in the top lane, as to be expected in the Rumble into Ornn matchup. The Flame Spitter does a lot of work for you there in the early game.
It's still getting a nice little CS lead for himself, because you can see that like the wave is starting to push back out away from Keen, and there's still about a 7 CS lead. So in the grand scheme of things, 369 going to see if he can try and get some revenge for what was the last game, and he has been an exceptional Rumble, 25-9 over the course of his career. This guy has popped off across JDG, Top Esports, so many different iterations of the rosters he's been on this pick. And maybe, just maybe, he can actually turn that Cataclysm back around to be a bit of hell on earth for GENG.
See how effective he can be. Early game relatively calm between these two teams. Chovy TPing back in with double daggers and a longsword. Trading onto Cream here, who steps forward knowing that Soul Unbound will pop Chovy back to reality, and Chovy down to 250 HP.
Yeah, Cream straight up getting the better of Chovy in a lot of these skirmishes we're seeing, making Chovy miss a lot of these cues. Cream, confident positioning and movement from him.
Kanavi looking for the steal. Canyon does get it with the smite's gonna be forced away here. Chovy low. Navi, spear shots. Won't get it as the Soul Unbound pops Chovy underneath the tower and away, but he's losing minions to this turret and plates with Hung coming in to assist. Top Esports should be able to deny quite a lot of CS away from Chovy.
Yeah, double pots popped on the refillable to make sure that Chovy can survive this alongside the help from the Doran shield, but Kanavi, he wants one more. Flash over the wall is available.
Okay, he's going the other way. Comet Spear. Ooh, just short of Kanavi. Tickles his toes as Chovy jumping in there onto Cream. Canyon looking for it as well. And they get Burst Blood! What was that, Chovy?
Chovy plays on the edge, and he wins!
How does he get away with this? How in the name of God is that where he manages to make it work? Dodging the Kanavi spears, will have to potentially dodge one more here, and getting the kill alongside Canyon. GENG just looked like it can do no wrong.
You got to feel for Cream. I mean, Cream had been doing a lot of work to set this up, but in the end, the scoreboard is what matters. Chovy makes it happen with Canyon wrapping around. Kanavi's spear as well going in the dirt right at Chovy's feet. You could hear the crowd's reaction as the Comet spear came up short.
Cream does manage to come out and grab the wave, holding it just outside of the tower range, but we'll have another look at this, because you can see just short of Chovy, and then Cream jumps in thinking he can take the fight, and Chovy, it's 100 HP, it's sub 100 HP, just enough to find the kill. Gets the shield as well from the
coaching
Spirit
staff
Cleave.
is in awe.
Yeah, they're like, wow, I love having these players on my team. This is great. These guys are insane.
It's just so tight, and it's those sorts of things that win GENG games. It's the fact that not only are they one of the best macro teams in the world, probably the best macro team in the world, but they also have mechanically some of the best players in the world, and even if Chovy hasn't been as good as he was last year, he is still exceptional.
But I think it's also like shout out to Canyon, because this guy has been more of a like, hey, I'm gonna be selfish and farm for myself. But now that the meta has started to shift over in towards more of these proactive junglers in the early stages, like the Vi's, the Jarvans, less so kind of the Wukong, he's actually been incredibly active in the early stages in this series and has been at the core of fundamentally why GENG are winning this series.
Yeah, 100%. That was necessary cover from him. Chovy had been backed into a corner. You know, Cream had been whittling him down. And so it was necessary for Canyon, you know, to stick around the lane and play around the lane there. And GENG kind of bailed themselves out with that one.
And you could see how much pressure Top Esports wanted to put on that mid lane as well. Hung coming across, Kanavi spending so long around it, trying to shut down Chovy, which is something that has worked for teams in the past. If you can put Chovy behind, a few years ago, would have just gone into a side lane and farmed up for the rest of the game, and then slowly try to get himself back into the game.
But it's what Anyone's Legend did against GENG that got through the win, was focus on Chovy, put him behind, then use that to start looking for invades and be able to take over the game with the Kiana. But instead, in this game, that focus on mid ends up backfiring, and now it's Top Esports that are struggling to make things happen.
Keen has the call of the Forge God and a flash. He's going to call in the train to try and clear out the wave. Puts down the Fisher as well as Hung flashes forward. Good Bellows breath, but the solar flare there for the follow-up. And there's the kill for Top Esports on the board here in game 2.
Yeah, way to keep focused, Top Esports. They remain calm. You know, they focus on the next minion wave. They go for the dive here. A couple of minions still left alive. That is enough to still pull off the dive and make their cross-map play. Because they know, all right, GENG are going to go for the dragon. We will just go for the kill.
And especially when you still have things like the Yunar and the Azir, your scaling is fantastic. Unless Jackie Love loses half his health bar to Chovy immediately in a fight, that's less good.
Yeah, not the best there for Jackie Love, but he has the support of his jungler to make sure that he can just clear out the wave and then back away. Chovy actually pulling this one to the side means that a few minions will be lost before that wave starts pushing back in Top Esports' favor. We have the exchange of a kill in the top side for a dragon for GENG. They also managed to pick up 2 of the 3 grubs, so there are 2 objectives towards that feat of objective slaying. And have a kill apiece. Top Esports with a very, very slight gold lead in this early game.
Really excited for when we actually do get these dive plays from GENG as well. And we're on support roam timers at the moment. You saw this kind of leisurely pass through mid from Duro. There's just so much vision from TES setting up their swap for the duo lane to come mid and continue applying that pressure towards Chovy, towards this Yone, really trying to hinder the income of this champion is critical. The longer you can put off the breakpoint of the Blade of the Ruined King for Yone, the better you are off in the game overall, because even the single item power spike on that champion completely changes everything.
It's Berserker Greaves, a Vamp Scepter, and a recurve bow at the moment for Chovy. Unable to quite complete that Blade of the Ruined King, but really that item unleashes him on this Yone. Duro looking for a flank position here onto Cream, who his flash is about to come back off cooldown. There it is, so no dive really going to happen here for GENG. Just want to make sure that Chovy can push in the wave against the range damage that comes out from Cream.
Still, Canyon put a pressure on towards his top side, letting Keen just kind of sit here with the a nice little freeze for himself. And although there has been pressure from 369 or towards 369 to get this lead, you can see like GENG still kind of just getting to dictate what's happening.
I think 369 will be happy enough just to equalize that. You've still got 3 minutes before a Herald and a Drake, right? And he's 600 gold ahead, so just equalize the wave, get it crashing as quickly as possible, and you can back off knowing that Canyon was on this side of the map. Your jungler currently pathing out through his own red side. And much slower game, much more patient game from both these teams. Kind of to be expected. Like, everyone wants items in this game. Kai'Sa wants at least a couple. Yone wants at least that Blade of the Ruined King, probably a couple behind it. Azir the same, Jackie Love the same. So everyone willing just to not force the tempo too much in this early game.
Still getting the flank onto Chovy here.
Zenith Blade comes down, uses the Soul Unbound to dodge the Solar Flare, and oh, it's actually the Mortal Steel 3 that didn't even have to unbind his soul as Kanavi chased out by Duro and Canyon. And yeah, that's the problem. You know, it's a Yone. We kind of, it fell out of meta for a bit, but this guy's still the slipperiest snake in Summoner's Rift.
But it's also like Duro and Canyon matching this play a lot, because even if you don't get the kill onto Chovy there, what you can do is use that to establish a ton of vision for this dragon that's in 2 minutes time and try and find more picks or play off that. But GENG are just defending well as Top Esports are going for these, and it means that we are probably going to rely on these team fights once again, where GENG were able to find their success in the last game.
Yeah, and credit to Chovy, keeping his charged up Q, knowing, all right, I'm going to need this for an escape. He has still been able to collect his CS.
Fate sealed out from Chovy, ultimate for ultimate exchange. That was really nice. That was really nice from both players. You can see Cream has to go for it at some point with the backup from Hung, and you have to make them have it. You know, it's like playing poker. You can't just fold as soon as they raise the stakes. You have to make them have it. And that's what Cream did there. Ultimate for ultimate exchange. His actually slightly shorter cooldown than Chovy's.
And then Chovy did have it.
Yep, he did.
So he is able to lay it down and get out. Still not quite enough for his Blade of the Ruined King, but still going to be able to come back, refill his potion, and head on out to the side lane. Still has his flash for the extra safety as well.
Yeah, there's still a huge amount of pressure coming down towards this bottom side, with Duro again trying to match Hung, making sure that Chovy can continue to clear these waves, gets that Blade of the Ruined King, but went a bit far, and we'll just back away. And again, I think it's now just reset to 50 seconds to Dragon is going to be the next port of call here. first items completed across the board on top esports side, and it's just a question of, has Chovy gotten enough for that first item himself?
Has he got that Blade of the Ruined King yet? Kanik Rukken complete on Keen. No Leandries yet for 369, but as he goes back there, it populates into the scoreboard, so we'll finish that Leandries just in time. Has the equalizer, has the teleport, as does Keen. So if we do see a fight around this Drake in 20 seconds time, both the top laners can come down and join the party. Chovy still doesn't have his own teleport and staying around for a while here. Cream stepping forward, Chovy forced down to half HP. Grand Skyfall used as well from Kanavi, but Chovy respects it well.
Interesting. With the Dragon coming up in just 1 second here, is going to give TS early movement into the river. They actually double up their control wards. Not the biggest of deal.
Zenith played onto Juro. Shield of Daybreak there for the follow-up. Just a tickle of damage from those soldiers. Trying to get through Juro, who's gone Mikhail's first on this Rakan.
It looks like top esports are trying to play off the timer of Chovy's TP coming back up. They know that he should have enough for that Blade of the Rune King, so as long as they can take the fights and start them before that reset comes through, they should be fine, but they're a little late on starting up this Dragon because they want that Scuttle Crab, and that's bought the time now for the Blade of the Rune King to be completed, and GENG confident to step forward.
Double TP as well. Keen is actually coming down towards this ward at the same time. Top esports respect it, back away. 369 does have the push, and it's only a second Drake for GENG. Top esports could decide not to try and take this Barney, not to try and take this Frey. Trying to control that mid lane at the moment. 369 now teleporting towards the river. The Drake down to 3,000 HP. Kanavi jumping forward onto Keen. The Drake's still the target for Canyon and Chovy. Call to the Forge Guard as they dive back in. The double knockup. Canyon's already killed off Hung as Kanavi falls down to half HP. Juro with a good quickness. They dive back onto Kanavi. Fate sealed. Kanavi clapped by Chovy. Meanwhile, the dive onto the backline from Ruler, a killer instinct, and an instinct to kill here for GENG. Cream trying to escape, puts the soldier down to try and take out Ruler, but he just doesn't have the range. GENG once again find a mid-game fight and absolutely delete top esports.
GENG are just too good. That was an insane team fight there. Choosing the moment to go right back in. Ruler, Kaisa ulting into the back line. Here's a look at how it all started.
It's Chovy coming in with the knock-up that enables Keen with the follow-up. That is perfect for GENG. And Ruler, this entire time, is getting to free hit on 2 key carries in the back line. And here is where it gets incredible from GENG. Canyon gives his life, but it opens the gap for Ruler to go forward and flashes on GENG to support the AD carry, to make sure he can escape with a sliver of HP as Cream falls before the LCK first seeds.
A 5-for-1 for GENG. In that position, now 3.3k ahead, 17 minutes in. Look at the damage the Ruler dished out. 4.2k in that last fight. And for top esports, it's not for lack of trying. They played the team fight pretty well. It's just GENG with that bouncy castle at the start. We're able to find Hung, and we're able to find those first couple of kills.
This team is just a beauty to watch fight there, and GENG just like that. They have the hold on the game once again. I mean, you can get your consolation prize of the Rift Herald. TS will go back out and try and burn this one down. They should be able to do so. But with just that fight, GENG have just completely taken control.
And I love the way Ruler played that fight in particular. Like, so often at Worlds, we've seen Kai'Sa's shoot themselves into the back line and shoot themselves in the foot because the Yunara immediately opens fire and is just able to duel the Kaisa in that back line. But Ruler found his moment to get on towards Jackie Love and enable the fight onto Cream, and now 369's in trouble.
369 has no flash here. Call to the Fortune, not going to come back with the Fate Seal. Goes on to 369. Flame Spitter, not enough to kill off Keen. Kanavi coming in. Duro there for a little bit of shielding. Solar Flare, Chovy, Mikhail's immediately. Duro with a double charm. Keen trying to escape with the spear. Will pierce his heart as he goes down, and now Chovy being collapsed on. Chovy doesn't have the flash, no Fate Sealed for him either. Will be very difficult to buffer out of Cream if he goes in for that Emperor's Divide. The wave on its way, 369 trying to shepherd it in. Chovy, the target, exhaust down, Soul Unbound comes out, but Chovy under the tower survives for as long as he can, but Top Esports put him 6 feet under. Meanwhile, GENG pushed through the mid-wave to get a tier 1 to look for a tier 2. Riftel charging towards this top side will be an exchange of tier 2 towers.
Good punish from TES there. You know, Keen not able to make it happen at the beginning. TES immediately close the trap here. That's what you have to be ready to do. If any sort of error does show up, immediately go and punish it.
And the fact that you have that Pantheon is huge, but Keen, yeah, just doesn't quite get the second pass on the ore, and it means that immediately the turnaround is available. Kanavi with that ultimate can cover the top. Duro, heroics here to try and save Keen, but the collapse from Top Esports is just too quick and too strong. But an overextension, honestly, try and make this play happen, especially waiting for the wave, does mean that you get the tier 2 in the mid for GENG, and it's kind of this injection of gold for Cream off of the towers, answered for an injection of gold onto Ruler.
It's a 2k gold swing for Top Esports. They're still 1.5k in the hole, but 369 now 1.2k ahead. Bloodletter's Curse and the Leandry's complete as Hong steps up in this top lane. Cream's on his way. Juro's going to clear out this vision. He has Canyon there. And will be spotted as he walks around the corner onto that ward. Gromp just their first target. Grand Starfall not available for Kanavi. He's currently in the mid lane and GENG decide to back away.
Yeah, a little bit risky. Not every member accounted for. You can see coming out of base, Yunara as well as the Pantheon. And TES, after that play, it's got to build your confidence back up a little bit, you know? Getting at least some opening and seeing that GENG are mortal.
369, look at the flank here onto Chovy. Cream going in first. 369 with the flame spitter. Fate Seal comes out. Chovy able to dodge away with the Q3. Quickness coming out. The Zenith play eaten by Juro. Chovy with another shield able to survive, and now the Mikhail's going to heal him up, and he's taken out by Kanavi. Meanwhile, Hung and 369 are now in the middle of GENG. Chovy survived for so long that GENG collapsed, and Top Esports collapsed around them.
Jackie Love couldn't get to the fight, but GENG en masse show up in the top lane and put them in the dirt.
TES, they go after Chovy, but the Avengers assemble quickly. Chovy buys some time. He ults and then he Qs away from the Azir ultimate that did not knock him back. He then ease over and dodges so much. He stays alive for a long time. Ruler, Duro again trying to keep him up, and by that time, Ruler and the rest of the Avengers have arrived to finish the job.
The speed, the rapidity of the response there from GENG. They called an ambulance, and it was Top Esports that they put in the body bags. Now again a 4k lead for GENG. A moment ago I was saying it's a 2k swing. It swung back, and Soul Point for GENG has been begun.
Soul Point for GENG, Atacam for GENG, gold leads for GENG. It feels inevitable this series for GENG.
Joe is just waiting, just out of range of the Zenith blade, dashes back as Chovy snaps back to the river. There's Soul Point. 5 minutes away as Kanavi dives in. The solar flare hits Ruler, but immediately he cleanses it away, and Kanavi doesn't really have the backup. Cannon down towards the bottom side. Kanavi going back in, but Keen will put him 6 feet under. Good damage from Jackie Love, though. Gets one in response. Keen still looking for damage onto Cream. Keen jumps in with that knockup. Chovy, the fate sealed, and Emperor divides him. Ruler gets another duo with a knockup. Ruler trying to escape 369, but he's put on a spit, and he's well done. 369 and Top Esports fighting back.
They get some extra gold, and they open up the map as well. There are objective bounties still up too if they can stick around.
Duro and Chovy look for the quickness combo here. They turn on to 369, who's overheated. Duro almost escapes, but Cream puts the soldiers down. Chovy just able to survive. 100 HP on him. Jackie Love doesn't have the tools to close that gap. In the end, a 1-for-1.
Barely able to escape away from that one. Top Esports, though, finding a crucial fight, and we'll get to see it in this engagement as they set up for it after the Dragon.
Okay, so we've got two sides here. Kanavi goes in on Duro at the top side, and they have the equalizer to try and support his damage. But on the bottom side of it, Canyon has to flash out after GENG go for the engage on the other half, and Jackie is free hitting here. So him and Cream are able to take out the first member. Canyon is down. The re-engage from Keen, though, only knocks up Jackie, and then tries to go, Chovy tries to go over Cream's ultimate, and they get rebuffed.
Perfect timing on the Emperor's Divide there to keep Jackie safe, to keep Cream safe. And now Top Esports, that gold lead starting to whittle more and more away, but that looming Dragon Soul in 3 minutes time has to be playing on their mind.
For Top Esports, every fight is a knife edge. It is so close, and every time GENG just managing to escape with that little bit more. The last couple of fights, though, going in their favor. Only 2k gold the lead now for GENG. Chovy, though, 2k ahead himself, has that QSS. Makes it so hard to lock him down in these frays.
And he's got the first Ornn upgrade from Keen as well. And the Mikhails that you talked about earlier, so QSS and Mikhails to allow this Yone to continue to carry from melee range. Level 15 now achieved for him on top of it.
Third item for Ruler as well is such an important pickup on the Kai'Sa. Makes this a little bit more terrifying if he's able to find his access that he wants to into the back line. But it feels like so much of this again is on Cream and JackeyLove. Can they stand and fight? And it's what we were talking about from draft. It's these two carries are absolutely absurd in these late game fights, but when the fights are so spread out and there's so much threat, it's on the outplays to happen from Cream and JackeyLove in these fights.
Got 2 minutes on the Drake. We've got 10 seconds on the Baron. GENG just tried to deny a little bit of vision around this. Duro with the Oracles will sweep out one of the wards. We'll see if he spots the second. Not in the pit, doesn't see it. But can step forward towards that blue side jungle just a little bit. Cream was pushing out bot, but he's actually going to go and join up with his team in the mid lane. 369, the one assigned to deal with Chovy, which is not the easiest state of affairs. Zenithblade follows Duro across here. Hung not an easy avenue to retreat from it. Chovy was looking for that collapse, but he does get out. Ooh, Ruler almost connecting there, but everyone from Top Esports able to spread wide enough to avoid that missile.
Yeah, good bit of damage there from JackeyLove. Put a dent into Ruler, or into Duro at the very least. Chunking out the Rakan can be an opening.
Do need to be a little careful with how spread out Top Esports are, especially with Keen now in the area. One call of the Forge God onto someone who's left without a flash could be devastating. And Cream and JackeyLove are prime targets for the next couple of minutes. But with 50 seconds until that Dragon Soul, it doesn't look like Top Esports have got that time to buy.
Just going to push through this mid wave. Lord Dominic's finish for JackeyLove means he'll get through Keen a little bit easier, who's gone for that Frozen Heart. Wondering if perhaps it would be a Randuin's, but with the waves pushing in bot and top lane, Top Esports kind of have to reset to deal with them at some point, and GENG have really good vision control around this Baron. Duro's going to step up, TP comes out, Knavi looking to see if they can catch the Rakan, but it's not the easiest to do, and you can see GENG already on the Baron right now. Knavi, you're just going to Grand Starfall in, you have no vision right now. Duro there to act as a bodyguard, and GENG back away from it. Farsight alteration was used in the pit. The vision once again denied by the control ward just sitting outside of it. Knavi dashes in onto Keen, not really the target that you want. Meanwhile, the Solar player dives in onto Duro, who gets the quickness off, but is only onto Leona. Hung already down, the corner of the Forge God coming out as well as GENG get one and immediately back away.
It's everything onto Duro, but Duro is so slippery, he backs away. And now GENG continue to play back towards this Baron, teasing Top Esports.
Bait seal from Chovy doesn't connect, but Canyon does! JackeyLove is sent packing the Cataclysm onto Cream. He dives in but dies for it. 369 trying to flash away. Cannon can still flag and jag and trace this one down. Once again, try as you might, you just can't beat them. GENG are the best in the world right now.
They're just cool, calm, and collected there. GENG, you can tell, they're just waiting for the Yunar ultimate to drop off. As soon as it does, they pull the trigger, they re-engage onto Jackie, and instantly delete him.
But it's even the angles that they're attacking here. It's Chovy coming in from one angle to force Jackie into reach of Canyon, and Ruler to follow up. There was no hesitation. There was no chance for Top Esports. GENG refused to be denied playoffs.
369 dying right at the last moment. The Baron goes over to GENG. There's a Mountain Drake for them, and it will be Soul. And you wonder for Top Esports, if you do lose this Soul, how are you going to get through this Ornn? you do have two good DPSs. You've got an Azir, you've got a Yanaro, but that Azir sitting at 2 items right now as Kanavi jumps in. Once again, Guro the target, but he's durable and he'll just battle dance his way away. The Solar Flare doesn't find its mark. As now the Court of the Forge God comes out from Keen and he's praying to Chovy that Church may be in session. Chovy unable to find the engage off towards the side, but again, Summon has used the equalizer down, doesn't really connect onto anyone, does separate Keen from the rest of Gen G. Redemption coming out, Keen should be able to get into it, not quite. Jackie Love has transcended himself as Chovy dashes back, 1 kill. Cream goes forward as they look for Ruler, but Ruler with a killer instinct dives behind Cream. Jackie Love diving in and Chovy going the other way once again. Gen G clean up the fight and Top Esports are left rattled.
Ruler has been hit with better Azir ults than that one. But this time around, he will not be stopped as Gen G march towards the base.
Gen G are gonna make quick work of Top Esports.
The first game was sub 25 minutes, the second one likely to be sub 30. I think a lot of people will wonder, could this series have just been an email? Gen G take their rightful spot in the final 8.
Well, Gen G.
Okay, they're looking pretty scary. Gen G coming in, tournament favorites, and absolutely stay